mirën tjetër që ka më mbajt në blastë, sidomos për are marë. U po e presim edhe një kualifikim tjetër në Paris që na pret edhe majori, ndërkohë po i shohim edhe banat nga të dyja ekipet në mapa. Ekipa sërbe me ban Miraj, Bëneja ban Anubis, iNation ban Asian, Bënej ban Nuke, kundërshtart ban Vertigo, Bëneja ban Overpass, edhe mapa e fundit besomni që as vet nuk e bosh cilla është. Shto që e pas kanë edhe pak përgut ky Mr. Rumullaki në anën e majt, edhe ky Bukuroshi në anën e djathtë me sytë e kaltërt. Inferno pra është decider. Do të bëhet ky best of one në mapën Inferno. Po presim që të dyja ekipet jenë sa më shpejt gati edhe të fillon gjithçka live. Do i shohim ndërkohë dhe ca statistika të dyja ekipeve për mapën Inferno. Pra siç po shihet gjithçka në plus për Bënejn, vetëm T-round win pra me 61% ekipa kundërshtare. Mos t'ja përmenim as emrin e venit që e kanë. Edhe njerë për gjithë juve që tashmë keni hyrë chanelin ton, jemi kundër ekipës, pra kundër SHKIVE World Ranking 37. Ndërkohë regjia vetë se janë duke u përgatit që gjithçka të filloj në Inferno, ndërkohë jemi shumë në stres, po e lezim një cigare shpejt, sepse sot nuk falet nëse rasisht bëhet gabimi madh, sonte vetëm fitore kundër iNation.
It does slightly, I think, really going to be a difficult one here, but again, as I've said, I just think on paper BNE are a much scarier team at this point in time. We do have the match live here with the knife round, of course, and getting into the action shortly. You think it's got an impact in this game or no?
I actually think it does. I feel like whoever starts on that CT side, it just gets that early bit of confidence, even though this is a map which is traditionally very, very even in terms of the stats. I just feel like starting on CT just gives you confidence early doors. And I also feel like if iNation don't get that CT start, they're in a little bit of trouble because they are a team who would prefer it. Luckily for the knife, looking all right.
Nope.
No, GXX will see it off. BNE. I'm assuming they'll stick where they are on CT side. iNation gonna have to start things out in quite the puggy fashion on T side. It's looking like, which isn't exactly the most favourable side to start, especially when you're against a team as aggressive as BNE can be.
Well, not our first Inferno of the day. I doubt it will be our last. I think it's going to be a popular one with the crop of teams that we've got today. So we'll see. This is going to be
Përfundon pra dhe knife round. Bad News Eagles tashmë në CT side, do të filloj mapën Inferno në T side ekipa kundërshtare. 3 sekonda dhe gjithçka është live. Dual Beretas të dy lojtarët e ekipës son Synops GX. Sener me vetëm një flash, e në anën tjetër një push i flatrës në boiler, por info ku po e shohim edhe armikun ton Veldon në sekund me tashmë që po vazhdon edhe në Eps, vjen me një tjetër info flatro për kundërshtarët. Në afërsi të midit kemi 4 lojtarë të iNation që po përgatiten me një ekzekutim në mid, e pastaj të vazhdojnë në offside ku po blokot tashmë dhe pozita e librari Sener. Një tentim i qasës të eliminojnë njërin nga kundërshtarët. Flatro nuk arrin të gjejnë ndonjë kill. Flatro është Kindle dhe Vilden në Gencën dhe Flatron. Dragon anën tjetër tek Sinopsi. 5 kundër 2 tashmë situata në favor të kundërshtarëve. Shumë nga zemra, faleminderit për subscribes. Rigon kërkojnë falje, duhet me ndalë zonën e alertave, jemi live. Vetëm në hold, Rigon dhe Sener. E shojmë në boiler position, tashmë qaza e pran libraris Rigoni. Vazhdo Seneri, një kill. Nga ana e qazës trade I shpejt nga Velden. Vdesin dy nga kundërshtarët tanë, kurse Kindo dhe Vilden që arritën me mbet edhe gjallë. 1-0 për ekipën kundërshtare. E shojmë edhe njëre ishte pra aksioni ku filloj në librarin ndaj Flatrës, pastaj edhe eliminimi I Gencit në pit e Dragon Tech Sinopsi. Nuk na lejun me bo ndështa edhe një retake deri në fund ekipën ton. 1-0, roundi 2, full buy nga ekipa jon. Pra po I shojmë 3 Desert Eagle e 2-5-7 nga Flatro dhe Seneri. 3 lejtar të bënejs pran midit, 2 në long, Flatro në short. Në anën tjetër Sener e Rigon në CT e Coffins position. Koiv tashma me një smoke në drejtim të CT's. Janë në hold ekipa kundërshtare me 3 lojtar në afërsi të pull position e Bad News Eagles kanë arrit me 4 lojtar. Realizojnë një setup tashmë. GX e Flatro në CT position, dyshja tjetër në Coffins dhe site. Ende në hold ekipa kundërshtare. Po vjen edhe lojtari tjetër Dragon në banana, propa në second mid në lark është Velden. E shojmë Kindo do tjetë në entry tashmë. Kundërshtari jon blokot edhe CT position me smokat e dytë lojës ekipës kundërshtare. Sener me një eliminim të bukur, Kindo me një trade, vazhdojnë ekipa kundërshtare 35 sekonda. GX tashmë ka një timing shumë bukur. GX aty double kill për është depression dhe Velden I vetëm Velden. Sinopsi rëzik, Flatro me një tentim. E shojmë Flatro jo dhe gjithë shka para zot. Gjithë shka para zot. Një me njëri këthejt Bad News Eagles pa umbër edhe shumë ko. Të shtën aty ekipa kundërshtare, ekipa e shqetikave, ekipa e mutit të madhë Vučićit. Dështojnë në këtë aksion, shqiponi ato na lëshon këtu me Flatron e Sinopsi në fund dhe me njerë jemi në roundin e tretë, gjithë shka e barabart. Koiv tashma I vetëm në mid-ramp, Sinops me një galil në duart e ti ku e blokon edhe Epsin Sinqia ofër ti shëndron si gjithmonë Flatro. E në anën tjetër po e shojmë tankën tonë Rigon man së bashku me qazën prapa ti që po shëndron as njerë me lon shokun Losh. Ju falenderoj shumë. Gati 10.000 uzera I kemi live në kanalin e XHOCII. Pra dhe njëre mos harroni, nashta dhe na do të desim një dit, po një paton gjithmonë kanë mi pos armish e kundërshtar. Sot 2 milion reklamat e këforit e natos për poshje, sa ato jënë veç foret 50 centve. Sot full urrejtje e fitoret madhe. Flatro në pit, vazhdo Rigon rëzik I malë këto, eliminon 2 nga lejtarët tam, 5-3 situata, në loj shpje kemi edhe Gencin. E shojmë, është Seneri më falin në loj shpi, vazhdo në GX aty, një tentim tjetër, Flatro dhe Sener me nga një kill. Koiv tashmë në një trade të shpejt të Gencit. 2-2 kjo situatë, 25 sekonda, vrapën kundërshtari jon depression. Pra është një krat, po me hi pak ma fell edhe këtë qasi muti. Flatro jon në momentin e duar, eliminot depression. Koiv I vetëm rikthejet propa, nuk ka ndonjë rrezik shikues të nderuar. 2-1 ekipa jon on fire. Shpresojmë që regjia po pra vjen edhe ky replay. Ishte në fillim eliminimin ndaj Sinopsit nga Velden, pastaj Koiv tek Rigon me atë solo posh në afërsi të rampës GX. Në eliminimin tjetër Seneri në hold prej pit. E pastaj Flatro në momentin e duar që eliminon depression. Dhe 2-1 për ekipën tonë. Jo ekonomi e mirë tek kundërshtarët, pra janë në force buy. 3 lojtarë në afërsi të rampës ende në hold, njëri nga ta në Meksiko, pra është Dragon. E Velden, sikur se në çdo round edhe më herët, në larg, në second mid. Rigon tashmona. Double kill së bashku me Senerin Sinopsi që eliminot flatrën në trejt për ta. Rigon në killin e tret dhe pika e tret pro por ekipën ton Bad News Eagles. Pika e tret, shikus të ndëruar, ekonomi e dobët tek qetnikat, armiston të përbetum, të njetën sot jemi gjallë, e dere të sternipat, po shihet pra dhe njërë ky replay, Rigon dhe flatro me nga një eliminim 4 roundet të luajtur atëri më tash, jemi në roundin e 5. Po lëshon ekipa kundërshtare aty në afërsi të midit, janë anën e djathtë pra bench position. A kemi më pas MVP, vëmendshëm është Gjex. Arrin të she armikun Dragon Kindo, që po shëndron ende në bench position në afërsi të midit, kurse treshja tjetër e iNation në second mid e në ramp ende në hold. Sener në hapje të roundin ndaj kohë, flatro me një duel këto që nuk mungon ndihma e Sinopsit në momentin e duhur. Rigon eliminot Velden aty, vazhdon Gence, Rigon killi tjetër dhe flatro në përmbyllje të roundit. 4-1 pra po shihet një loj krejtësisht të ndryshe sot e shikues të ndëruar, full zemër janë djem rash që nga roundi i parë. Nuk e kanë ndërmend të dalin e sidomos Rigon me këtë kontroll të bananasa. Hapen pyllësyt, ende pa fillu edhe roundi. Vazhdoj me roundi tjetër, roundi 6, Sener Rigon, default play, Bad News Eagles në long, si gjithmonë qëndron flatro tashma. E një double push po vjen nga Sinopsi e Gjex, fake molly. E shojmë, Dragon shumë afër tyre. A do tjetë rrezikjo për ekipën tonë apo jo? Vazhdon bëj hold ende Genci. Dragon i gatshëm për të bërë pik. Në atë pozicion eliminot Genci, vëmendshëm u tregua armiku jon Dragon. 5-4 tashmë situata për ekipën kundërshtare. Shojmë Sinopsi nuk arrit të kthehet prapa, do të vazhdoj deri në fund. Të mbaj edhe pozitën e ecit apo jo, rikthehet tashmë Sinqja, vjen një call më duket nga Flatro, i cili e kërkoi ndihmën e Sinqës të bëj hold edhe shortin, ishte një timing këtu për Rigonin. Por pak sot të gjej një eliminim apo edhe info për kundërshtarin KUNDER e Kindo, cili tashmë janë shumë afër në banana. Shohim Kindo në hold të bananas, iNation rikthehen prapa shumë afër për ekzekutim në A-side. Flatro backside position, Sener shumë afër ti, Sinopsi vetëm në pit. Eliminim ndaj Sinopsit, rrezik i madh. E shohim Sener në Dragon KUNDER tek Seneri, Kindo në Flatron, i vetëm tashma Rigon. I duhet një save Rigonit.
I'd save call. It has to be done. Really does. Now where we're at right now, it's run a little bit tougher in terms of what to call Rigon. Going to be able to save CHOCII.
Komandoa Rigon të bëjë një save, eliminot nga KUNDER.
iNation found a second, very convincingly up to a second as well. It's a great round from them. Great take towards the A-side. I think the one thing that really cost.
Na duhet me vazhdu tek kanali tjetër shumë shpejt në Blast Premier, sepse kemi probleme me organizatën e Relog. Kemi një info direkt prej trajnerit ton Devil Walk. Ju kërkojmë shumë falje, na duhet me vazhdu të Blast Premier Twitch për shkak që nuk po e lejojnë edhe trajnerin ton me zhvillu lojën. Pra jënë du i bo presion të madh garant naj admin prej Serbis që nuk po na jep drejtën direkt tek kanali i organizatës Relog. Kështu që më mirë të kthehem në raundet më herët se të ketë probleme trajneri jon Devil Walk. Sepse tashmë është live me djemtë edhe i duhet full fokus. Ju kërkoj edhe njëre shumë falje, po me rëndësi sonte është që të fitohet loja kundër armiqve ton iNation. Na duhet me prit deri sot të rikthehemi në 4-1 që ishim më herët, sepse i pam këto aksione e kemi drejtën në blast për transmetim, por tek organizata tjetër nuk po e lojnë ekipën ton rahat as me lujt. Kjo është arsyeja pra. Shpresoj që të më kuptoni edhe mu si gjatë e të vazhdojmë komentimin prej rezultatit 4-1.
Use into a second mid for the time being. Deep nade coming through, but two sitting up close and personal. Synopsy dancing the devil a little bit. GXS trying to cover his back.
I think they have to be careful here. They've got to watch out that they don't lose any players in the BNE round. Ultimately need to keep a hefty chunk of the players alive. Certainly easier said than done into these Deagles. Here's an opportunity for one. Not going to get it though. Dragon does go down. Meanwhile, Rigon pushing in behind. Lovely stuff from him to just secure the round. Juan Flatcher left low, but no kills coming in for iNation. BNE very quickly up to 4 hits. Been a very fast game so far, and BNE will get 4 in a row. I think they are, ready for the quick, fast aggression. If anything, happy for it. It's also how they like to play.
Now, right now, we're seeing some fantastic Counter-Strike. They just, managing to pretty comfortably cope against, buys that they should be winning off, of course, but it's always easier said than done, especially in these best of ones where it's very nervy, very tentative. We see people make mistakes and rookie errors. To be able to survive so consistently and comfortably against these sort of mixed, middling buys, what really matters most. iNation, full buy for them heading in towards next, depression in towards the AWP. No AWP on the side of the CT, but a double stack in towards stairs. Does Dragon know as one will fall away, but GXX just sticking around.
GXX doesn't win the fight. Does a lot of damage, but doesn't win the fight. A risky spot to hold, you have to say.
True.
Synopsy kind of doing the same here as well.
All goes so silent with a minute to work with. You can sort of see iNation, yes, they got the man advantage. Still very tentative how they play this. Boost coming through. Rigon needs to be careful. He's playing with fire a little bit. He can fall over towards sandbags. Does make the cross and back unscathed. And with no one taking information, no one peeking him, he might relay misinformation that no one's towards B, which isn't the case. Luckily for BNE though, the bombs go back towards A, which they've rotated for.
They've gotten very lucky here, actually. So, now in a good spot, have to hold well. Flash is going to come round. Synopsy will be Molotov'd out. No smoke for him to deal with. Nice position by Choi to take down Synopsy. There's 2 players in on the site, about to get messy here. Still one more to deal with. They're not sure of where he's at. Juan Flatcher eventually overwhelmed. And although they had 3 ready to go, only 1 kill comes in for the BNE defense. iNation, they pull it back, they play it slower, and they find success.
I'd say, of course, it has to be done. Really does. Now where we're at right now, it's run a little bit tougher in the terms of what to call. Rigo not even going to be able to save. Choi extends through. He was shift walking away. Unsure of kind of where everybody was. iNation found a second. Very convincingly up to a second as well. It's a great round from them. Great takeover towards the A side. I think the one thing that really cost BNE, aside from essentially losing the man advantage and GXX falling, was just their lack of util. They just weren't really prepared for that late take, and then have the smokes to work with to keep iNation at bay, or even a couple of Molotovs to deny their presence down short. Left BNE in.
Ju kërkoj shumë folje. Na kanë bo presion, do me thonë direkt e trajneri unë i skuadrës, organizata Relog. Tashmë do t'jemi live ku mbetëm më herët pas ati killin ndaj Rigonit. Kindo me një tentim është Rigon përsëri I cili realizon një double kill ndaj Kojv dhe Dragon. Kindo me vetëm një trade në drejtim tek Rigon. Shumë bukur e përfundon edhe misionin Baba Shfule. Vazhdojmë me Gencin, tashmë në hold prej CT position e në first box që ndron Seneri pro top boxes në afërsi të sajtit Qaza. Ende në hold pran Bananas, Kindo dhe kundërshtari jon Depression. E prapa që përshëndron në lark është Velden rolin e ti si që pam edhe më herët. E shojmë Gencin shumë bukur, tashmë me change position GX në dark, arrin të futet Genci, është I blokuar prej 2 molotovave, 2 shasener dhe GX. GX aty në double killin tjetër. Dhe Prishtinë me vetëm një trade, miss shot nga ona ti dhe pika e 5 për Bad News Eagles. Pika 5 për ekipën ton. Vjen edhe timeout I parë në këtë best of one. Është ekipa kundërshtare. Shojmë edhe njëre këtë replay tek Rigon në mënyrë shumë të shpejt. Arrin ma spray transfer të realizoj double killin Rigon. E pastaj në përmbyllet të raundit Sener dhe Flatro. Ekonomi jo e mirë ndoshta themi prej 5 litarëve të armiqve tonë. Janë vetëm 3 nga ta që mund të realizojnë ndoshta një full buy me AK apo edhe AVP. Që jo ndonjë bajt themi ashtu full që edhe neve të na shkaktoj probleme, pra kjo vetëm sa u realizua nga armisht. Velden me një Galil, Kojv me një Deagle e 3 EK-a të tjerë. Rigon Sener, vetëm 2 litar në hold të B-sightit. Vazhdon me fallen flashes, Seneri në support të Rigonit. Është Kindo, lejtari Bananas në T-side që po tenton në çdo round, I vëmendshëm Rigon. E shohim një duel I ashpër mes Rigonit dhe kundërshtarit. Ende në hold janë 3 lojtar nga ekipa kundërshtare, 2 të tjerë tashmë në ndihmë tek Velden. Ka arrit të afrohet edhe kundërshtari tjetër Dragon në second mid. E që tashmë po e vazhdon rrugën prej Meksikos, besoj direkte në Banana. Flatro në boiler position. Offer ti qëndron në short edhe Genci me EVP. Po ashtu edhe sinopsi në long. Kurse në minimap po shihet një tërheqje prapa e ekipës kundërshtarëve apo armiqve tonë. iNation dal nga dal do të afrohen për një ekzekutim. Një super flash nga sinopsi. Vazhdon Flatro. Tentim tjetër. Elimino tashmë dhe Sicja me një kill me vete. Full blind GX. Probleme këto apo jo. Arrin të gjetë pak të një eliminim ndaj Velden GX. Shumë bukur ky play nga Genci. Kojv dhe Kindo dyshja e serve në loj shpi prapa me një flank është Rigon që po afrohet në Apex e në long ende në pritje Seneri. Por ndonjë play të Rigonit e shojmë, është Rigon ai cili do të tentoj më herët se Qaza. Në pit kemi kundërshtarin e parë, Kindo e të dytë në graveyard. Rigon nuk ka ende info, kërcen në pit, eliminimi shpejt nga Rigon, train nga Kindo. Një me një Seneri, nuk ka dhe shumë kohë për Seneri, ne shojmë fake diffuse. Qaza ende në djekja aty, është blokuar edhe me Molotov. Kindo pra arrin fitoren e këti round e Kindo dhe pika e tret për armisht iNation. Shojmë njëre ishte momenti kur Flatro arriti të bëj pik në mid nga I support flash prej sinopsit e në fund GX nuk pat ndonjë mundësi tjetër Shumë bukur e përfundoi atë aksion me një eliminim me vete që e mori Genci. E tashmë 8 raunde vetë se kanë përfunduar, shikues të nderuar, jemi në raundin e 9. Jo ekonomi e mirë tek ekipa jon, por që kanë realizuar deri në fund një full buy. Është vetëm Sinopsi që do të qëndrojë me një M4 sa i përket edhe këtij raundi. Një nade aty i Sinopsi, double damage tek dysha depression e KUNDER. E shohim vetëm kontrole bananas nga armiqtë tanë, por që në fund por i kthehem prapa tashmë përsëri në mend ku po e shohim në minimap. Ekipa jon të gatshëm për një setup me 4 lojtarësh Bad News Eagle, si vetëm Sinopsi në banana me një M4. Po futet tashmë kundërshtari jon KUNDER në pritje Rigon aty. Një tag me një Deagle në lloj shpjekje me kundërshtarin Dragon. Duel me Sti dhe Genci, të reqje prapa e Gjex, ndihma e Senerit në petë, e shojmë Rigon ka realizuar një kill, është Dragon që po futet, Flatro me në eliminim, Seneri me një trade, vazhdo Seneri tjetë gjallë ende, në 7 HP është Seneri, Velda në hull të shortit, Kindo në offside, Sinopsi, rëzik i malë të tjetë për Sinqen, eliminot në fund, por Seneri ka rritë e gjej killin dhe i Kindos, Seneri aty! Me vetëm 7 HP qoza jon! Arin të gjellë pikën fituese të këti raundi! Që na duhe shumë shikues të nderuar ky raund! Është baba Kjazim! Ai cili nuk na dëshpron as edhe një herë të vetme! E shojmë edhe njëre pro replay ishte Rigon, i cili hapi lojën në long, pastaj Dragon dhe Velden me këto eliminime në side, kurse vazhdon të ende me atë late game qaza, duke bërë lojë 100% defansive prej pitit, e në fund me atë push të shpejt, me një 5-7 Seneri, pika e 6 për Bad News Eagles, është një hapi madh shikues të nderuar, soi për këtij raundi që përfundoi. Rigon solo push, bench position nga shfulja. E shohim Rigon i vëmendshëm, vetëm një eliminim, Dragon me një trade për të. 4-4 tashmë situata. 1 minutë e 30 sekonda ende herët dhe ka shumë kohë ekipa. Apo armiston që të bëjnë një rikthim prapa pas kontrollimit të bananas dhe ekipa jon nuk duhet të lëshojnë pozitat e tyre. Çfarë nejde nga Seneri është përsëri me një triple damage te kundërshtarët tanë qaza, por është i vetëm tashmë kemi një rush nga kundërshtarët. Pillar position, Seneri ende në hold, vazhdon Dragon dhe Velden dysha që tashmë kanë arritë të futen në City. Një rrezik për Sinopsi, vjen me një info, eliminot Sinqja. 4-3 situata në favor të armiqve. Vazhdon Seneri me një tentim nga Pillari. Koevi vëmendshëm me depression për pozitën e Senerit që arrin eliminimin ndajti GX në hold. 2 lojtarë të tjerë janë Dragon dhe Velden, pro që po vazhdojnë të bëjnë double pick në coffins position. Eliminot po ashtu edhe Genci, e tashmë Flatro i duhet një tërheqje prapa shpejt që të realizoj një save deri në fund. Flatro e të jemi të gatshëm në raundin e 11. Sepse ky round i 10 vetë se ka përfunduar, shikues të nderuar, në favor të armiqve tanë. Pika e 4 nga iNation. E shojmë edhe një replay të Rigonit. Shumë bukur, e hapi lojën në mid, por ishte një timing jo i mirë sa i përket edhe kundërshtarit tjetër Dragon, ai cili arriti ta zgjej tradin në mënyrë të shpejt. Dhe i Rigonit në atë moment, e kjo që na solli probleme të mëdha. Full buy ekipa jon, nuk e kanë tërmend të lëshon, 4 pistoleta. Kemi 3 digla, një 5-7 si gjithmonë tek Seneri, e një M4 tek Flatro. Lojtari jon me një M4 pra Flatro, stari ekipës. Vazhdon të bëj hold pranë midit në pozitën e shortit sa por info. Tashmë ka arritë të dëgjoj edhe njërin nga kundërshtarët në Eps, Flatro. Një tentim me këtë wallbang. Po e kërkon, është një damage ndaj Velden flatro. Shohim Dragon në afërsi të midit. Ende në hold ekipa kundërshtare me 3 lojtarë në atë pozit. Retake flashes nga KUNDER. E në second man vazhdon tjetë ende Velden së bashku me Dragon. Depression në entry position. Vazhdon depression. Do tjetë në hold apo në pritje sinopsi këtu prej Coffins. Seneri top first box. Sigur se edhe më heret, pra lëshon ekipa kundërshtare, një eliminim i bukur nga sinopsi. Tentim tjetër nuk e lejon këtë KUNDER. Kemi një situatë 4-3 në favor të armiqve. Shohim KUNDER në plantim të bombës tashmë, default position e Velden ka arrit edhe eliminimin ndaj Gencit në afërsi të Epsit. Shohim Velden
an actual eco out from BNE. Can you believe it?
Ka rrit të kontrolloj tashmë edhe Epsin kundërshtari jon. Në mid e kemi edhe Dragon që po vjen me një lojë të qetë.
Being delivered right here, but of course, I guess the silver lining is the M4 is still alive. Might not be the case at the end.
Flatra aty me një pikë që shumë bukur arrin eliminimin e Dragon. Tjetë ende gjallë për një save tjetër Flatra. Por që kjo është tashmë një telashe e mëdha. Depression dhe KUNDER pra ishte dyshja e cila e hapi edhe raundin në B-side shumë bukur e gjeti atë kill të parë sinopsi me një one tap të Diglës së tij, por që në fund ishte lojtari tjetër i cili realizoi atë trade pra KUNDER. Ja hapi mundësinë edhe kundërshtarit tjetër Depression. 6-5 sikur të ndëruar vetëm një pik larg jemi ekipa jon ndaj armiqve iNation. Sigur se edhe më herët prap në hold këtu në mid me lojtarin Dragon e dy të tjerë në banana. Dragon në kill të flatrës KUNDER tek Erik gon KUNDER në double kill tashmë edhe tek Seneri. GX me vetëm një USB që është e pamundur të gjejë një eliminim. Genci eliminohet tashmë nga kundërshtari Kindo. Sinopsi me një M4 me vete, por që ka gjallë të gjithë ekipën. Kundërshtari iNation në City, pra ende qëndron sinopsi, do tentoj të paktën të ketë një double kill Cincja. E shohim se çka do të ndodhë deri në fund, sepse shumë shpejt do të jetë një rezultat baraz dhe një rikthim i ekipës kundërshtare.
Yeah, it's actually some really solid T-side counter-strike coming through from iNation.
4x3 on both sides, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, I think KUNDER relayed the information. I think
Sinopsi
in a pixel. Vaden turned his head.
Nuk arrin të mbjetoj më shumë.
Now, before
Gjithçka e barabartë.
Wouldn't mind a pause from BNE. Little tack pause, but we're having a conversation on the full buy.
Shikues të ndëruar.
In the sense that it's now a very even round for round affair. I feel like BNE. A little bit of a conversation before heading in towards the next might be something to work with. Good opportunity for Devil Walk to have a little chat, right? See what he can.
Tactical timeout pra është. Timeouti më falni i parë i ekipës sonë në Inferno sonte. Devil Walk do t'jep edhe një info për një ndryshim të strategjisë, pra na duhet kemi një lojë më të qetë.
Don't really give them too much time to work with.
Në vazhdim e tutje.
The CT side may say pause coming through. Conversations to be had.
Përfundon pra shikues të ndëruar edhe ky timeout. Jemi live. Raundi 13, gjithçka e barabartë, 6-6 rezultati. Dragon tashmë në entry për në banana. Seneri shumë bukur në hold me një molli. Afërti që po qëndron edhe Erik gon. Lojë agresive dhe nga ana kundërshtarëve e shohim Seneri aty dhe Erik gon me nga një eliminim të saktë. Tërheqje propa me njershme nga dysha jon pas double eliminimit në afërsi të wallit në banana. E shohim Velden që do të tentojnë ekipa kundërshtare deri në fund për një ekzekutim besoj.
They're shell shocked a bit. What do we do? One smoke and we're sort of already locked out of B. Do we then go and test the waters over towards the A side up a bar?
Me një tentim për te smokut nga pozita e Cityse që tashmë ka arrit të kalojnë në anën e Senerit.
Not got one left though. It's the key thing over on this B side of things, so they're going to try and stack up on top of each other. Technically, you know, you play the numbers game, you will be beating them out 3-on-2.
Blokot. Cityja ma smoke pra po lëshon deri në fund armisht tanë për një ekzekutim në B-side. Është depression në entry position me AVP është afruar. Shpresojmë që Seneri mos lëviz nga ajo pozit. E shumë mirë tashmë edhe pozita tjetër e Rigon. Do e shohim 25 sekonda. Rigon me një tentim. Nuk arrin dyshja jon të zgjejë ndonjë kill tjetër. Velden dhe Depression në hapje të raundit prapa atyre. Është sinopsi që ka arritë të futet në mënyrë të shpejt, por do të jetë rrezik i madh këtu sepse ende në hold qëndron main AWP-ja ekipës kundërshtare. Vazhdon flatron me një tentim eliminohet nga Velden. Sinopsi me një trade në KUNDER 2-2 kjo situatë. Depression shpoton sinopsin por jo deri në fund. Velden një me një kundër Gencit. GX me një pre-fire tentim ishte Genci, por që nuk arriti të gjejë edhe fitoren e këtij klashi. Deri në fund GX e shohim edhe njëherë këtë replay. Në fillim ishim shumë mirë me këtë double eliminim. E pastaj Velden që arriti eliminimin e parë ndaj Rigonit. E një flick shot ishte edhe nga sniperisti kroat Depression. Vazhdojmë raundin tjetër. 2 raunde larg pas përfundimit të pjesës së parë. Bllokohet midi nga Flatro. Një tentim prej Kintos.
iNation up to that 7 mark. It is going to be just a low buy for B&E. Smart call. They're playing for round 15, but it should allow iNation to guarantee a lead, an 8th at the very least at the half.
Nice find from Juan onto Juan, I should say.
Eliminohet tashmë edhe Seneri së bashku me Flatran.
Dealing very nicely, they're winning some big rounds here, getting some big moments and really going through the ringer on their favorite map. We did say, you know, the veto is a scary one. BNE maybe should have moved it to a different map. iNation maybe should have been careful with picking into Inferno because BNE are on a streak at the moment. They're looking to end that streak, of course, and so far, so good. So far, so good. This is really decisive stuff in the past 2 or 3.
T-side counter-strike on towards Inferno is so difficult to get consistent. And right now, iNation is a lovely hot streak. 5 in a row for them. Absolutely flying. And they're just working through the motions as well. It's nothing really too complex. It's very, very fundamental Counter-Strike being played right now where, you know, taking early better map control, using that to bait out CT utility, and they're just relying on the numbers, as we've already spoken about. Playing as this sort of this pack mentality where they know they can just gamble in towards sites, but regardless of who's there, they can just play the trades. Simple stuff, but it's working.
Kemi një ankesë të madhe pra nga disa Serb që nuk po i lojnë ekipën e BNE-s për shkak meje që i kemi lëshu streamin, po ju bojnë presion, po vjen edhe një mesazh i dytë. Pra ju kërkoj shumë falje, na duhet me vazhdu direkt në channelin e Relogit ose të Blastit. Këto e keni lojën shumë më herët. Pra na duhet me nalë streamin, ju kërkoj shumë falje, por që më mirë t'jenë marahat edhe djemt e të fitojnë lojën më easy. Pra në Twitch, në sërë që keni Relog ose në Blast Premier Official. A din qysh, po shkojna me stilin shqiptarski, nuk penalim streamin heq, se janë pra sërb, ata cilët po ankohen edhe kanë qu letra direkt, por na e kena drejtën sa i përket kanalit në blast, kështu që s'penalim hiq, po vazhdojmë deri në fund në mbështetje djemve, edhe nëse e marr ban nuk ka problem. Sonte du me nejt me juve deri në fund, përfundon pjesa e parë, do t'jemi live në pjesën e dytë shumë shpejt. Është vetëm një kërcënim nga Serbia direkt, pra sa i përket kanalit tim zyrtar, që mos me lon edhe djem rahat, po që trajneri Devil Walk na qoj tashmë edhe një mesazh direkt, mos e nalë tha streamin hiq se nuk ka asni problem, pra po bon vetëm si gjithmon shkijet me ato politikat e tëne, por që nas se kena njet me avet letrat, kështu që po vazhdojmë deri në fund me stream, edhe nëse e marrë ban nuk ka problem. Kjo është bëneja jonë prej ditës parë, jemi me Bad News Eagles, e do t'jemi deri në fund.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit. I think it's going to be a difficult one here. You know, again, it's brought the competition, which in these best of ones can be very difficult to deal with. They're down.
Kemi një technical pause, pra do të rikthehemi shumë shpejt me pjesën e dytë. 8-7 në favor të ekipës kundërshtare.
Pistol comes down, and if it gets converted this time around, right, I think that was sort of the big thing. BNE got off to a very strong start in the first half, but just let things slip away from them, and I think they will be kicking themselves in that front. They got caught up in the force by chaos. Timeout comes in, maybe it's a bit late. So
I think, to be honest, the big thing that you were talking about, which I think is the real telling point, was how iNation won the force by battles, right? It was so scrappy. The way you put it, it was chaotic, right? Messy, really scrappy Counter-Strike. And normally, actually, that plays into BNE's play style. As you mentioned, very aggressive. They like taking those fights, but the way in which you mentioned about them getting caught up, you could see, right? They needed that pause, and maybe even for the likes of Devil Walk calling it, a couple of rounds earlier, making sure they actually play for an eco, have a full investment before taking it back towards iNation, because they were going in with kind of one rifle, a few pistols, and trying to constantly compete against full buys. It's just never a nice position to be in at all. For BNE, that's how they lost the lead. They were 6-4 up and things were okay. 6-3 up, in fact. And then they lost to an eco and then tried to bounce back with force buys, and it was round for round for a little bit, but iNation walked away with the success and basically off the back of it the half. Just waiting to get back underway. Right now, hopefully, our tech issues can be sorted in just a second, and then we are all good to go. Either way, great little game we're getting so far. iNation, potentially, another upset on the cards here, but I'm not going to get too ahead of myself. It's still very even.
Well, I think what we're going to have to do, unfortunately, Neo, is take a break on this one at the end of the day. I think there is a little bit of an issue.
Ardhëm fjallë, do me thonë direkt edhe prej djemve, edhe prej trajnerit. Na muj me vazhdu me stream deri në fund këti best of one. Apo mapës Inferno, ndërkohë po vinë edhe reklamat e blastit. Kështu që s'ka na kam bet, vetëm t'lutemi për një fitore të madhe sonte, sepse nuk pranohet humbja kundër armiqve ton të përbetum deri sa t'jemi gjallë, edhe kur s'jena nipa ton do t'mju tregu historinë e sakt edhe me vazhdu 100% urrejtje. Do me thonë, më janë shkalu krejt reklamat e natës të këforit, ato foret
This time he's not gonna get denied.
Pa, ku t'ja bojnë gjanë ban gjosit, kush jamon e djema? Kush jamon e që s'ma bojnë ban, hajt. Ma mirë t'ja kry shty në spënzojt edhe najt dit tjetër, faleminderit shumë qati, respekt për juve.
Po, gjetë gjotë që morë ban. A po, bro?
O ja, të kishë. Është kështu shkallë, bisejtë. Ai do shim, lavija. Të bolla,
E kushon më ky?
po kisha në veç të lavija.
E pash, kushon ky?
Lavija më kohë.
Jo, be shta.
Po më kanë lip numrin e të shani shumë.
Po, gjotë që e morë ban.
Përme.
Po, valla, gjotë që e futën ban, vish që kur u bloku u koqit. Edhe e vrejta me njëherë.
Këshire.
Po, unë jam të folë. Amo, nalë qojna, ku t'ja njës loja, po, gjotësin se kemi. A, Twitchi rap. A thuaj a këthejnë mërmo, se komplet do këta marrë ban. S'po eksiston kanalë ti.
Po ku me gjetë lojën tash.
Që po thu, bro?
Ku me gjetë lojën. Relogi. Pa që.
Ku me dit?
Dek me t'i sholla.
Bangat mirë. Ty sa një du shë. Është normal që duk me vanu që ka shumë. Pjesa dytë. A shkakare bon. Inshallah. Me ta jem gjithë. E qysh kari, mujtën me bo bandë.
Morë, valla. Qjara.
I ka sho një flisht në fillim, ha? Sërbisht I ka sho. Zdia ki pa.
Po është zëtën.
Po, loj, se kam kështu në live, se masi I ka sho e kom që. I shojt I sërbisht, dy gati I shojt, tani ja tha, motër në tha, ja qifsha, dhe. Priti mu bo 10.000 vetë, si jam bo 10.000 vetë. Po gete ka shkru me në fletë. Jo, beso puna reportit, se I kanë ardhur alerta. Nalë live nëse e merr ban. Njerë këtu e nalë, vazhdoj ape. Sfolge. Shka o bo nuk e di. Shumë be ato ligje ka shumë, vara, tjere.
O bro, heq me kur farë ligje po leje.
Shkijeve ma, shkije, qia, familjen, pidhë.
Po mos mi rejt shkije të bro, e ke pa po të këqeja.
Lojën mush me këshyrë edhe që tu Dion, mush me këshyrë edhe në Twitch. Po loja alo nuk e ka nis. Kur t'ja nis, qëtu jem. Alo nuk e ka nis. Hajriz.
Po ja ka nisë bro.
Jo be bro.
Tet janë. Relog.
Qfar t'nis të bes ja ka nis? Qëtu ja nis?
Bro.
Bles për mirë.
Unë jam të këshyrë që ja.
Ku një të i këshyrë?
Relog, underlined EN.
Po. Ja pas ka nis, po dhe.
Let's go.
Хочется уже у Кинда выжить, он дал инфу о том, что...
Serbish me koka? Сербиш. Дюма полилен бот.
Не убей он единственного игрока защиты, то было бы нам все намного сложнее.
Так, ого, пауза закончилась.
Неожиданно для всех нас.
Me këshyrë së YouTube mës.
Драгон попробует ретейкнуть.
Se e ka një për kanal në YouTube e.
Наверное, уже все. Уже стоит уходить.
Она под напугалом двумя смоками их чисто.
Ave ka vi me nalë, bro, pa shërët.
Флатров будет играть агрессивно пунктом. Сейчас он прошел, промутился по 15 без информации.
Ka vi me nalë, se mu së ma bojnë ban. Vish mu ma bo ban që të live stream për shemull. А kështu komplet kanal në YouTube, ja?
Очень дикую суету будет наводить сейчас у нас под бойлером. Посмотрим, будет ли у iNation какой-то ответ на это.
Non-tet.
Экономический раунд от iNation с одним...
Me provu me o bo gjotë si unë, që ka po thuni, e?
Идут уже в сторону банана у контров. Как раз таки пытаются реализовать Галил.
Окей, ай, чао.
Подсадку на старте. Синапси проигрывает свою дуэль Драгуну, оставляет его красным.
Остаются все равно почему-то втроем на Б.
Да, флятов,
iNation после того, как спалили ган свой. Не верят они, что сразу разворот будет у БМЕ.
Вышли депрессона.
E vëmë të shtë pëmënoj, Kosova King.
Джон Флатрок ловить его.
Сейчас под флеш будет заход на банан. Здесь слепой
Кидаю
вместо
FITON.
GX. И еще и Синери находят. Вот это хороший мув от iNation. Ну тут БНЕ.
Вот они и остались, да, втроем под Б, реализовали свои позиции.
Да, не зря.
Агрессивный выпад.
Получается.
Ну сейчас будет тяжелый приемка у нас у двух игроков iNation. Спрыгивает у нас спиной Хуан Флаттер, ловит хедшот от Депрешена. Риган пытается задавить Депрешена, убивает его. Ситуация 1 в 2.
Ади, Риган.
Есть у него понимание, что два ластовых игрока идут с Б. Есть у них Галил и Калаш. Очень тяжело будет Ригану взять этот раунд. 39 хп у него, ставит он пачку. Спокойненько.
Вот,
Спокойненько, да, отходит за план.
первого заметил. Догадывается, что там оба.
Да.
Как они хорошо его растанцевали. Есть 9 для iNation.
Выигрывают эко-раунд с одним Галилом. Неплохо Драгон справился на банане, получил преимущество и реклик под флешку. Конечно, молодцы ребята из iNation. Грамотно сыграли на банане.
Просто Depression смог Хуан Флаттер затылок пристрелить.
Тянул еще время, пожил, и из-за этого успела прийти перетяжка с банана.
Да, тяжелая игра будет либо NM. Эко надо играть.
Swing it in, Kindo.
Четвером.
Да есть уже даже снайперская винтовка у Депреша.
Не попадают на быстром выходе. Пули 150-го.
Ну, ошибается Кинда на самом деле, может.
Nice find from Vladan there onto one Flatcher, left very low indeed. The AWP going to chime in here. Easy stuff, the nades have softened them up. That should be the round going the way of iNation. Then there was some hiccup at the start, but ultimately this is the way that it pans out. And Scenario going to try around the corner onto the AWP. If they could beat the AWP, it would be quite something. Nice shot. 2v1 on the site itself. And an AWP retrieve for GXX in the perfect hands. He does go down. Where's the other player coming from? Scenario on the Deagle. Gonna get the bomb plant? No, he's not. The nade is perfect. I thought he'd still have it, that nade, you know, above him, right? The nades can be really, really difficult to predict how they're going to do damage. Still, iNation moving up to 10, taking the lead.
Yeah, it's a good round, actually. It's pretty comfortable for iNation, which is what matters most, right? Get that control, keep it in their favor, but make sure there's not really kind of too much on implementation coming through from B&E on that low middling buy. Loving that shot from Vladan as well. One flat show, nothing you can do there. It's fortune, but it favors the bold. iNation first side to hit 10 in that double digit. That's being said. B&E now the full response, and that was just an eco, just a low buy. In comes the full one of their own. And Orpin played the challenge, the pressure, but it's Rig on for the first.
Nice find, getting aggressive, looking to burst off the back of that as well. They're going very fast in here. Good nade. We'll see a bit of smoke in the way, actually, for Rigon, so maybe it's not a good nade from the T side. They've bolstered the defense on the B bomb side. They're still looking to hit this B side of things on the BNE end. And there's a lot of bodies here. Going to boost up as well. Depression does eat a nade, as does Dragon, so we'll see. It's going to be a tough take. There's one up on the boost. Should be good indeed to secure a kill and just drop back off. It's kind of all over the place from BNE right now. iNation getting the 1v1s that they want. CHOCII goes completely unchecked. Just Scenario left on this bomb site itself. Meanwhile, there is Juan Fletcher on the lurking presence, but I don't know what he's going to be able to find. Surely they'll all just move around to where this bomb is at the moment. That looks to be the case. The bomb has been retrieved. The plant will come in. Oh, no, actually backing away. Because of how deep Juan Fletcher is able to get in towards the A bomb site, they're able to pull that bomb out. Juan Fletcher to keep them guessing, finds a head, brings it back into a 2 versus 2. This is what BNE are capable of.
This is huge. Juan Fletcher single-handedly turning this round right on its head. One will go down. Planted by Scenery, and now hard as the post-spawn set itself up. Did he go for deep-rooted? Or they stick around and try and play for the trades? They've got no real idea where iNation can come from. They know they can come from both mid and CT. They'll be aware of this. So they're hoping to buy as much time as they can, one in towards grave. That's going to be the huge factor coming through as Juan Fletcher tucks his head. Got a lot of time. It's working for B&E quite nicely. I think this round should be there. Spotting out Dragon. A lovely shot. And the pressure going to call it in a 1 versus 2 with the time so far ticked. That is the round going the way of B&E. And they're going to find their 10th round on the board. That is a brilliant turnaround from what was a round lost, essentially. One flat throw and 1 kill in towards Library. And opens back up again. A huge, huge round for B&E to pick up. They tie this game right back up. Most importantly, just make sure that iNation don't run away with the lead on the CT side.
Crazy, absolutely crazy. That's the mid-rounding we were talking about, how, you know, thick and fast they can play the rounds there on the B&E side of things. Will be their first rifle picked up as well. Not in super dominant fashion. iNation immediately calling for a timeout. Like this idea. Like this idea a lot.
Timeout.
But what is it? Quiet. Yeah, what is it they talk about though? I think, you know, how do we work things out on the iNation side? They don't have a lot of cash to work with. They're going to try and buy around the AWP, but really not looking good here.
No, I'd agree. I think for iNation, this is a very difficult conversation. It's a very crucial swing round, right? Take this, and essentially you break the economy of the other side. That's the big factor here. We've got the likes of iNation in a position where for them, Yes, it's a full investment. They've got nothing left in the back pocket, but they're bringing in a UMP and an MP9. Not exactly a dream and taking so much damage. Regan and CSGO will kickstart things with a U2. And hang on a second, I think Kindo's in trouble. He knows it. He would somehow get on a dodge. But they are being peppered over towards B.
Yeah, quad nade. 2 on car. 2 on the half wall spot. Quad nades coming in from BNE to kick the round off. Looking again towards this B bomb site, not really giving the game away just yet. They've got barely any utility to work with, as they have expunged it all in banana. Depression trained in. No flash to get him off. This could be really deadly to deal with. This could be really deadly indeed. Side smoke going to come in. Looking to play around that. Depression still sticking to this angle. Lurking presence will be deployed as CSGO starts to bail out, but it looks like they are moving in. The AWP, good for one. Kindo on high with this MP7. Molotov comes in from the CT side to keep them at bay, and they're just going to have to bail and go for a dry A play. He was hoping to get some rotators. CSGO denied away, and it looks very, very solid here, this hold, to be honest with you. Vladen hidden away in the corner. Good for 1, 2. Easy stuff for Vladen, and just Scenario remaining. They'll all go down to Vladen. iNation move up to 11.
This is a tight game. We said that was a swing round. That's a very important round to swing the kind of momentum back in favor of iNation, and a round for round affair. Breaking that T-side economy is huge, especially considering how bad things started off. The nades coming through from Rigon and CSGO finding the first, and everything was looking set up for B&E, but just time got the better of them. They're less than 30 seconds, and no real control through either site. Really well played from iNation. Oh, nice for the opener. Depression. He's so quick. He's hitting a couple of shots. He's feeling confident. And B&E are starting to hit a couple of nice bangers. This is getting problematic.
Rounds are really slipping away now. B&E, I think, not in a good spot. Not in a good spot at all. The buy into the next round is going to be terrible. Oh, man, this is really difficult to play from. iNation are just, you know, not walking on water quite yet, but they're getting close to it. 2 or 3 more rounds in their favor, and they will indeed look super, super strong. Ooh, collapse for Depression.
No.
Lovely stuff. He's just going to mow them all down. An ace coming in for Depression, plus the collapse. That's got to really be good for the morale.
It's a huge round. It really is. I mean, you're looking at those kind of eco low buys, and you're kind of just hoping for iNation it's not too expensive. Depression had a cracking round, though. Isolating fights really nicely. Gets a little bit fortunate as well with the collat. You take him. You will take anything. iNation is getting the lead to 2. 12 to 10, and things are starting to get a little bit uncomfortable over towards B&E. This is the moments where you call upon the experience of them playing at that upper echelon. You call upon the experience of Devil Walk, a fantastic coach we know can make a difference. And see if he can try to piece apart the puzzle here. The buy somewhat middling in the sense that the utility is so lacking, Scriv. I mean, look what they've got. A few flashes and a couple of smokes is not exactly a dream.
They struggled the last time out with the lack of utility as well, so it's again going to plague them into this round, and it's aggressive stance coming from iNation. They've got 4 on the A bomb site ready to fend off against this hit. Flash comes round. Great find from Depression. They're going to get ahead of all these smokes as well, just coming in from short. Very easy to deal with the setup that's here. Depression on the AWP continues to frag. What is happening? CSGO in towards the site. The counter flash is so sound. In comes Kindo through the smoke, and he will be the one to end the round. One Flatro dealt with, and iNation, they are within touching distance of the victory.
It's looking like it. A 3-round lead they hold, but 3 more is all they need to see this one in their favor. I was just about to say I want a amount of balls coming through from B&E. This is getting very close. It's a knife's edge right now where everything is panning out for iNation the way that we'd be hoping. And to be honest, there's one man who we really have to continue to talk about. Depression. Yes, he gets an ace in towards the previous round, but he opens things up, finds that first. Over towards short, and it just really shell shocks over towards B&E where they just don't know where to approach their fall. What a game we are seeing here. Potentially back-to-back upsets as well on the cards here. Having B&E versus Eternal Fire in the lower bracket would be a monstrous game to come through, and I'm 99% sure that most of us would not have predicted it. We came in towards this game both saying B&E heavy favorites. They're a super solid Inferno side with a 5-map winning streak. And my, oh my, are they being pushed the full distance. iNation's 24 maps played on Inferno in the last 3 months, really paying off in dividends right now.
Insane. Absolutely insane stuff. Another upset on the cards here, very decisively so. Earlier, man alive, we saw Eternal Fire go down. Now we're going to see BNE under threat, under heavy threat of going down themselves. And that is not the elimination game that I was expecting, to say the least. Craziness. They've got little space to work with to try and claw this game back. And it starts in the next round. Smoke bugged ever so slightly under the ground there. Love to see it.
Spam coming through. Dragon catching a big kill on towards Senori, a super important one as well. This is messy, very messy. iNation, man involved in the choice on the fadeaway as well, trying to get another pistol's being put to rest. They're 6 feet under. And flawlessly, it's looking like, unless we're doing a bit of magic, but it'll be seen off. A flawless round for iNation up to 14. Super important now. This is getting scrappy.
All to play for then in these rounds.
Razik.
One more.
Razik for
feels like iNation might get it done. Their CT side so far has been impenetrable. Some really dominant rounds coming in from them. And BNE, we talked about the predictability. We talked about, you know, the aggression being the only thing that they know how to make work. And again, like Eternal Fire, they're being read. They're being prepped for. And it shows.
Best of niche.
What happens, BO1s, you don't give the respect across. The upsets can occur. Juan Flacho, a long fight, but he wins it against Vladan.
This is the round. This is the important one. Dragon being tagged down. May intentionally have been hurt as well, potentially, may I say. Senori finding Dragon is the important kill, though. He will catch him. Down to 3 in iNation. Everything's starting to pan out. We call upon depression when it gets caught tunnel vision in towards apartments. I think now it might just be a call to save early for iNation. Hunter coming through. Rigo going to have a look for a little bit more damage. A couple more kills in the tally could be huge. BNE are going for a big hunt here. It's kind of risky, though. They don't have a lot of money. One Flatro will fall. But still they circle.
Yeah, Rigon, got to be careful, man. It becomes costly. It's now maybe a battle of survival for him. He gets forced out and taken down. Only 2 of them remain. That indeed is going to affect the buy into the next round, folks. So really, not questionable necessarily, but risk averse from BNE, and it will cost them quite massively. Getting some kill bonuses across for these 2 very rich players who are going to be able to drop, particularly the AWP to depression. So you can see it makes a big difference, especially on this comeback train that BNE are now on.
Dragon gets very unfortunate, gotta say, falling that way. iNation, couple of kills is a silver lining, but it's of course only that. BNE, that was a very, very important round. A somewhat needed round, but I feel like where we stand now in this game, every round is so needed. I mean, even still, yes, they're finding success. Yes, they're getting a couple more rounds on the board and chipping away the deficit, but even still, in terms of financially, there's no comfort there. Lose this round, could be iNation on 15 with BNE struggling to buy in to stop them. That's the thing that makes things oh so problematic. This is not even technically a swing round either, because iNation still have money in arrears off the back of their full buy. Very, very important round for BNE. They've got to get 2 consecutively now if they want any chance of getting comfort and potential to see us off in regulation. Of course, maybe the big OT might be needed. 14 to 11 though, and that 3-round buffer still in favor of iNation. Depression. GXX read him like a book.
Aggression punished. Is it something that iNation necessarily need to go for? They're still in control, but they feel control slipping away from them, maybe wrongfully so. Not entirely sure. Early rings coming off here. Oh, Kindo going to find Synopsy. The trade comes back in. 4 versus 4. Bomb headed towards A. They're pretty ready for it. They know that Long's going to be vulnerable here, though, thanks to the kill on towards Depression. Dragon creeping in.
Già smetterò da lui un po'.
Finds 2. Vladden behind him set him up perfectly. Absolutely wonderful stuff coming through. Rigon has got this long control. Juan Flacho's found Vladden, and down goes into the 2-on-2, but there's a player still towards the site end of things. It's going to be Dragon. He's going to give that control away and allow them the site, but Kindo goes wide. Scrappy fights. And they will be punished for it.
Tu I shkon domethën
2v2, especially with no
XHOCII,
look very doable.
si komentator
Is Dragon to do
po e mor
everything here. He can't get it done. Huge round coming in for BNE, and they bring it within 2.
That's massive.
Unë jam visto e bon display, Lojë.
This is what BNE can do. They can claw a game back in their favor. No problems asked. This is huge from them. And it all started off so well. And it goes back to something you were talking about, Squid. Do iNation need to go for those sort of peaks, those sort of aggressive, plays down mid? I would argue not. Maybe, if we see Depression, not go for that sort of play a little bit more passive, but the rest of the round pans out the way it did, it could have flipped the other way, and iNation could be sitting on 15 right now, but instead, they're sitting on a grim buy of XHOCII in towards the M4A and S. Aside from that, that's all they've really got. Deep nades coming through, bit of tag damage coming forward as well. XHOCII will be caught by the flash. Rigon has crossed, and Rigon read him like a book. Deleted. And he swings in front of the smoke as well. Going to try and find another Kindo on the trade. But they've crossed towards site.
They're in. Kindo not ready and will get taken down. Synopsy with the big frag of the round, dropping that rifle. So it will probably just be a save coming in from the other 3 on this A bomb site. BNE having to work for this. And so they should. I mean, iNation moving up to 14 should never happen. They're starting to feel things fall through their fingers, though, and I think they will. Panic going to set in. This is where the inexperience really makes a difference. Time going to tell. They'll lose another on the way out. AK's looking to hunt, but not too deep. Don't want to lose their guns either and give them away. But still looking for these frags.
Yeah, just
looking to see if they can make it. And
just
on the way out, maybe scoop up a rifle or
so.
Vladden. Talk. Well, there's one kill. The pressure, are you going to grab the gun? No, going to opt against it. Either way, not actually too bad. A little kill coming through. It is a round in which you don't expect anything really from iNation. Maybe the boosted player. We could have asked a little bit more of them. He spotted the arm. I wondered why he was so trained in on that boosted angle. It makes sense. The elbow was spotted on the corner. Also, Rigon. It's just pretty damn crisp. BNE breathing down the neck of iNation now. And my oh my, Squid, we've got a game on our hands. This one could go down to the wire and potentially even and some.
Certainly could, but we'll see. It's going to get tough. It's going to get very tough indeed. Flash comes around. Depression with a big frag. Or contact Flash. Depression's actually found both of them there. Big fights being won by the AWP. Nade going to come in. Decent damage. And they're able to back away relatively scot-free. Another nade as well. Leaves Scenario and GXX down and out. Not looking good at all. Flash comes round and blinds Depression massively. Just going to be Kindo on the site itself. They're trying to work with the time. Trying to get themselves in here. Kindo, though, up above. Will find one. Juan Flatro with the move round is able to take him down. 3 versus 2 with the UMP here pretty quickly. Big gaps in these smokes, but maybe that's what they're looking to play around BNE and particularly GXX. Going contact, it is XHOCII to win the fight with the UMP, though. Can you believe it? And now just Juan Flatro, the only one left. Nothing left to speak of. Just Juan Flatro, 50% HP. They know vaguely where he's going to be at. There's only a few spots that he could be at this point. They don't have any nadage to flush him out. He finds one smoke going to go down, buy him a bit of space here. They've got to come in together. Oh no, it's nearly found. Is there enough time on the defuse? I'm not sure. It's going to be awfully close here. There's no kit for Dragon. There's no kit for Dragon. I think he just has it over the line though by the looks of things. This is so close. He's just got it just before it turns white. 15 for iNation.
Jesus, that's close. Credit as well, Juan Flatro in towards New Box. He gives it a good effort. In a 1 versus 3, half a second more. We've got a completely different story there.
Kosova King, po du më të bën mod.
It's going to be iNation up to 15. Mapping by a technicality series point and the rest of one in their favor, and another upset on the cards in Group B. And that would knock B&E down into the lower bracket game against Eternal Fire, a rematch of what we saw towards the CCT LAN finals. My oh my. What a storyline developing here. B&E now playing for OT if they want to take this best of one and remain in the upper bracket.
Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Really scary stuff coming in from the likes of Dragon and the boys. And one last Hail Mary for BNE is all they've got in the tank. No utility. It's simple A stuff coming out. Synopsy will get Dragon off of the top angle. It is again a weakened defense coming in. Decent nade down range. Will be the first kill onto Vlad and Choiv. Also going to fall on the flank. Dragon can't do anything. And BNE simply but successfully make their way in towards A.
Yeah, that bomb going down is huge. Oh my gosh, GXX. Well, Kinder knows where he is. Kinder going to find one opting for the pistol. Unfortunately, running out of ammo in the FAMAS. There was potentially an opportunity to make it a little bit more expensive on the way up, but the depression will park up. So BNE push it to 14. What a game we're getting here. What a game. But the most important thing to me, Scriv, look bottom right. Look at the funds. They're not good. BNE going to poke around for a little hunt as well. GXX will fall to the hands of the Pressions. The AWP, at least remaining alive. No one else nearby to test his waters. And he will stay afloat. My, oh my. I feel like overtime's needed here. These two sides inseparable, but BNE just got the slightly better funds to work with. The buy on their side too. There's a little bit of loss bonus for iNation to work with, but I don't think it's all too formidable. So realistically speaking, the buy could be pretty middling with her in towards the likes of FAMASs. And yeah, it is going to be exactly that. FAMAS for Vladen, Dragon, Kindo, and Choiv just pistols. I think we're going to need an extra set of rounds to see this one off. The full 30 may not be enough.
Deserving of an overtime, of course. You know, that is exactly what we want from this game. But at the same time, we'll see what the move is. It's once again the heavy utility barrage that comes through. Flashes are effective. 1-for-1 trade, not quite good enough. It's going to give some of that control across that the, CT side wanted. And Choiv tried to get out. He burns to the Molotov. But they're backing off. They're looking towards A, and this is where the big guns are. I'd say you just gamble on this, to be honest with you. Get that pistol across and just hope for the best, but no indication as yet. As soon as that smoke comes in, maybe the rotation. They are not moving fast, though. Depression going to find one. The rest of them through the apartments. They hear two sets of footsteps. 3 versus 3 directly. Oh, and Depression's moving away with the AWP. They've been read. The panic has set in. Really smart move. It looks a bit like a lurk, doesn't it? It does just a bit, but we'll see. Depression going to go info gathering towards Banana, and they don't really spot anything there. Very, very slow from BNE, winding the clock down as much as possible. Going to see, yeah.
It was already looking done and dusted, dead in the water. And somehow, some way, they found a second win. Where it looked like iNation running on fumes. Hopefully for them, they're able to rekindle a bit of that flame. As we get OT started in just a second. Cracking Counter-Strike.
Yeah, absolutely, man. This is really what we wanted, you know. We weren't expecting too much of a competition out from this one, but BNE definitely not bringing their A-tier game to this. And I think they will be very disappointed that it, you know, has come all the way, but at the same time, they'll be happy that they were able to scrape. iNation, what, 14-11 they were up? Feeling like they probably should have cleaned it out with a scoreline like that. You just have to forget about all that now. The game comes back to the neutral when we're in the overtime. You have to make sure that you don't let regulation come into your head. And the one big thing is the money, right? We've yet to see an overtime out, so I'm not 100% sure how much money we're going to have for these teams. But ultimately, you get all that cash injection. iNation will have less to worry about in that sense.
No, that's the big one. And it's going to be the question coming through. And we just get another way in just a second. It's a toilet break. A little toilet break coming through before we get the show back on the road. So, overtime is needed. A good opportunity for us and the players as well to have a little break. You know, have a little breather. It has been some electric Counter-Strike up to this point. But we are ready to rock and roll. BNE, of course, continuing on that T side where they found some really good form in the late stages. And surely that could be enough for them to continue heading in towards overtime. iNation, they need to find some magic. I found a little bit of form because these last few rounds have been pretty dire for them.
Well, here we go. It will, by all accounts, be the 12.5, the going rate at this point. Couple nades, ring down range, do some decent damage to kick us off in the overtime. Nothing too much as of yet. Once again, you know, just keeping the attention on the A-bomb site.
Well, bit of that utility being dropped in towards top mid. A triple stack, technically, if you count Vladden as well, in here. Kindo playing anti, the AWP playing contact. This is going to get messy the second the util drops in.
When is that second, though? That's the question. Kindo goes hunting for information, comes away with a kill, gets loads of info for them to work with. The trades are good from the T side, though, bringing it back into a 2 versus 2 doable round. Rotation's going to come round from the CT side, slowly but surely. They have been firmly smoked out, and they might just get cheeky, going to try and boost above it, and it would be a great idea here. Bomb plant going to come in. They can't deny it. Can't spot anyone. GXX will be spotted. Can he be finished? No, he can't. Just escapes. They'll be kicking themselves that they do not find that frag. It looked like it was up on a platter for them. GXX blinded up. Molotov comes in. Meanwhile, Juan Flatro goes so fast here around the other side that he doesn't even believe that he's able to get away with it. Crazy stuff. Choi's not picked up the kit. He's going to try and go for a quick one onto the bomb. Smoke goes down. Fight comes in. Can't quite find it. Left very low. Going to go for the hold here. Surely Juan Flatro finds him. The bullets all around, but eventually one does land. And just by the skin of his teeth, Juan Flatro will find 16 for BNE.
That's huge. We talk about, you know, over towards BNE. The likes of your Rigons, your Juan Flatros can all step up in terms of their hero role. And while, yes, GXX has been a little bit quiet, Synopsis, the IGLs are not really looking towards him in terms of the fragging department. Juan Flatro's making up for it. 29 and 18. He has been emphatic. Kinder's had a lot of impact. I've got to give him credit. You know, he continuously is making BNE uncomfortable. And if he had found a second there, I think he wins the round individually. They're all if buts and maybes. BNE take the first round in OT. Get ever closer to that 90. They're continuing the good run of form on that T side as well. Which, as we mentioned, it just feels like it's B&E's side. They're such a T-sided team, but for such a good reason.
And they will have been here many times, right? The pressure on overtime is something that they will not be foreign to, is the big thing. So I think that they are very prepared for this. And it's showing. It's really showing. Solid stuff. As they keep putting up the numbers and keep putting up the frags, they've got the banana control in this round so far with the nades round the corner. Good damage done to some of the A players. They'll be happy with how this is panning out.
Oh, Choif, looking like he might be the first point of contact as he spammed the smoke. Gets caught by the flash. Depression going to be tested. Missed shot as well. That might cost him his life. A couple of missed shots too. Uncharacteristic from Depression, but he will fall.
Still Kindo at the back of the site. Still got to deal with him. What can he come away with? Nothing at all. GXX drops Dragon on the backside, and now Vladden with a deep smoke is kept firmly at bay. Will find one. Taken down to very low indeed. Follows the traces to pick up Rigon. So he's given this his best try, and it's not looking too bad so far, but a lot of levels to get through. They'll smoke him off once again. Where does he go? He's trying to find something through the smoke. It's just not going to happen for him. Onto the AK. You don't really save in overtime. You might as well keep on trying here. But Vladen, unfortunately, with the bomb ticking so low, it's just not going to happen for him. The fight's not coming his way, and he's just sort of forced to save as his only option, really.
Yeah.
And that'll be 17 for BNE. They are actually stringing them together pretty massively from regulation.
Yeah, they are. They're doing really, really good work. If you can consider, as you mentioned, that those latter stages of that second half and then where we stand now, this has been a really good T-side run of form. BNE are in control massively, and iNation falling apart. I'm not liking where we stand right now. iNation, they should have seen this off already, and the fact that now we're at this point, the BNE got the gap to work with a 2-round lead. They're only 2 rounds away as well from seeing off overtime. iNation will be kicking themselves. To be so far, so close yet so far is a horrible predicament. Credit to BNE. As you mentioned, they've been in this position time and time again. They're on a 5-map winning streak, looking to make it 6, but Kindo is flying down mid. Look at the space he's got. It's a great flash for 1 and for the second as well. I spoke about Kindo's impact. There it is.
Massive stuff to maybe give iNation their first round. Van Flatro going to find him. Big fight for Dragon. And catches Rigon trying to lurk around. 4 versus 2. And they are firmly kept at bay with how deep those frags came in. They just have no option. Really don't have anywhere that they can go that's safe, to be honest. We'll see. Choi Von loses the fight, and he is the lone B defender, so they're going to get themselves in towards the B bomb site. What a thing this would be if they could find it. Is there a CT smoke available? I don't think. Okay, they got it down as I was looking across, so there is one there. Nice nade to do some damage. However, the bomb plant, oh, it's so close. He will spot the head eventually. And so just one Flatro against 3 would be a hell of a clutch. If he could find this, goes through the smoke, gets 1, but Depression finds him on the way out. And that'll be iNation finding 16. So not the death sentence of the 3-0, but still down by a round.
And funny enough as well, OT panning out in the kind of the same fashion that we saw over towards regulation. Both sides, well, so far, BNE are slightly better on the T side, but it's very even. 2-1. Reminder as well, it was 8-7 for both teams. They got 8 rounds on the T side, 7 on the CT to get us towards this point. Can iNation bounce back and continue this run of form? It's a great round, that really is. Kindo, I've been loving his impact. He is single-handedly at times been pulling this side to success, and the pressure, of course, for the AWP hitting a lovely couple of shots. And Vladen, every now and again, when we ask of him, he'll guarantee his kill. 29 and 20, he currently stands. Second overall in terms of the leaderboard, just behind Van Flatcher's on 31. He hit that 30 bomb. BNE need 2 rounds on C. Kind of alleviate a bit of the pressure by having a double orb to kind of help him just lock off a little bit, kind of, fewer angles that he's so cautious of. Nade's coming through. Right now, no real decision. They've got control towards top mid and towards top B. So at the moment, iNation kind of go either way.
Very quiet here in the mid-round. They're just winding that clock down, looking to execute out onto a bomb site. Late smoke comes in, going to keep Vlad in a bay. He doesn't really have the option. Then in come the smokes. There's only 2. They rotated 1 away. They thought it was going to be a B end. It's not a B end. Flash comes around for the AWP. Nothing coming. In on the site. Nothing coming. Down goes GXX. And iNation with a statement round here as they burst out on towards A, easily making their way through the defenses.
Well, what do? I mean, trying to get a little retake here is so difficult. There's no point in saving. Flatcher parked up in towards library, hoping something comes his way. It's CHOCII for a double. That's brilliant. In towards Moto. The control, perfect. And Rigon all alone, back turned as well. And advised against his Kindo's round the corner. Might still be a flawless round for them, and it will. A flawless round for iNation to tie this game up. That's a statement. We haven't seen iNation on the T side for quite a while, but they've come into it for the first time in, what is that, like 18 rounds? And it looks as fresh as ever.
Very worrying signs for BNE that they can't even make it competitive. They obviously throw everything at it because they've got the cash to work with. But it will be difficult for them if they lose this round. You can see the money's gone down, and especially for GXX, it's way in the bin. So a lot of worrying signs coming in, if you ask me. iNation, this game now feels like it's swung back in their favor ever so slightly. You know, when you get to overtime, it's these little tit-for-tat moments that really make the difference, and that is one of them. A flawless opening T round is just so good.
Molotov does a little bit of damage on towards Dragon, but that's not exactly a problem. Right now, 17 apiece, and they're just staying far clear of the nades. Only really Depression has taken any sort of noticeable damage where he has to be concerned, but of course, Yorpa. Doesn't matter. I have a little peeking towards Banana. I'd advise against it, but GXX gonna fall off the angle. Probably the smart decision too. He gets caught by the flash.
Easy pickup so far. Slow and easy once again. Rig on. Now towards mid, going to be the first defender. Flash comes around. He doesn't spam, he takes a little bit himself, but he had the pick of the crop on that spam. Just decides not to go for it. Juan Flatro, Flash comes in. He's good for one. Bladon going to find Synopsy and Juan Flatro. Rigon gets aggressive. Oh, they can't deal with him. Down to the 2 versus 2. Such an important round here to find 18. It's going to be a safe plant coming in from Dragon. And Depression on the orb goes hunting. This could be huge. There's going to be one round the corner in just a second that he could meet in the form of GXX, who comes out on top of it. Flash goes round. Depression opting not to take the fight here, just holding the safe angle. Unsure, and it could cost him. Scenari with the peek finds him. It's all down to Dragon. Doesn't know where the second player's coming from. They're both from short. Scenari takes his head clean off. And that'll be the defuse for BNE. An 18th and a second overtime secured. A bit of BM for good measure. In fact, a lot of BM.
I love it.
From
I love
Scenari.
it.
Yeah, we do indeed. We're here for it. Yeah, of course. I mean, going into what could be the final round.
Exactly. It's one of those things as well for Scenari. He's in a fantastic clutch coming through. In a really good retake from BNE, all things considered. But that's a tilter. To lose that 2 versus 2 in a post plant for iNation. Scenari just making sure that they know what sort of pressure they're on. He's adding even a little bit more as well. Tilt is never a good thing when we look towards these sort of long, marathon, arduous games. And if Scenari can add to it, it's all part of it. All part of the game. And I'm all for it. 18 to 17. The question is now, ladies and gents, do we see this one here? Do Bad News Eagles find the last hurdle and find 19? Or is double overtime needed? That is the question on the cards. And still is quite a tough one to call, of course. You know, it is OT, so plenty of money to work with and a full buy to come out in just a second from both sides. Where do we fare? Where do we fare? The trend that we've set so far is a very slight lead in favor of the T side. So many things to play by. iNation looking and hoping that things continue on that trend. But BNE want to break it up.
Utility going down to just keep them at bay. This is a very aggressive round coming through. Juan Flatro kind of needs to get out of there. Down will go GXX. Juan Flatro finally manages to find a kill as a player in towards pit as well. This is a really tough setup to beat, and it looks like they won't. 2 remain against 4. Bladan from the apartments trying to wrestle his way out here. He can't win the fight against Juan. It's just going to be down to Depression to do it all, and he can't get it done. 19-17, and the victory goes the way of BNE. Oh my goodness, what a slog it was. A messy game from both teams involved, but ultimately it will be BNE to come away with it.
You know, being honest, it's an expected result in the sense of BNE take it, but in the fashion they took it, not at all. I mean, what a game by iNation. I think, you know, we've really got to say commiserations towards them because they put up such a good fight. There's a reason that this iNation side are at the RMR. I think a lot of people are questioning how they got there. That's proof in the pudding. They've just taken one of the best teams in Tier 2, probably arguably even the best team in Tier 2, and one of the better teams in the world to overtime and very close to double OT as well. Credit to them, a really solid performance. Massive moves, mental fortitude, ability, longevity, BNE take it. Fine margins, but a win is all that matters. It's a best of 1, and there's no room for error.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
ja, och i FITON på
game as well, though. You know, that's absolutely what I love to see, just a game like that going all the way and having some exciting rounds in there. They might be messy, but it does mean, you know, there's a lot of excitement that comes through from them, and ultimately a really, really impressive showing from both sides. BNE, as we say, the way that it should go, but it is in a very sort of surprising kind of manner, and we'll see. That opens them up now, you know, they've got this winners game coming up, and VOYVODA may well be able to take them tit for tat as well, probably going to end up on an Inferno for that one, so, you know, it really does show some scary signs. Nonetheless, folks, that's going to be us for a little while. We've got a quick break. When we're back, more Counter-Strike action coming your way.
Veç një lojë kon, po më veç një map edhe fitore për bënes. Nëse doni me e pa lojën, mundi me kthy live-in te fillimit. Më kon shumë lojë derby. Best of one kon që po thotë edhe Kosova King. Kalofshi mirë edhe jo. Unë mas një pauze të shkurt, kthehena prap live. SHKIVE ka e nën. Kush s'mund mi shash kjetë. E përshëndes Elin Elixin. Përshëndetje për Elin. Kalofshi bukur dhe jo. Dëgjohemi për pak.
I don't know. I'm still leaning the way of favorites in this one. I can't say clear favorites anymore because they should be the favorites to take this, and ultimately we're expecting big things out from them once again on Inferno. If they can get the CT-sided start as well, that's where they had a little more prominence. You know, I think that unfortunately they let themselves down ever slightly towards the end of it, but at the end of the day they were able to take things in the overtime. So we'll see. It really is a keen competition between these two teams, and again, just the one spot available, the pressure it feels like is always on these teams, and who's going to crack is the big question.
And the fact that you've got Aurora and Cloud9 on the other side, they're waiting now. They're watching. And this is the big thing, is that Aurora and Cloud9, they'll be sitting at home. They'll be waiting and watching these games and saying, right, who are we coming against? And what sort of preparation can we go into towards tomorrow's best of threes? Not even now, of course, the best of one. So then it really becomes very, very hotly contested, especially that lower bracket as well, right? And this, of course, upper bracket game, winner of this, tops the group, locks themselves into, of course, tomorrow's action, and will take on, actually, Aurora. We already know, because Aurora's second seed over into his Group A, so they lock themselves in. So that's who they've got ready and waiting, and I think there's probably a good expectation that Aurora, maybe even Starrix as well, the coach, is sitting at home, watching this game, seeing who their opponent is going to be, so they can get preparation done tonight and tomorrow before it all begins. So interesting times, very interesting. I think B&E, like you mentioned, the favourites coming in towards this game, but Eternal Fire are also the favourites coming in towards the earlier game. We know how that panned out. Like I said earlier, though, the only difference for me between the Eternal Fire game, who are a very methodical, cool, calm, collected side, and B&E, is that B&E and Voyvoda have mirrored playstyles. And I think if you're going pound for pound, you got to go with B&E.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's got to be the choice that you make with this one. But we'll see. We shall see. When the chips are down, when the game gets started, it is a very different beast. The game is live here going into the knife round, of course. And as we said, it carries a bit of weight. Not too much, though, in our minds. But the players, I think it's always a nice start when you get to pick your side.
Exactly. That is it. Knife round, of course, to begin. It's an important thing. I think for B&E, what we saw in towards the previous game at the very least is that their T side was actually a little bit more consistently formidable than their CT side. They got 8 rounds of the half on their T side. They were able to see things off relatively solidly. So even if they were to lose a knife round, I don't think it's the end of the world for them. Thankfully, things are actually looking pretty good. I think it's looking like they're going to start on that CT. Oxygen will find one. But it's a quite comfortable knife round, all things considered, for them. So B&E win it out again. And I'm assuming we'll see a similar fate of where they head on over towards that CT side. But what are going to start on that T side? How will things pan out? Both of these two sides, more formidable in my eyes on the T. So maybe it could actually play into the hands of Voyvoda. Who knows?
So the question becomes now, you know, Voyvoda have had this time off. They've had time to cool. Will they still be able to bring an A game into Counter-Strike here? We'll have to see. I think they need to make sure that they're nice and warm. B&E, we know that they will be for sure. Ready and raring to get into this one, though. The pistol getting kicked off. It's just a little utility portal by Voyvoda. That's all they're after at this point. And meanwhile, on the other side of things, we've got flash setup with the kit for Scenari. No Julies this time around, so a different pistol setup for B&E.
Red Star. Already got a good amount of space. Nice flash. 2-player spotted close. Dreaming on the other side of the map, finding success. Red Star still remaining here all alone, finding the first as well over towards top banana. Things can get messy here. He's tapping away. It's a great flash. Oh, Red Star, brilliance from him. Can he make it a third? He's going for the knife, in fact. Red Star, what are you doing? No, don't do it. And he will finish it off with a pistol. He actually could have got the knife, in fact. It's messy, chaotic, scrappy. But as Voyvoda would find a first round flawlessly.
Starting as they mean to go on the Voyvoda side of things. I'm sure they'll bring some of that scrap into the future rounds as well. But yeah, really, really successful stuff coming through from them. Ultimately, no contest in the pistol, so I think B&E kicking themselves slightly. They don't get the strong start once again. They are going to be on the back foot. They played a lot of that first game on the back foot. They were on the comeback. It was 14-11 at one point, and they managed to get the overtime and then the victory in overtime as well. So they'll be used to this sort of position. They don't want to be in it any longer than they need to be.
That's it. Well, Voyvoda, double Mach 10 for them, getting already a little bit of space over towards apps. It's setting up towards A. I gotta say, not exactly a good call here. It's a gamble stack by B&E, which could actually get them some success. They're flying out, and Bubble falls to his death. It's a gamble stack which is working well. No way. Already 3 kills.
Same story as the previous map. This is how they found their first round against iNation, was off the back of the 4-spy win. And BNE have done it again. They must have a great start when it comes to 4-spy breaks, because that was so damn clean and a great gamble coming in. Very, very predictable stuff from VOYVODA. BNE so ready. And, you know, it really does speak to the fact that I think they're going to be prepared for what they're playing up against here. Just because, yeah, 4 on A is one thing, but all 5 with hardly any info to work with is just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a masterful call, I gotta say. CHOCII, take a bow, credit for him. Gamble stacking with that mixed buy, and he walk straight into it. VOYVODA read like a book, and that will completely flip the script. Red Star, the only lone rifle. The T-side in towards this round, alongside him, just pistols. It's going to be difficult, but of course with that in towards the previous round, and BNE shut us up pretty quickly.
We'll see here, though. They are fending off against a pretty scary buy with Red Star leading the charge on the Galil, particularly in towards that B bomb site. They only have the SMGs over there, so, you know, these armored opponents are going to be difficult to mow through. So they have to watch themselves. They have to watch themselves very much so. In comes the charge. Ceneri will find the first. However, they've gone towards CT to try and take some fights here. Red Star going to find success. Ceneri on the 5-7 gets himself another, but it's Rigon who goes down. The big frag. 2 versus 2 then for the retakers. They've got a quick one in Juan Flatro coming through from Banana. He has been heard, though, and they're just looking to keep the pace as high as possible and trap them in the positions they're in so they can't get into a decent post plant. It's not the best setup, really. Oxygen very low at first orange. Red Star finds a frag in the off angle, though, and now just Juan Flatro left to deal. Double peek, and they'll find him. Beautiful stuff coming through from VOYVODA. Incredibly ready for the fight, and they get a force buy back of their own.
Force by Wars are ready and kicking, raring in fact. Already. Great work. This is exactly how we saw things pan out against iNation. And to us, you'd expect BNE to answer right back with one of their own. They did it a few times against iNation. The question is, do they now take a little bit of a break off the back and maybe go for that low buy? More money to work with towards round number 4. They won't have loss bonus, of course. Built up in any sort of steady state. So it might tempt them into a big buy. Seeing armor picked up. When Flatro got an upgraded pistol too. Rigon could technically buy in towards a rifle if they really want to do as well. But is this the right call? Because VOYVODA, look at that. That's a conclusive buy over toward that T side. First pause called by VOYVODA off the back of round 1. My oh my. Early control as well. Probably going to go the way of the T side, just banking on the fact that they have the better firepower, the better run of form in terms of what they've got at the moment, and of course, Econ to work with. But as expected, BNE come in with a force buy of their own. They love him.
They do indeed. It was a late decision as well to go for it. Juan Flatro is still just, you know, holding on to the 5-7 that he had. Not really full spending, not getting all the utility out. Rigon, flash comes around for him, no one playing. Oh, aggressive smoke comes in. And secondary flash could have had a frag off the back of it. Meanwhile, Rigon just trying to play aggressive here and hopefully catch someone through the smoke. It's not going to happen. They're going for a boost up to get the first frag. It was watched for, but he comes away with the kill anyway.
Already, now, an opener huge as well, considering that Synopsis got in behind. Surely not another force buy. 3 in a row, it's asking too much.
Red Star goes down to GXX. Another opportunity for GXX. It will be robbed. However, the A-bomb site has been left very vulnerable here. Thank goodness they sort of rotated one in. AK going to be retrieved as Synopsis made his way back over. He will go down. Maybe goes a bit early. Ceneri trying. He will also fall. And somehow they are pulling off the impossible. Unbelievable on the A-bomb site. They've brought it back. And now it'll just be Rigon remaining when it was looking very good in a 4 versus 3 situation. Maybe briefly a 4 versus 2 as well. Madness, absolute madness. Rigon going to give the situation up here and just save the M4 that he's got. VOYVODA. They will find themselves 3. They will survive the force buy that looked like they were going to lose. Massive, massive round.
VOYVODA I gotta say for them, they get very fortunate that things pan out in their favor. It gets mighty close. Only one staying alive for them as well. It all started to fall apart very, very quickly. Thankfully, they're getting a little bit of control towards the A side and are able to get that bomb down. Once the bomb goes down and the pressure flips, because it was really on a knife's edge for a matter of moments, but Bubble made the difference, stepping up. And of course, the big man, the leader, leading from the front. He sent the 2 for VOYVODA. Bit of a gap, bit of breathing room, considering especially that for B&E, that was that forced investment. And VOYVODA will know that they just don't have the money to work with in towards this one.
Okay.
Still though, anything it feels like is possible, especially if they can get Rigon activated.
0% zonën se thash.
Quick fake out on towards the
Nuk
B
jam
bomb
pin
side.
pari. Tash e kanë me VOYVODën lojë. E fitun po, s'dia e po, a kanë rrella.
Have all the bodies here, but they do
Jo,
have
marrë
the
me shkije kem të
M4
lujt.
in tow.
Këta bulgar.
Name of the game is what they're going to do with it and what it's going to be able to find on the site here. And they will work themselves slowly but surely on the VOYVODA side of things. They understand the position they're in and how important it is to get this round cleanly. Flash comes round. Rigon's giving himself a smoke to work with. Another flash comes in, trying to get aggressive. Rigon only good for the one. Trade out easily. The pack mentality of VOYVODA is too strong. The flank is in. The flank is thwarted and taken down. So that is that. VOYVODA move up to 4 very early doors.
Yeah, that one's more conclusive. Granted, right, expected, just considering that B&E just didn't have anything to bring to the table, but we've already seen these force buy and pistol rounds be a little bit shaky from both sides, where, you know, the much better firepower has maybe slightly struggled in a way that which they wouldn't. That's conclusive. That's the sort of statement we're looking for. VOYVODA starting off very, very well. They've always loved Inferno. It's been a kind of a home of Bulgarian Counter-Strike for a long old time. We already saw one upset today. Potentially another one on the card. I'm going to get too ahead of myself just yet. It's still very early doors and the money's already been in check for B&E. Now we get to see what they're all about. A full buy to come out for B&E coming toward the next. VOYVODA going to be tested properly against an actual full investment, but most importantly, a chunk of utility to work with. Speaking of, deep util towards Banana, but Red Star avoids the vast majority of it. To relay some of his own. Rigon, close and personal. I think me giving up.
Synopsy. We'll find an early frag here. Oh, the trade attempt from Oxygen actually finds GXX. Pretty crazy stuff. Down goes Rigon though, so he's back into a 3-on-3. Red Star just going to entry by himself over on to B. Ridiculous scenes. And I think the A player is just going to defend and go for the save as VOYVODA find another round out of nowhere.
Question marks coming through, man. Big time. B&E, they look a little bit shell-shocked. VOYVODA just taking the pace to them. I'm liking it. You know, sometimes when you come towards these games, you have two teams that play very, very similar mindsets and very similar sort of play styles. Hyper aggressive, both, you know, really, really emphatic on taking control, taking early engagements. These sort of early kind of rounds being found and momentum being delivered by VOYVODA can be all the difference. This could be enough. They just build up such a deficit. Things look very spicy going forward. I don't know. I think B&E need a call. I think they need to pause, right, and just have a conversation. Right now, they're not getting any control in towards this game, and I think things can become very dicey if they continue to let this game play out on this current trajectory. They've got to take a break here. Try and ice out VOYVODA. Try and cool them off because they're red hot right now.
Brilliant stuff from Red Star on the entry. It will be a tactical timeout taken here from B&E. Yeah, I mean, icing them out is one thing, but at the moment, the way that these rounds are going so thick, so fast, you have to get rounds on the board. I don't think the mental game is going to affect VOYVODA too much. They were probably expecting a timeout to come in, to be honest with you, because it has been dire from B&E, that previous round in particular. Madness, absolute madness. VOYVODA coming in with a statement so far.
My oh my, B&E, 6 rounds played, 1 has gone their way. Not exactly the position you want to be in. There's many questions as well how much VOYVODA were watching in towards that previous game. Maybe, you know, the Inferno was all part of the plan. They understood that B&E, in their eyes, maybe looked beatable. And right now, most definitely do. This is very good indeed. Early Utah coming through. B&E. The buy for them, middling. In terms of the AWP and the M4 and order the AWP dropped. Will be scooped up. Not a good position to be in. That's healthy nades.
Really big damage coming through. Synopsy up close and personal with the 5-7 could come away with one, but surely gets dealt with quickly. They were ready for him on the angle, but he does find the frag. Any protection for him? Unfortunately not. Dealt with. Rigon on the AWP. Oh, just find a wallbang. Taken down eventually. Juan Flatro also dealt with. Poison stays cool in the 2 versus 1 there at the top end of Banana and gets Voyvoda number 6.
Red Star.
Flames. Avoid that's 5 on the trot. 5 in a row. Oh, this is not nice. Not a good position for B&E to be in. And once again, like we said, we're calling on the likes of, you know, Synopsy, Devil War, the brains behind the operations. We're trying to figure out a way back into this. So far, the CT side is struggling. And granted, B&E's best side against iNation with their T side. That's really most of their best work. They got better win percentages there. But right now, the C side is lacking, and it wasn't that bad. Over towards regulation, at least they at least got 7 rounds. Rigon will find one insta-traded.
Ela ka në moshën mesatare 25 pikate, llogarit. Kate needs a drill spot.
Molotov goes down. Uncharacteristically slow round here from Voyvoda.
Timeout.
Understanding how important the situation and, of course, the position that they find themselves in. Where do they go? It looks like it's going to be a B hit coming through, but Scenari debating, sticking around. Something pulling him back towards the B bomb site would be correct. Smoke going to go down before any utility seen from Voyvoda. Got plenty of time to just wait this out. They're going to opt to go through it with that smoke coming from CT. They'll be able to cross in quite easily here. Get the bomb down in just a matter of moments. Molotov comes through, makes life a bit awkward. Quick boost up here, but no frags netted. They know there's another player now in towards CT. The bomb going to go down 4 versus 3 in their favor. As Scenari tries to back away, but gets his head ripped clean off. Voyvoda keep on winning rounds.
Once again, another save coming through. They just can't even make an attempt here. There's no way. Voyvoda are so aggressive, so strong at taking these early fights. And B&E constantly just looking surprised. Every single round we're seeing Voyvoda just go in fast. Taking early fights, they don't care. They want to take it right to them. They want to rely on the mechanical prowess, their aim duels, and they're winning them. It's the right way to play. You know, the age-old moniker for aim broke, don't fix it is really in fruition here. Because of Voyvoda, every single round they know they can just fly in at B&E and force them into really rough engagements. Granted, a little bit of luck coming through. We'll admit that. A couple of shots with the smoke going the way of the Voyvoda side, but is luck even a real thing? Who knows? Or is it just good preparation for Voyvoda? That is 6 rounds in a row for them. They are loving life in the server. One more round, and they guarantee a lead at the half. And to make matters even better for them, B&E don't really have a buy to respond.
Fast B play coming in once again from the T side. Nades ringing down range. Will leave a couple players tagged out for the worse. And they try and return them, but to no avail. Although Bubble is left on 50 HP, so there's small differences here. Red Star going to get his head picked off by GXX on the AWP. It's not a bad way to start this round. They've got an M4 in there to work with as well, so this is not totally out of the question just yet.
Well, like you said, definitely not out of the question. Of course, no gun scooped up and one flat throw. Speaking of guns, his dropped. Streamer, ice angle to hold. The M4 should have no problems being relayed to other hands. And of course, the Molotov 2, which does help.
Flash is coming round. They're so blind on the entry. Scenari going to drop bubble. I believe that's also the bomb that lands at the feet of the CT side, and they've got late info of Scenari runs out of ammo, unfortunately, but a huge round coming in from the pit area. Poison on the AWP. Quick scopes one. Needs to pull off a reload. Hasn't checked his ammo in a little while, and it will come back to bite him. A force by win for BNE. Puts a stop to Voyvoda's absolute tear that they've been on.
They needed one of those. They just needed one of those weird, janky rounds to try and swing the momentum back in their favor. Brilliant. You know, GXX did have a great game in towards that proof run against iNation. I think overall he was actually the lowest rated player. It really was a poor performance from him. Thankfully, he's finding, you know, early bits of form and he's trying to make that up now sing a little bit more. Again, it's been slow starting for them, but to be honest, that's been the story of BNE so far in this game. GXX can start finding a little bit of form, and then the others like Synopsy, Sanary, Flatshow hit the shots we know they can. Then it's seriously game on.
A lot of money to cut through though. Voyvoda have built up some good bank. It will start slow into this round, but again looking to burst round the corner. Rigon was thinking about a solo move, gets taken down. Bubble goes fast and he goes wide to take Saneri. And that's got to spell a save from the BNE side of things. Voyvoda again just bursting in, individually based, but super effective.
Saneri's got to get one there as well. Let's not beat around the bush. That was a belabored spray. Big whiff and it cost on the B site. And actually could still remain to be kind of costly. Oxygen is lurking. Bomb will go down. What's the call for BNE? Did they make any changes to the position they're currently in? Two players here, in fact. Oxygen and Dreamer. Are they going to play trades? Synopsy. No idea. They sneaked their way out. And this is becoming even more costly. And not only are they losing the round, they're going to guarantee they lose a half. And Dreamer's hitting shots like that, making things all the more expensive. GXX tucked in an off angle and hoping, praying he can keep the big green in play. Oh, they've heard him. He's going to die off the time.
Yeah, he certainly will be picked off. There will be a couple kills that come in thanks to that bomb radius being ridiculous. Hello. Absolutely miles away from the bomb site there, if I do say so myself. Nonetheless, they make the burst work. And Voyvoda immediately back on the board is not what BNE wanted. Another timeout got to be required here because this is getting dangerous. And indeed, there will be a timeout. It's almost as though I cast the game for a living. Nonetheless, Voyvoda really streaking ahead, and this is terrifying to see.
You're spot on though. I mean, it just is such a necessity. Really, really needed. BNE, it's just not comfy. Nothing is really going in the way that they want. Right now, the question of the buy, I think they will full buy in towards this. You know, GXX and Rigon, over $6,000 they got to work with. So worst case scenario, they can drop one over. But it's the question of how they're going to do something different here. I mean, how are they really going to make this work in their favor? It's a double AWP setup. That's going to be the plan of action. Double AWP setup and then no buy around it? Hang on a second here. Now, this is rogue.
Don't ask me, dude. I guess they still have some spare money to work with. But, yeah, this is something kind of weird. And I don't know if it's going to work, to be honest. GXX takes the peek onto Poison. He was expecting a boost. They were expecting, you know, something fruity into this round, but so far not so good. And the opportunity at the trade is thwarted. GXX playing pretty lucid right now. Could be difficult to pin down.
Vlad just took close that 5-7 at that sort of range. I'll always talk about it. Has the one-shot headshot potential. Flatshow going to show his presence, and now they'll be cautious of him.
Bubble. Working his way around through middle here. Should be in the distraction player, as it is going to be a B hit once again. They found a lot of success over here. Rigon on the AWP is very, very ready. They might not be expecting him. Well, there's no might. They're definitely not expecting another AWP to be in play. Maybe they read that, you know, the AWP of A's move towards B, and they will play it careful, but we'll see. I'm expecting some dry swings here. Ooh. That's exactly what happens. Rigon drops another. What a ridiculous round to be winning here. At least that's the way that it looks. There's a player on high, and Saneri rings true. Easy stuff in the end. Not a single frag goes the way of VOYVODA. BNE with the wildest buy that we've seen all tournament long, and they make it work.
It's a ridiculous round to be winning, but it's just the BNE way. That's BNE fashion if I've ever seen it. It's some quick shots though. GXX1, this second shot from Rigon is lightning fast. Great round picked up. Well, what a game we have got on our hands as of right now. BNE up to a third. Yes, the deficit is still pretty large. It's a 5-round buffer that VOYVODA hold. Just finding that round with a double AWP investment, it would just give them such confidence, allow them to play their game. Teammates coming through. Red Star down to 81, but he'll continue to push down towards top car. And already, VOYVODA not too phased by the lost round. He's going to shake that one off. Right back into it. The similar way to taking all that map control.
Hoping that something crops up here. Not going to happen, though, because they are playing the passive setup on that B bomb side. BNE, look, man, they're doing well to find that round, but they have to string some together, and that's something that they have not done yet in this first half. So time is going to escape them if they're not careful. These rounds are still so valuable, and we still need them to go the way of BNE to recover this half.
Red Star më duket këtine ja u delojnë bro.
Chunk of damage. Actually,
Shedi.
for the most part,
Të kanë më lëmë herët për hajgore.
very
Për shembull.
minimalistic. Takes 2 points. It looked on
Red
target.
Star në këtine VOYVODAs.
Time is off, yes, it's 30 seconds to follow towards B now. Rigon, we know what he can do.
Oh, the smoke gets weird for him, though. Unfortunately, Poison was trained on the angle and able to take him down. Scenario going to be spotted round the corner. Not quite as good as you think it is, that cheeky little angle on the pillar. I think it was maybe King a while ago. He made that one known. Either way, a 5 versus 3. They do have bodies here quite quickly. If one Flatcher can find anything, if anything comes his way, maybe they go for it. But I think they are more on the save side of the equation.
I agree.
And indeed, that looks to be the trend. So really not looking good here. VOYVODA continue to get the rounds back.
Yeah, it's sort of save / try and make it expensive. And it's only going to be expensive for them. One Flatcher will fall. It's looking like it will be flawless. Everybody's staying alive. Unless a couple of players might force the bomb. The radius is pretty extensive. But now they've got away far enough in just enough time. So we're all well and good. VOYVODA, a flawless round to find their 9th. And we've had 2 very close games. We had 16-30 to VOYVODA.
Yeah.
Took down Eternal Fire on this map, and of course the map we've just seen of BNE versus iNation, 19-17, went to OT. This one's looking one-sided. None of the other games had this sort of aura about them where what we see from VOYVODA right now, they just look unstoppable. None of the other games like this.
No, that's very true, actually. VOYVODA in full control on the T side is really crazy to see. So we'll find out as the rest of this half pans out and then into the second half. This is to be believed here, whether BNE fans that'll all be out there in the corner of their team. VOYVODA coming back from the dead ever so slightly, some of these players. Thought it was all over for Bulgarian Counter-Strike with Fiend and Skade, you know, stop finding success. You'd be wrong, because they're still playing stellar Counter-Strike.
Auction jumping down. In towards spawn. Looking over towards B, it's the right call. It's only Senary here. He's had his moment, Senary. He's going to be called upon. They might even play contact. If they do, he could be in a real troublesome state. In comes the flash. It's going to catch him brilliantly. Over towards CT, he falls, but Popple is just too quick.
Oh, and Poison going to find another one as well with the AWP here. Sealing in the deal. Dreamer gets an AK kill. And very quickly up here, they're going to try and give it a go on the banana attack. They're frustrated. GXX in for 1, but that's all he's going to get. And they will be written off. They should have a buy into the next round, but VOYVODA hitting 10 very quickly here.
This is ridiculous. I mean, what an affair we're seeing here. Credit to VOYVODA. We'll continue to say these guys dark horses, underdog kings. And this kind of, you know, similar
Vjeç,
play style,
Inferno,
mirrored compositions they like to come through in terms of the way they set themselves up. Everything is falling in the hands of Voyvoda. They're two sides who prefer the T side, so there's still definitely the lifeline there of B&E will at some point go into their much preferred T side of Inferno. However, we do have to start thinking about that question of, is it too little too late? Right now, in this position, at 10-3, I mean, this could be an even further massacre going forward. His sandbag's cleared, not properly. Rigon gets one, made that two.
Nice move coming in, Voyvoda, trying to test the water with a super fast one. Doesn't go well for them. So they will be forced back pretty heftily here on towards the A site itself. Oxygen. Planting the P, GXX with an off angle, surely going to be unexpected here, and it's a left eye as well. Really difficult to win this one out.
I know.
GXX gets off it.
They still look
short play, and well, Juan Flacho is ready for them to come his way. He's going to smoke down to make sure that he can survive as well. Poison does not have a chance. I think he's just conceding the round, looking for a save.
ADHD happening.
Poison, I drop the AWP, pick up an AK as well, to try and make it expensive on the way out. They're all hunting him, they're circling the sharks. Smell blood in the water. See off Poison. Will the AWP be picked up? Doesn't make a difference really. To be perfectly honest, they can't invest into one. So I guess it didn't actually end up working for the best. They're dropping the AWP and they're trying to make things expensive with the AK. Doesn't make a difference overall. The B&E will find their fourth. Still already, no matter what B&E do on the end of this half, only make the conversation that potentially Voyvoda might have done already quite enough. Having at the very minimum a 5-round lead heading towards the CT side is just huge for the conference.
Yeah, you'd expect so. Decent nade lands on towards Bubble. So it will be a good start for B&E. They're trying to worm their way back into these rounds, and it's been very difficult. It's been very, very hard. Oh, and we've had Synopsy drop out. That is the worst time. There's already damage done, so there's no way the round can be replayed here. It's going to be a 5-on-4. Thanks to the gods for Voyvoda. GXX just spotting around the corner. Flash comes in. They will be smoked off and calling for a bit of help on the defensive.
Timing just horrific for B&E. Just when they needed a bit of security. Rigon trying to fall away, and all he'll do is lose his life in the hands of Red Star. Now a 3 versus 5 ensues. Henry's caught by the flash, a messy spray, a laboured one. And one which doesn't deliver kills, it's falling apart bit by bit.
Looking more and more likely then 11-4 at the turn of the half, especially after the T side. Yes, it's a more even map, but that's still a surprise to all of us involved. Voyvoda will dominate the first half. B&E could not string them together. B&E could not bring their A game to it, and Voyvoda will continue to surprise, taking down internal fire earlier, and now looking likely that they will take B&E.
Yeah, honestly, right now, this is just dominant. What a performance. What a performance being put up here by Voyvoda. We've got to give them their credit. You know, we came in talking about, we've always acknowledged that Voyvoda are underdogs. We always know that these guys, dark horses, have the potential to pull off these sort of results. But B&E were the, on paper, you know, the pundits' favourites, so to say. We know they're good at this map. 6-map winning streak, like we were just talking about. A good slog against iNation. A long game, but all in all, a well-controlled one, especially when things got out of hand. But this is too far out of hand.
They might come back.
Deficit now. I'm worried. 7-round buffer is not exactly a pretty position to be in. If Voyvoda find a pistol, this one is done.
64 people are watching. Oh,
if
64 people watching.
Exactly.
B&E though moving into the Lions' den.
What
Really
do you
scary stuff
mean
at the
by
top end
that,
of mid
man?
here. They've got to be careful around the brackets.
So
many players ready for them. They're not going to fully commit. Rigon starts going around the corner. Does manage to find one. They might have read the stack though, but it's too late. The bomb gets dropped. Poison spins around to survive. And suddenly, 4 versus 2. They have to find a way back in with these Glocks. Down will go another. The smoke in the way to make sure the scenario has no chance at fighting, and it's looking like Voyvoda will find themselves the pistol. Unbelievable scenes here on Inferno.
Unless Senority has a bit of magic in his pocket with 39 points of HP, a Glock, a smoke and a flash. It's going to be Voivod up to 12 in what has so far just been a massacre. Oh, Dreamer see it off as well. 2 kills to his name. 3 for poison. 2 of them absolutely clean house. 12 to 4. And now I can probably say it's good that I feel like this one's dead in the water. I feel like it's done. It has been one-sided. And potentially we could talk about other things as well, about, you know, maybe a little bit of fatigue off the back of what was a long and arduous inferno previously by B&E. That was a long game and then towards the OT, and a very kind of mentally draining one as well. While for Voivod, they've had a bit of time to rest, bit of time to kind of recoup off the back of their quite close game. And they just look fresh. They really look fresh right now.
Katër house. Shpes një njësta, shpes. Kja I shpatripi.
Well, just going for the hard eco then to get the AKs out as soon as possible. We'll see with this one, you know, the Glocks go charging in, they sometimes find success.
They always come back.
Just got to be careful, really. Really, really quiet here. No one moving. I think they're just stacking in the apartments, hoping that someone comes their way to give them this free frag that they so desire. And I don't think it's happening, boys. I'd get out of there and maybe just try and find some action elsewhere.
Agreed. Very much agreed. All goes quiet. Waiting. But what for? What's going to be the cue for them? Oxygen. Going to be the difference maker. Maybe if they go for a rotate, the dive out of apps. When Flatcher's going to try and find him. Trying to spot him out. They're crossing towards short. Now things have become messy. Never mind. Comfortably cleaned up. It's when Flatcher all alone.
He's trying to peek
I think he should follow the same fate that has fallen brethren. 13 to 4. A 9-round gap. What a massacre we're seeing here.
I think Juan Flatcher found a burst kill, which is hilarious. I don't think those pull off very often. Maybe we'll catch it here on the replay.
Bro. Multiply.
Let's see. Oh, we missed it. It's all the CT-sided kills. God damn it. Either way, 13 coming in for Voivvoda. Very, very scary, and I think, you know, this kind of scoreline is just the game in and of itself, to be honest with you. Let's see what B&E can get done. We know them as a bit more of a T-sided team, but this is just a crazy comeback that they require now, and I don't know that they are capable of it. I don't know that many teams are capable of it, particularly if you lose the first round. We're going to be able to learn the Flash. Super effective, though, from the T side. Showing them how it's done. They've certainly got the chops. But a lot of damage done with those nades. Oxygen has to be careful here. Synopsis tracking him. They're going to move around and very much so bank on the B-bomb side. We talked about the mid-rounding from BNE. Here it is again.
Synopsis wrapped. And he should have found the kill, but he doesn't. Molotov comes through as well. Dreamer causing problems single-handedly, trying to stay alive. Couple of taps coming his way. They know exactly where he is, but Senario will follow suit. Reno coming off. He's been given the luxury of it. One Flatcher caught by the flash, but overlooked. And he's somehow alive for a matter of mere moments. XHOCII will fall on the best opportunity for B&E to get in towards this game. Falls apart and SHKIVE. I mean, nothing is going their way now for B&E.
Yeah, Dreamer really playing well there. Just a couple bullets, you know, sent down range. That's all they really needed. They were quite low, so playing the pit position to perfection. It cost them everything to find that first kill, didn't it? And Synopsis, yeah, will be beating himself up. You see what Dreamer does later on in the round, really, and just buying the time. Amazing stuff. Voivvoda, keep it coming, and it will be the half buyout from BNE, you know, the hope still alive slightly, but really starting to dwindle now.
I think hope is kind of lost in their eyes as well as it's kind of in ours. Senority trying to take first contact here. Bobble falls at the angle, it's probably the worst time. Tagged it towards Red Star too. Only a small amount of damage, but enough to be notable. But Red Star reduction onto right back. It's just too easy.
Far too easy, mate. Far too easy. Red Star will be on the other side of the smoke, ready to go, but there's nothing coming his way. And they will just back off then.
Far too easy. Far too
5 versus
easy.
3. Of course, not really expecting all too much from being in this sort of round, but we were just sort of hoping, you know, a bomb plant would be nice, give them a bit of longevity in terms of the cash, potentially for a GX in towards an AWP, but they walk straight into Poison, 2 to his name with the AK, and Rigon will follow the same suit. It's Dreamer who cleans it up, and it's another flawless round. That seems to be the story of the CT side. The amount of flawless rounds that VOYVODA have walked away from, they're just not even remotely being pressured. There's just no sweat off their back at all.
Honestly unbelievable the way that this one's gone down. If you told me VOYVODA was going to beat Eternal Fire, I would have laughed. If you told me that they were going to beat BNE 16-4 potentially, I'd say you probably need to be put away. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. But we're here for it. This is what these types of tournaments are all about, and the best of ones, as we said, anything possible. Nice find from Poison. They are so confident right now. He just runs in completely dry. The fact he's allowed to do that, BNE, the tilt factor starts to come into play, and I think they will start blaming themselves slightly as to how these rounds are going down. There's been a few silly kills here or there that really do make the difference, bro.
Gotta agree. A lot of rookie errors creeping in. I smoking towards top car as well. Just completely shunted the idea that BNE were trying to get there. They were trying to take top car control and off the back of that maybe punish one of those B rotate players. But no, they're smoked out. Now they're forced to, of course, bide some time, but also expend some util to reclaim it.
Just faking out towards A. There is 2 ready to go here on the site itself. Boost finds 1. Ooh, Red Star goes down a little easy maybe, and they know exactly where Bubble is at as well. Got a smoke to work with to just give him a bit of space to play around, try and get a reposition. If he can find one more, that would be ridiculous. Onto the USP, just out and out looking for the fight. Still, he does the damage. You see the dink land with that USP. All Bubble, baby. And now a 3 versus 2 ensues with the CT smoke going down. The bomb has yet to be planted. 25 seconds to get it down. Can they even get out? Can they get to a good spot? I think the bomb's been spilled in a really awkward position here to try and get through. Rigon to save. Not going to happen. 16-4 for VOYVODA. Are you kidding? What has occurred? What has gone down? Absolutely mental scenes out on Inferno as VOYVODA make mincemeat out of BNE.
What a streak at the end there as well by VOYVODA. It was just really good Counter-Strike coming through with everything played into their hands. I think for BNE, we've got to ask questions. What happened? What a capitulation. You know, they were very, very solid against iNation. Went the full distance, went towards OT, and then against VOYVODA. They were so prepared, and I think we look towards that veto, and it's the same argument that's said against Eternal Fire. Yes, I know statistically, BNE are very good on Inferno. They like the map the same way Eternal Fire did. But what you're doing is playing against one of the puggiest, one of the most aggressive sides in all of Counter-Strike in Tier 2. We've seen it in SHKIVE. We've seen it in Fiend. And you're playing them on their home ground. The puggiest map of all, Inferno, the one that relies so heavily on aim duels. And it just plays into the hands of VOYVODA. Yes, pound for pound, and you know, player to player. BNE definitely have the kind of the bigger names, the star value names. However, name value means nothing when they're not hitting their shots. It was a really, really solid game by VOYVODA. No respect shown. They locked themselves into a game against Aurora tomorrow, which is going to be very spicy in those best of 3s.
Yeah, that's just it, isn't it? They make their way through to the BO3s, kind of unbelievable. Maybe they could have done it in the decider game we'd give them, but even then, just absolutely insane that they're able to do that. Of course, not it for BNE. They will still stick around. Of course, there is that decider game coming down a little bit later once we've got the losers game out of the way, which can be our next one. But yeah, surprise all around VOYVODA with a great game coming in and super impressive stuff from them. Great to see, and Bulgarian Counter-Strike back on top maybe. Nonetheless, we've got a break to take here. When we get back, it is iNation up against Eternal Fire.
I'm very disappointed, my bro.
Pasi. But ja hoop ik zei Misschien gaat het doen. Maar we worden genau.
Als je naar man
Dat je gaan met 4 meter nou. Maar stret dit.
Nou goed, je hebt
A most për tjetër është kjo. Ka më loj sonte. Bëneja nuk ka më loj sonte. Do një farë pune, bro. Ja, pak. Në më do të me shku me kry. Shka do të ndodhë me gjocin? Shtrohet pyetja.
Jam bo bajat,
Se s'to pik pyetje plitorit 5.
Not
do me
man
konë
is
nga
big
qishë
for
vëna.
us. If that gang is what I trust.
Kosova King, me kanë, qysh tek.
So, bro, Arnold. So të mbobe fejsiti për ma qetë që më ka im dikush në to, holy crap.
Qoja
Holy
email,
moly
Ajsan, qoja email,
guacamole.
spjegoja problemin, qoja email.
Po pritaj marë mi o shkru në
Do
aty.
shumë të baba për në ty tash. Më ta thirë
You
mjeshtin e
cannot
ujt
kill
për...
since you're already playing a match. I'm already playing a match. Fuck that match.
Ku po me nesh me një të tërë njerë? Po. Eternal Fire me iNation. O më bën reja ku? Qëto e që janë këj dhe më thonë?
Tu full verbal abuse e kam fejsitin u dhe nashta për qëto.
Po thot, kush fiton për ishtinëve dyve?
I bje me lume bënejna?
Po, sot, që ku bo update.
Really?
Ose Eternal Fire, ose iNation. A ku ka me një mapa, kjo?
As not man is beef for us. The gang is what I trust.
Jo,
So-
inshallah fiton iNation, apet I mujna pse ja.
Refresh game stats.
Se
Këto.
puna e këtyve Eternal Fire shumë
Your game stats has
Shumë
been
kërkanista.
successfully updated.
ta
Since
shohni
I
kush
did
fiton,
my shit happening.
cilët fitojnë.
You cannot
Po peqesa bro,
since
unë
you're
edhe lojën e
already playing a
tyve,
match.
ku t'ja nizëm ama mas 2 minuta.
O qej, ka bëne kush në chat që më më nimu për që të sen?
A muni në kush me një mu për fejsit, një shokit tem.
Nuk po mban.
Nuk po të
mban.
me loz. O bro, po ty vjen të ka gëllish dyshysh, s'po t'ja shumë
O,
problemi
bro.
është taj.
Qërëm për pëj sëllë për ma chat. You're already playing a match, but you cannot kill since you're already
Sa
playing
po
a
një
match.
isha?
Sa herë po I?
A
Even though I
24
changed the
bro, sa
password.
shtë lyna sa
Stuff.
fejsit.
Po,
Ti nuk
Dennis,
po të
ti
I bo
më show.
fejsiti.
Your account, po I të accounti.
Ko për të akonti për të që të lujt, dikosh. A në fakt kjo nuk o të lujt hiq. Po dhe, shkoj që unë bidham, shkoj email, shpegoja me foto me sene. Qoja emailin edhe prejt për përgjigje. Se ti që sa ki këtë problem. Pa e nënën.
Del log out to the
E
hand.
thë,
You're
6 majtë
I
bëne, I kera shpull.
tried that shit
Ija I ka thonë o
100
berberisa.
times. That are like just much.
Qërë live bro. Qërë që sen? O, po del log out, po I në apet, po apet që e problemi njej.
Still the same shit happening 40 days ago.
Ju ka gëllish.
Në specialin e fejsit të ri.
Për me e kja?
Fejsit të ri, po. E këm qelë, po se tia sa I s'më nga.
O, burë t'ja, ki problema I pia ta shra me shka. Som të morë vesh, s'po të kapishi, bro. Pas ka probleme serioze.
Sigur të shkijtë më kanë hinë në kanë.
Po, be bro, sigur, 100%. Jo, sigur, po 100%.
Uaj... Po që në mënë.
Faj dhe I ka shoh gjotë, ja. Vishë që më kam live se I kje po. Farë qame o ka po. Sti me nëzirë letën edhe mi shoh rend.
Gjotë si më dhe
brut, edhe shkruaj një email problem edhe... Po pritoj. Ka e po, okej. Po, mirë ki, ma sop ki me qenjë të ri. Se nështë është besaj që ki lukë që qëmë, fejset.
Jo, mërë level 2 shim konë.
Sa? A një dhe, level 2, shoh level 2, vynë 2 shka për me da level 2. Start the Q&A, shangus. Provo pa fejset. Me hi, me stinjë ves normal.
Po, ashtu, bro.
Ashtu o të I bon. Ashtu po luna për dit.
Ashtu, bra.
Like, djema.
Like, share, please subscribe.
Like, share, subscribe.
We need 30 likes for tonight, okay?
30 like a person të edhe. Kosova King, shruaj hajde 30 like a person të, ta baj pin.
I lutem 30 like a person të, please. 50 like a edhe janë reqi qishme në Arnold të qme.
Ej, mjeshtri, ti mjeshtri, avokat, s'ko player. Mësus. Zjarë fix. Johnny Sins. Vajti përlesh fejsiti. Cilin një të ri, pa pakju, pejtani.
Hajde 30 like ati views-a, që me me shikus. Hajde 30 like ati.
Bëneve se VOYVODA and pool edhe kjo shkoj. Sa për...
I forgot my Steam account name or password. I am not a robot.
Pes për që një kanë qëllu. Shkam jo bon. Mod ma të fort, kinë qatë. Ti e moderatori parë, bide. Tash mas 2 orë, për normal. Qëton Kosova King që e kom bon është moderatori parë. Që duhet baja aty, bro. Po ta fos mod, pëse?
Like, subscribe, please. 50 like a sonte nëse I bona ju fkallëzëvo. Qishme në Arnoldit janë reqme.
Së të mrejl, t'i shka.
Le pak të bordi vinë.
Entitetet on fire, bro. Hajt, po alos ja njës. Let me see. A me e shkru titullin e on fire vs iNation, e? Hajt pe shkruj pja qina.
Traffic lights. A di ku jam moderator nëse hin live, Arnold?
Ha?
Te Game on Albania. Atë... Game on Albania e kanë këgjë, I kanë 2 subscribers, I guess.
Unë jam të kë, Ademi Knej.
A di që I bësha Ademit Fortnite, pasha zëtën, I hisha live stream, a I në loj, bësha I gore me të temi.
What the
Bus.
fuck?
Ademi
Is
Knej.
this?
What in the hell is happening, bruh? Pussy not mine is beef for us. That gang is what I trust. Don't argue, we don't bust. Like,
Ka overpass ka me lujt, e.
Kina me dig.
Kena me
Po që s'dek njëri me kitë marrë po dollë.
Të strama të killë të gjoj. Po thua, ta këshyri me Alvan.
Qa shtot.
Jam kon të Al Kings, bro, për se më në tjetë, jam të hek.
I don't care.
Te unë më stakari, se edhe mos me kanë akti.
Do t'i si sa vept.
Overpass, shabo.
But you're not mine, it's
Pak,
before us.
I'm liking that we get to see a bit of variation.
Shqyri, di shka se po më interesën, di shka.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Hold up, wait a minute. Who the fuck are you?
Wait a minute.
Wait a
Who are
minute.
you?
Let's see.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
E kitë sigur për nashta kur t'i bëj milionat. Që s'dodh kur mi ba, po. Qysh jam i pari? I pari kime mbet. Kyse nuk ndron ky fakt. Unë e veç po e lqoj, ty që dush ba një love, bro. Se më duhet me shu poshtë.
Shka poshtë, shka.
Do më thonë ti më asigurojsh punën e lafit.
Una?
Po.
Okej.
Andashta ki qef me o bo mute.
Po s'po shkruan kërkosh, nobody's texting on us.
Pa që shkru në e gosh, Kosova King jaut ne e besoj.
Kosova King. You about to get rich, bruv.
You about to be the best mod ever. Niste di watch. Ja bro, alo se nisi.
Alo së mbëjka më real, së mbëjka më. Valla jam, pas për mbën. I don't care, have it all, it's me there.
Bro, check your snap, chat.
Good day. Wait, hold on. Aha, holy crap.
We gotta get to 1,000.
Let's get rich real quick.
100 herë 1.000.
A kena më bot famë shumë, bro.
Të famë shumë jemë, bro.
Ej, what it? Stairs.
Ti ndroj s'to klapa, bro, pëse s'pëm pëlqenjë. Piqes si klapa...
Because you're not mine, it's big for us.
Klapa të
The
mesme.
gang is what I trust. O aluva. O stimin e nonës, po pse i të ma bo... O vla jam, se po ma bani këta muë.
Ma bani këta.
O vla jam, se po ma bani kështot.
Pse ma bani bre kështu? Bëneja ka fitu. E ki edhe në titull, edhe e ki në description, edhe që më në për ta thamë stash. Bëneja i ka qi shkijet, Gjoci e ka marrë ban, do me thamë. Gjoci ti ka jetë konti për momentin, Gjoci nuk nuk gjindet në i pari. Gjoci ti ka jetë konti në Twitch. Inshallah e këthem, se me bo mas me këthy. Qia rëpt. Aja qilë tjetën, po.
Ja bojnë bana, pat.
Po, kundra VOYVODA e ka up. Bro, I'm about to leave. Që edhe ja nisi loja.
Look impressive, we'll see. We're getting into the knife round though. This is where it really starts to matter, of course. Eternal Fire would love to get off on that CT side and start very CT side of map for them in particular. And, you know, some really close ones at Pro League, if you cast your mind back. They played Fnatic a couple times on this. And it was very close indeed. They did lose out, but I think they will have been putting the work in.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting game against Fnatic, that one. Things looking pretty good for iNation. Oh, okay. There's 2 versus 1. No, never mind. I tell a lie. Kindo. Great from Kindo. 1 versus 2 there. The night for him. Means that for iNation, they get their choice. I'm assuming it's going to be that CT side start. This map it's pretty brutal at times on the T side. A lot of teams do struggle to get that consistency when we look towards the T side and overpass. And while stats don't really weigh up as much, just from the eye test alone, it always looks so heavily weighted over towards that CT side. So for iNation, start off there, and they'll be in for a good run of form. Eternal Fire gonna have to pug it out on towards their T side and see if they can find a little bit of form. We saw them do it against Fnatic, as you mentioned, Evil Geniuses as well. Some decent caliber teams coming through. Once they're ready and rearing, get the show on the road.
Yeah,
One
I
has
think
just dropped out.
a player indeed drop out on that iNation side of things. He's back. He's back. So we're not going to be waiting too long, which is good. Hopefully get everything all sorted into the game. You know, we've had a few technical issues across the course of today, haven't we? After a quick one yesterday, we've been a little plagued for today. So perhaps a later finish for everyone involved, but that's all good. We're all about the Counter-Strike. At least that's been happening.
Exactly. We are about the end of the way. It's looking like it's going to be that CT side start for iNation coming through. A ton of fire on the T side. As we get this show on the road. Best of 1. But it's a lower bracket. It's do or die. Lose here. And we all she wrote it. We will no longer see one of these teams continue with the possibility of going towards Blast Spring.
A lot of utility bought up here. XCloud going to be the mule for that. Magic, meanwhile, has got himself a P250. So that's about all we've got to write home about here. Aggression coming in from Dragon, trying to find an early face, but he is scared away. Julie's in at Monster. Not going to be flashed off. Oh, the Julie's come alive. And that is the round. Where was the flash? They just decided to go charging in on the Eternal Fire side of things. They had all this utility to work with and just didn't expend any of it. Not even one.
It makes me question as well whether, you know, XHOCII does have a flash and he was in the vicinity, whether the comms were cluttered or something, because I feel like one flash from XCloud, that's a round 1. You know, P250 falls to the angle, the site player gets overwhelmed, it all falls apart. P250 at range trying to tap away the pressure, taking the contact, wanting to take this fight. Still knows he's here. He will be tagged up as well. It's not really going to be too big of a problem. I think it's safe to say this one's still looking pretty favorable over towards iNation. They're 2 versus 5, especially with only 35 seconds on the clock.
Any damage they can do here would be good. Depression going to find another one then, as the flash just hits the deck. Depression ends it off, and iNation starting with a flawless pistol, hardly taking any damage, let alone kills. So Eternal Fire played right into their hands, right into those Julies.
It's great work. Really solid stuff coming through. Credit to the Julies. Mine don't work like that. It's pretty satisfying when you see them pull off. Yeah, exactly. Good first round for iNation, the CT side. Really helping. We talk about how this map, just generally by the eye test, always feels heavily weighted over towards our CT side. And there we go. First round found. No bomb block for Eternal Fire means, well, no buy, really.
Yep, true. They're going to get the AKs out as early as possible. Zentara's the first to fall in this round as he tried, you know, just looking, just trying to find on the Glock as you do. Got one charging up long. And they've gained a lot of space over there, so I suppose they'll try and work their way through and just use him as the distraction. Madja getting the catch onto Depression, but here with the Glock, you don't expect too much out from it. Depression just trying to make sure that the fight is good for him. Contact flash over. Just needs to watch out. There's a player closer than he might expect in the form of XCloud. Looking good at range and still able to find these kills. I mean, of course he is. Runs out of ammo. Maybe give this one away, but no. Got that P250 from the previous round to make sure that it's all done. So Depression quickly up to 6. Looking very strong indeed and making cash Ola.
I mean, Depression was so confident in that game against B&E. I mean, he was at times the difference maker, may I say. It was kind of him who was single-handedly finding a lot of the early success, really forcing B&E to delve deep in towards kind of what they had in the locker to try and find a win against iNation. Of course, it took overtime. He was one of the key factors, so he comes out with confidence here. Eternal Fire might struggle a little bit. AK's out early towards round number 3. A bonus for iNation. No reinvestment really needed. Hang on a second. The nade stack's beautiful.
Dragon left on 24 as well. It's a really dire start for iNation then into the first rifle rounds. That's unlucky. But Eternal Fire getting some in their favor, I suppose, after, you know, a very poor start on the pistol. And now, how do things change for iNation? They're going to try and boost again. Ooh, they actually fail it and make some noise. So we'll see here. The Eternal Fire boy is going to try and show them how it's done with a boost of their own.
Holding and waiting. Just making sure they don't pull it too early. Will make noise though, and now you can see Choi. That's exactly what's going on. The nade does a little bit of damage. Potentially could have done more if you actually parked up over towards Graffiti, but for him, already taking quite considerable damage. He is in a rough spot.
Yeah, they're doing it again. At the very least, the threat of this boost does mean that they have, you know, less space to work with on the side of iNation. That is something to consider, and it allows the rest of the team to contact up through Monster. Dragon here, not going to expect them so close, gets distracted away by the boost as well. It all works beautifully. The MP9 can't find anything, and that should be the round going the way of Eternal Fire. More of this to come, one would imagine. A stellar take towards B.
It's methodical. It's really well approached. iNation, I think, for the remaining 2 to save, and you can see it. In no way they're posturing back over towards B. They're going to keep hold of what they've got. And it will mean, you know, a proper full buy coming in towards the next round. The pressure can drop one over. Like to Dragon Choive. No problems reinvesting in. Same for Kindo as well. You can drop one over. So it's not actually going to be, you know, a problematic situation. That is what we consider a bonus round. The only thing you would really hope for iNation is maybe find more than just a singular kill. 2, 3, and then you're thinking, okay, decent little conversation there. So early positive signs, in fact, for Eternal Fire. Full buy versus quotation marks of full buy. That's a pretty solid B take. It gives them a lot of room to work with. Great Utah coming through. I mean, that's where everything started off very successfully. But Eternal Fire, great take towards the site itself. Very confident in terms of opening it up, isolating the fights. It all falls into their hands. As you mentioned, the reinvestments are coming, no problems at all. Depression in towards the AWP, in fact. Okay, I'm a fan.
Yeah, I think we both are getting the AWP out as early as possible. There's not going to be as much of an AWPing presence on the T side from Eternal Fire. So, it is to be expected.
There's only 17 people watching.
I'm back.
But we'll see here. It is just a quiet start from the EF boys. A few nades down range, but not getting too aggressive early on here. Really bringing an A game to this one.
Yeah, right now. iNation just going to play a little bit more passive. You can sort of see the way they're setting up. They don't want to be taking this pretty early map control. They're giving it up over towards Eternal Fire. Happy for them to play around with it. The only problem is there's a lot of places there to be so cautious. These kind of janky boosts that come through make things all more difficult. Noise has been heard, and Kindo will reclaim some spades and a great flash. But it cost Kindo his life.
Not good enough. Not good enough. They tried to go for some aggression again. Do iNation be the ones to go for it? Zintara is abusing this boost again. I'd even get another frag if he plays his cards right. Joyve. Oh, that is unfortunate. Looks away at the worst possible time and will be dropped.
Tani ka thon mos e nal se mira. Zisha kanë bëzi mesazhe ka thon.
Be left low. Will be finished off. It's just depression remaining then. In on the site itself. He's miles away from the action. We'll give the round across to Eternal Fire to bag their second.
Yeah, nice stuff. Very nice stuff. I was maybe thinking a world in which potentially you could have got another one towards side Dragon. Bit of a labor spray coming through. Ends up being quite costly. But it's going to be Eternal Fire. Like we said, there was positive early signs against the bonus buy. How confident they were able to take that one. Same again here. Only casualty being that of Zantares. Looking in, we'll find one. Can he make it a second? Yes, he can. Okay. Credit. You're staying alive, staying in play. I don't think anyone's near enough to hunt him, so he will keep it alive and kicking. The pressure thought would fall. Good work. Really good work. Gets to the fire fine too. Silver lining. His suppression and all bossing, and he is 9-0, still yet to die. Single-handedly making this competitive for iNation at the moment. You know, a lot of the rest of iNation struggling to really have the impact they were hoping for or wanting right now. This man stepping up to the plate, hitting a beautiful couple of shots. You got KUNDER yet to frag. CHOCII dragging only on 1. Vladin second on the leaderboard with just 3. Depression has 3 times his amount of kills. But an early attack pause is going to be called. You can understand why. It's not exactly been the dream start when the full guys have been out. Fire getting very good control early doors on that C side. And right now there's a lot to like over there.
Yeah, there definitely is a really strong start coming in for Eternal Fire. As to be expected, though, need to find a few more before they, you know, shake off the idea of iNation getting close to them. Because I think Eternal Fire, if they want to, you know, find the game against BNE later, absolutely need to just demolish this game. Prove that they're on an A game. But VOYVODA was, you know, an outlier and not signs of things to come.
Get started. Keep my files.
That's it. Graffiti boost coming through. Triple boost. Still nothing really being given over on the standard side. Eternal Fire, they'll be understanding of kind of what sort of fire they're coming against. The only thing they're really going to be scared of is the orb. They know it's still in play. So the question is always, where is it posted up? They're tempted to go over towards the A side as well. A big rotation going through, in fact. Gonna fire run boost towards long. But the CT side going towards that top side. Big rotation coming over. And the gamble stacking it.
May as well. And certainly may as well in this round, because they are on the way. Pretty firmly on the way as well. But still, 40 seconds, quite slow from the Eternal Fire boys. And Tara is left to his own devices. Will be taken down. That's a big frag. The orb so blinding on the site, but still alive. Able to find one, yes, and a chance at the other, but can't get it done. Still, the site itself is really not takeable. There's just so many bodies around. Trying to go for a plant. In the kills will come. It's very weird, but iNation have managed to find it. What has just occurred on the A-bomb site?
It's a really good call, though. I got to give CHOCII the credit. The rotation towards the top site is expertly predicted. It's given the lifeline. I'm loving it. This is the good stuff coming through. It's a round where they should have no right winning. And once again, Depression hitting a nice shot as well, just to buy some time. Yes, he dies for the first time, but he does all. That's math, and the pistols find serious problems coming through. The USPSs, you cannot count them out. And in fact, iNation gonna double orb heading into round number 6. Dragon picking one up too.
Dragon. Oh, bested by Xantares. There he is. See why they've given him the hero rifle. That's going to be an AWP retrieve for him, or as well, directly into the right hands. Kindo peeks out. Good for 2. Traded. But Xantares keeps on fragging, dude. Not a chance to get through this guy today. Unbelievable. Oh, man. How he just continues to find this consistency. Particularly online. We have to hand it to him. But all the same, he's so crisp. He's so unbelievable.
It's incredible how long he's kept this level up as well. I mean, for such a long time, we've seen Xantares be just such an animal. 3 kills to his name, technically on for the ace as well. I don't think he'll be giving it. Both the CT players towards the upside. CHOCII is still in and around here. The jump peak for Xantares doesn't spot anything. Information may be getting off the sound cues. Is the question of will CHOCII have heard it? Now he'll know about it as the smoke comes through. They should be able to cross. He gets smoked out. And I think this round all up in jeopardy. Did they spot him dropping? They'll know he's somewhere near and waiting for an opportunity. In a 2 versus 3, iNation can give it a go.
Just play safe on the Eternal Fire side. Don't give him the chance into the bomb site. That's what this is about. And that's exactly how they're playing it. Not a lot of time. There's no kit on the site as yet. Depression is very slowly moving his way over, but still trapped towards heaven. Nothing comes. Oh, and as the bomb goes down, they want to get out, but unfortunately, CHOCII has no choice. He's too deep, and he will lose his life. So Eternal Fire move up to 3. off the back of the half by iNation, kicking themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they're really getting away with a bit of murder there. Especially considering that iNation had that double AWP setup, but it's not just put to good use at all, really. Great work. Great work indeed. And Xantares, the man, the myth, the individual that really makes all the difference. Just an absolute brilliant round. Especially considering as well that KUNDER had them under such pressure. And it all falls away.
Pressure.
Loving what I'm seeing right now. We're all tied square. 3 rounds apiece, but a turn of fire looking like they've got the real kind of grasp of momentum as we speak. The buy for iNation is still pretty conclusive. Aside from that, XHOCII, the leader, was down to just a deagle for him.
All quiet here. Flash comes through towards mid. Calix to clear the angles. Nothing being spotted as yet. Depression. On the AWP. Oh, comes away with the frag. How? Unbelievable once again, as many of these kills have just seemingly come out of nowhere. He gets the smoke down to make sure that he can stay safe, although he is kind of trapped. Meanwhile, Imor, not ready for the deagle, but too quick with it. He'll find one back. 4v4 ensues.
All goes quite off the back of it, so Depression is in such an impossible position where, for him, he's got 2 players in front of him, which he'll get a free kill for. Does he expect the second? Surely he hears him. Depression doubling back, missing the shot, gonna get punished. It's a world in which he walks away with 2, potentially even 3. Thankfully, the quick trade comes through. But it still keeps thinking at 3 versus 3, and Eternal Fire need to make a decision.
That's kind of one of the key things. They've only really got the connector control to speak of, so they're unsure. These other areas of the map, it's going to be the boost up once again. And once again, Xantares finds a kill. They're really not respecting it. At any time, he can come away with that. Calix with the trade, now just going to be Kindo left against 2 to pick up the pieces. Tries not to make noise. I'm not sure that he's been heard. There was a bit of a splash. It looks like he hasn't been heard, so he's going to have space to work with. Can he find the frags? A split, and Calix will look at the right moment. Easy stuff coming in. Eternal Fire, a bit of a slower one, but they just pick away at the defense, and they'll string 2 together.
Yeah, it's a lovely round. It really is. Nice work coming through. We're getting a little bit nervy with Depression, finding some form, but thankfully Emor can put him in his place. This round, or this game so far is sort of a round-for-round affair in the case of it's difficult to call still. We don't really know how things are panning out, but the main thing that we're starting to gather is Eternal Fire putting up a very decent C-side. It's a map in which is notoriously quite difficult in terms of that C-side. Oh, miss nade. Thankfully won't punish Eternal Fire all too much, but yeah, it's a map which is very difficult to get consistent control on the C-side, and right now, it's actually really solid work coming through. I'm liking what I see from Eternal Fire. If they can continue this sort of form, they can put up a really solid performance here where the CT side of iNation start to dwindle.
Well, Calix going to have an opportunity at the shooting range here. There's an awful lot of bodies to come around this corner in just a sec. They've got a nice 3-man setup, though. Surely he goes down. Oh, no, Calix! What? That is just unbelievable that he's come away with... oh, wow. Wow. Alrighty, then.
1 kill, fair enough. But 3, when they're all stacked on top of each other... Fair play, Calix. He's had a lovely round. How has he got away with this? How have they not traded him? It's great work. Gotta give him his props, really do. I mean, yes, it is a pistol round, but I'm telling you, not many of us can do that. 5-3 Eternal Fire, the lead starting to build slowly, especially considering as well that iNation are struggling to find conclusive buys coming in. MP9 out for Dragon. The M4's out too, no open play for Depression. That's what he's been doing his best work with the big green, and Kindo will be ticked by the Molotov. That would have been heard and now spotted.
What's that?
Antares looking to make a solo play. Flash comes round for him. Oh, they're a bit on top of each other. Can they escape here? No, they can't.
Arti
Dragon.
Loshi.
Oh, does survive. Just about. But still, a 1-for-1 trade like that with big damage is going to be huge for Eternal Fire to work with later on into the round. Good find from Calix on the lurk as well. They are starting to run rings around their opponents in some of these one-on-one scenarios. And that's how Eternal Fire looks set to play it. Calix will keep pushing, and it might be too deep here as Kindo was ready for him. So back to even Stevens, and that's before they're able to solidify the A defense on that T side.
Yeah, now, banana control coming through for Eternal Fire. A bit of U2 as well off the back of it. X-Flout taking the charge here, the youngster. The bomb goes down. The big thing is, of course, the big hitter, Antares, and of course, Calix, the main man in the previous round, not alive. In a 3 versus 3, the smoke dissipates, and a very deep post plant setup.
Well, they've just given it.
Yeah.
They deemed themselves too far away from the action. They decided to give it across. Eternal Fire starting to get in their heads as well then. Not just, you know, scoreline on the server. They are really getting into the heads of their opponents.
I don't blame it all too much, to be honest. You know, we're looking at this and we're thinking, for iNation, if they're giving that a go in a 3 versus 3, when they have no real information about how the post plan's set up there, if they were to lose, they would have any sort of a buy-in towards the next round. At least by saving those 3 rounds, you know, 2 people can drop over and they can kind of try and work with something here. You know, Dragon can drop over an M4. Same can be said for Kindo too. The only thing that they might be limited on in a couple of hands is just the U2. We're going to see a pause come forward. It's iNation's second timeout, but right now, Eternal Fire, they're in control of this game. It's actually a very solid teaser being put up. More often than not, teams struggle to find consistency. They find these flash-in-the-pan moments, but consistency has been the bane of iNation. They just can't seem to find those rounds. They cannot seem to fathom the retakes either. And Eternal Fire, some of their individuals really coming online when asked for, but to be perfectly honest, they're not being called upon all that often. Like we're seeing, iNation are being forced into those early saves time and time again. And you can see how nervous his iNation side are. They're really not able to piece apart Eternal Fire as of just yet. They haven't really got the read on them just yet.
Early damage onto Zantares. And a change up in setup here from iNation. Doesn't really come to very much though. Eternal Fire know that they're probably facing off against something different. They're going to go for the contact play once again though. Zantares is just coming away with the most ridiculous frags. He was half HP for that one, still manages to find it. Really could not write it at this point. XCloud trying to do his best impression, unfortunately not quite as successful for him.
Zantares making noise towards shore, but he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. 1 over towards bridge on that B side, 2 in towards connector. I think it's Eternal Fire. And probably, you know, specifically Zantares is going to try and call for help. Someone come and protect him. Someone can save him. Emor finds a nice pick. Boosted up on towards the flower pot. Catches the pressure, jump peeking. And there's the man advantage. Numbers go in favor of Eternal Fire. They're so good at finding these slight advantages to work with and then using them as catalysts to success.
Oh, they're going to go running into Kindo. He nearly comes away with 2. Very lucky that he doesn't, to be honest with you. They had no idea that he was down there. Really did not bank on it. Still a man advantage in favor of Eternal Fire to just hold on to this round. Dragon on the site itself looking to find some damage. Zantares spots him, will remain alive. Zantares looking for the angle and finds it. Of course he does. This guy is on a tear right now. And Chauve, no choice but to save as Eternal Fire move up to 7.
Once again, another save call being made, and you sort of understand why. I think for iNation, this is a horrible predicament. They've lost complete control of the CT side. They're not going to have a buy-in towards next round either. Yes, they got loss bonus, but Dragon, Depression, Kindo all will struggle to pick up any sort of conclusive buy. And I think Vlad and even him, $200 a little bit more in the pocket, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to be a weird, maybe half buy around the M4. That's all they're really going to have to work with. CHOCII can drop one, but I think force buying here would be a brutal position to be in. There's now consistency on the ball from Eternal Fire. You're right saying that's their 5th round in a row that they found, and it's just brilliant work coming in. iNation, they can't get a grasp on this. They can't get the control. It is right, yeah, 5 rounds in a row. You see the flames on the profile picture. I confirm it. Great work from the Turkish side. They are flying right now. It's just T-side overpass. I'm starting to get very concerned about iNation. They get blown out of this game right now.
Yeah, this is really starting to get scary. Depression's on the AWP. They've managed to fumble together a buy in this round. Dragon maybe overspending a little, didn't quite get the memo. Eternal Fire with a boost of their own, though, ready for, again, something a bit interesting to come through from this round. Nothing seen as yet. But as they start to make noise, there might be a good flash for Kindo to work with. He's just gathering information at this point. Here's them all moving out towards long. Santares up close. Trying to get the bathroom's control through. Meanwhile, he's just covering the flank. Oh, and here comes the creep from Kindo. Oh, misses the timing. And opts to take long instead, hoping that he can come away with a few as he closes the gap. Don't be missing now. It's often these that can go a bit silly. Does get 2, 3, nearly. So close. CHOCII goes down on the site itself, though, so it's still a 3 versus 3 to come through, but the whole long play is being thwarted by the iNation solo play there. Kindo, huge stuff.
These pistols can cause problems. At the moment, it all, rests on depression here. He has to go huge. They're making their way, his way. So going through Molotov as well will actually force him out. He's tucked in towards that back corner. They may have heard the ticking as well. Doesn't matter. Found the kill. Time's ticking. And Dragon will combine. Yes, depression forward. I don't think they're going to get the bomb down. Tapping it. And Torres will fall to the MP9. And an orb scooped up as well. Just that insult to injury. iNation convert a round from nothing. And they have no right winning it. But it breaks the hot streak. It breaks Eternal Fire. And it all comes off the back of Kindo, doesn't he? I mean, starts so well. Finding 2.5 kills, essentially, individually. Showing how good the 5-7 can be.
Yeah, once he closed that gap. Once he closed that gap, it was pretty much over, to be honest with you. And I think Eternal Fire were not expecting a buy to come out from that round. That's certainly the energy that they had there. I think they will be kicking themselves. Yeah, they take a quick timeout.
I would. It's tilting, right? That's a round that you really shouldn't be losing. I think we saw this quite a bit in towards the opening game against VOYVODA, where for Eternal Fire, actually the things that cost them a lot of the rounds, or whenever they would make mistakes, was actually on the T side when they were leaving things super late. That was when we saw Eternal Fire kind of really look flustered and unable to get the read on towards the site that they were hoping for. That's a prime example where they left things a little bit late. They had 80 seconds to work with on towards an execute and then a bomb to go down, post one to be set up. It was, too much to do in too little time. All it took was depression and a couple of shots. Copy's coming through. Emor won't spot out anything. If anyone jump peeks, though, potentially. Oh, they've been spotted out. Vladen was aware.
Yeah, tried to go for something different on the Eternal Fire side of things. They will be punished for it. So iNation looking set to close the gap if they keep playing like this. Really solid stuff. Flash comes round for Zantares. You know what he does, but he does get traded this time around. They're ready. It's been something they've done an awful lot. It'll still be the lead in favor of the iNation boys, at least for now. Madja, who was down on the Tech 9, rather, was hoping to perhaps find a trade, but it doesn't come for him. They're going to go for the boost once again. Counter boost, yep. CT side more than ready this time. They've started to become a broken record on the Eternal Fire, and iNation have finally figured out where the scratch is.
Okay, all right. Eternal Fire starting to get red. CHOCII and Co. understanding what they're coming against. And this is now where things get a little bit problematic. If Eternal Fire start to become readable, predictable on overpass, we could see the swing right back the other way. Not exactly a swing rather than in sense that Eternal Fire have plenty of cash set in arrears to work with, but even still finding this one feels impossible. To being dropped. Molotov to come through as well. They might be able to get a bomb down. That's the positive. Yeah, we see the MP9 close with the rotation coming through as well. Does he get the bomb down? He does. And gets away as well. Tech9 won't be able to find one. KUNDER will see it off. It's iNation up to 5. They're within reaching distance.
Yeah, looking good. A great recovery. I mean, 7 on the T side's already pretty good for Eternal Fire. The bomb plant will allow them the chance in. They'd gone for the half in this round, really. So you can see where the money's at. They will absolutely be able to get a buy together into the next round. Pretty happy with that. iNation, though, stringing them together and indeed making it competitive, as you say.
This game's still in the hands of Eternal Fire, but at very least iNation are making a fight out of this. Same what we saw against B and E, taking it a full distance. The only thing that is the kind of the question mark and the concerning factor is this is T-side overpass that we're seeing Eternal Fire still in control of. If they guarantee a lead, already for me, I start to kind of ring out a couple of alarm bells. iNation need to make sure this doesn't slip away. There's even a possibility that Eternal Fire find double digits. It's improbable, but it's still most definitely possible by a technicality. iNation needs to be careful. It's all well and good finding 1 or 2 rounds here and there, but it needs to be consistent on the way out.
Just about. Dragon will stick around and make some noise, but ultimately getting the hell out of dodge as soon as he's required to. What's the move from here? It's going to be a burst coming through from Eternal Fire once again to just try and retake some of this control that they've been losing. Feels so different every time they kind of go for it, but it ends up going south in the recent rounds. Big nade comes through, does some decent damage, going to turn the M4s into one-tap machines. We're going for the boost once again for Xantares. It's been watched for. That doesn't mean that he loses the fight, though. Oh, close. So close onto Dragon, but indeed, again, very, very ready for that.
All posted. KUNDER in support as well. It's a great little 1-2 stack. Playing off each other. Depression. Cautious. Over towards Long. He's rightfully so. In comes the flash. Won't catch KUNDER properly. XHOCII, will he clear it? Not properly. KUNDER impact fragging. Doing well. And he'll make it another. In fact, it's actually Depression who steps up a range. He will fall to the hands of Khalid. Time taken once again. They do not have the time to get on towards the site. Major 10 seconds in a 1 versus 3. And there's no way he can clear these angles. We'll try not for a bomb plant. But it's what we've spoken about, XHOCII. They're just leaving things too late. And Eternal Fire do not have the clock as an ally to get the round in their favor. They leave it too late to get on towards the site and clear the angles.
Yeah, really, really dry coming in from Eternal Fire. Ultimately, they, as I've said, just starting to become a bit predictable with the way that they're playing. Is 7 enough for them to work with? They probably think so, but they'll want to find more than that. They need to find more than that to solidify this in. They don't know what to expect out of iNation. This is what we've seen across the course of the day, that all these teams just don't know what to expect from each other. So, yeah, we'll see. They're going to go for a fast B, try and test the water with this one then. In they will go. There's a player at the barrels. They know that much for free, and all the kills go in the way of the Tech9 in particular. Bodies hit the floor, and Depression left with no more friends. That will be number 8 going the way of Eternal Fire, and the half 1 out overall. Ooh, Depression. Ooh. Making a name, though. These are some nice shots so far. He's going to fake the drop down and hope that he gets a peek, but I think after those 2 kills, they will give him the respect.
Especially being at Depression as well. He's been hitting a nice couple of shots. Definitely the scariest factor. Over towards iNation. He is very, very quick. But of course, for him, it just seemed we can make it any more expensive. He's got an idea that someone's lurking behind him. You can see super tentative. Will he expect Xantares? The answer's no. Seeing him off. Do you need an AWP? Yes, they'll pick it up. Emor will wield it in towards the next, and Eternal Fire lock themselves in towards a lead at the very least, heading in towards the second half. There's the 8th collected. And to be honest, it's been a long time coming for Eternal Fire. They've been very, very close in a few of these rounds, but it's the weird and wacky one. The Tech9s, the pistols, I see things in their favor. And now, the final of the half. Can iNation make it as close as possible, or Eternal Fire going to build up a 3-round lead before we turn to a break?
Well, we'll see. I think this 9th round will be worth its weight in gold if Eternal Fire can get it. And it's a big if. iNation have put together some very nice rounds in the past few. Depression with the AWP going lurking, but nothing going to come his way. Xantares again is waiting for his short burst, I would imagine. As Eternal Fire absolutely love doing this and setting him up for success. You can see why. 13 and 9 right now. Not quite the highest fragger on the server. That one goes to Depression, but he's the highest fragger on his team, so it makes sense why they keep setting him up.
Fights coming towards shore. Water Depression, he's so quick. So scary. X-Cloud will fall, and Xantar's going to respect it. Vladden posted off as well. AG out, but not put to good use. Xantar's all too aware. Big swing for him. But the second part of the double off setup, Choivin towards backside. Dragon labored spray. What is happening? He will fall. How has he not got away with a kill there?
Absolutely criminal, isn't it? We'll see, though, Choiv on the AWP that he's retrieved as the secondary comes through. Going to find himself a couple, maybe even another one as well. Major trying to play the angle, will spot him and take him down. So they've kept this round competitive, but with only 20 seconds to go, it's Depression that falls to Immor that will make the difference. Kindo, with it all to do, swaps across to the AK, will get caught, and that's the 9-6 at the turn of the half. 9 out of the T side surely sets Eternal Fire up for success, but iNation with some nice rounds in the middle to kind of put a nice little sandwich on that half. And it will indeed be serviceable.
Okay, 9-6. Yeah, I think that's actually, you know, a pretty deserved result both sides. Eternal Fire, they got such early controlling towards this game where everything was falling in their favor. But the individuals came out online for iNation, especially the likes of the Depression that we were speaking about. So they deserved, you know, a somewhat kind of run back in towards this one. It still feels very much in favor of Eternal Fire where we stand right now. This pistol could change the story quite a bit. T-side of iNation spreading out a little bit. 3 in towards mid, 2 over towards Monster. A B split could be the plan of action. And if it is, Eternal Fire are ready for it.
Very ready indeed. Xantara is going to find the head of Depression. Oh, a lot of them coming towards these T players. They do have to be careful, though. The flash is so good. Dragon going to find Calyx in a solo fight over on the B-bomb site as well. So they have to recover this back quickly on the Eternal Fire side of things. So many fights coming in. It takes ages for Dragon to go down. But the bomb, this is the big thing. The bomb is bloody miles away from the action right now. X-Cloud going to go down. Not expecting Vladden. He does get traded out, though. But with no bomb, with no one seen, they're just going to back off and get this A-bomb site for free.
Yeah. Smoke dropped. Bomb to be planted. A post bomb to try and be set up. Kindo, with the first point of contact, he has a lot of information to declare the close position. 1-for-1. Choi. IGL versus Antares, the big hitter. It's a couple of taps. He's very close to the target, somehow not hitting them. Has to pull off a reload, somehow staying alive. It's a scrappy pistol round. And Antares been run around the ringer now.
Yeah, just being messed with. Choi going to take him down. And that will be that. Pistol comes in, BM at the end. And iNation going to be very happy that they now have the chance to close the gap.
My oh my. That now opens the door in a completely different fashion. iNation, of course, have a lovely buy-in towards the next Eternal Fire. It's going to be pretty middling. If anything, that is. They can get right back on their tails. We could be in for a bit of a marathon of a game once again. iNation seem to love them. And that's to consider as well that we also have B and E waiting in towards the next and the final game of the day. And still we have no idea who's going to face them. Full buy is going to be brought out by Eternal Fire. We're going to see a scout in the hands of Immor. Just remember what he did in towards Inferno. A ridiculous cup around where he had the kind of the 2 scout shots and the no scope that did half. Not going to count it out, especially considering his MP9s in support. The old tag him and bag him strategy. Immor tags in, the MP9s will confirm it.
Wild spray coming through the smoke from iNation. And they know there's one in connect, so they want to try and get the better of him. It's finding out a way in that's going to be difficult here against Xantares, as it so often is. Flash comes around. It's hidden away. Takes a good fight. The drive-by comes in. He almost finds 2. So not a bad look Imagine, meanwhile, inside the smoke, trying to get cheeky. Waiting for smoke to go down, but they are also waiting on the other side of things. Will Magic get the drop because he is closer to the smoke? No, it's not going to be the case. Calyx down below with the deagle. Set up for him. Can't find a single one, though. Somehow doesn't come away with a kill. X-Cloud's also gone down, so it's now just Immor. There's a couple of them tagged up nicely for him to bag. But really not going to be easy for him to battle his way back in towards this B-bomb site with no info. Yep, just going to back away and save and give it across.
It's the right call. It is definitely the right call. There's just no way. Maybe the only other option that he could have gone for, sticking towards heaven and see if he can find someone falling away. A bit of an exit frag sort of strategy because he has the range and he would have survived. But it does not make a difference. Nothing really that Eternal Fire could do. Just the complete difference of the mentality coming towards this round. Really stepping up. And speaking of stepping up, Kindo, another great round from him. 2 kills to his name, but they're so impactful. This guy, not always the one called upon from iNation, but when he is, he always delivers. Make that 3. No one saving for Eternal Fire. iNation should lock themselves into a tie score of 9 apiece. Eternal Fire just do not have the funds to work with. It should be another full eco coming through. Couple of pistols and whatnot, but a great round. Really solid stuff coming through. Eternal Fire looked lost. They just couldn't really get a read before it was too late. And with 30 seconds left on the clock, they pounce towards B. It works wonderfully. You can see a couple of pistols, but that's it.
Eagle, dealt with. See ya. Still another one on towards that B-bomb site, but they have successfully softened up B, which was the goal, of course. Another kill comes in, looking all good here for iNation as they just start picking them apart and winning out the key fights. Immor and Madja going to get caught. X5 does find one with the deagle, but that's all she wrote for that round. 9-9 as it comes round, and now iNation, they've got a big buy to fend off against.
Yeah, it's very easy, that one. We sort of expected. This is the one that matters most. This is the real kind of test about sort of what Eternal Fire, what the medal's all about when it comes towards the CT side. This is where we need to see some dominance come through. We're looking at the big hitters. We're looking at the likes of Xantares to make a difference here. Open play, especially as well for Immor. He's had his moments. I think the big one we're calling on, the youngster, X-Cloud, really yet to get the ball rolling. Heading his round number 19, only 3 kills to his name. Not exactly the impact he would be hoping for. Depression getting tagged and lighting up Major due to the bullet tracers. Brilliant.
Kind of disgusting stuff coming in. And it's iNation with the pick to open up. It's a risky, risky spam. And you can see why. Sometimes forget that you can get spammed back, you know? I think that's a key lesson in life. Particularly Counter-Strike. You never know who's on the other side of the spam, I suppose.
That's it. Exactly.
Either way, 5v4 looking pretty good here.
So far, Depression, he has been that guy. Seriously, seriously talented. Today, both games, he's been the difference maker. In this one especially, he is single-handedly making this a competitive space for the likes of iNation. I feel like without him, they might really struggle to have as much impact. Yes, Kinder's had his moments, but it's just so consistent from Depression. Double nade coming through, may I say. Over towards Wood. iNation looking towards B.
I say in the call, this is going to be a risky one. Oh, nearly. If Xantares kept on it, he might have found that frag, you know. They're going to go bursting in via short. There's so many bodies ready to go on the CT side. Calyx getting the flashes out for his boys. Will also be helped out to win his fight, but still stays alive. Xantares has found 2 from the side itself. Vladan dinked up. So many flashes coming down range here. They're both incredibly low on this T side, and of course a man down. Not looking good. The AWP now starting to get in the mix. Will find the 2 kills, and Eternal Fire come away with the key rifle round, regaining the lead. Immediate tactical timeout taken by iNation.
Fully understandable as well. We know exactly why it's happening. Needed to. Especially considering how well things started in that round. You know, the pressure finds the opening kill with that one through the wood. And they got space to work with it, and they crumble on towards the site. Great hold from Eternal Fire. And Immor will Sue on the way out just to really start to find his confidence. Game well and truly on right now. This one is going to start to get quite spicy. Eternal Fire, they've got to fight back in them. Most importantly, they cause problems over towards that C side. We see double Galil coming through. Vladdy can pick himself in towards an AK. Double AK, double Galil set up with one AWP, of course, in play by depression. That's the big kind of difference maker. This is a very, very strong position for a, also a strong opportunity for Eternal Fire to cement their lead on towards CT side and maybe even start the story of seeing off the map.
Santarez, first one to meet. He will actually take down his opponent there of Kindo, so that kind of puts a spanner in the works. And one of the big things with going for this 4-man boost and why we maybe saw it fall out of fashion, you just sacrifice like all the map control in the world.
Yeah, exactly.
You really have nothing now to work with. So you have to go and retake all this, especially because Zantares has found a kill. So he could be anywhere. You got to try and find him. And that's not easy. That's not easy at all.
It's the big trade-off, isn't it? It's kind of, you go in one or two ways. You're looking over towards, can we get an opening kill to the numbers advantage? But like you said, right, you just don't get any map control. And it means that you sort of allow the T side or the C side, to get the bulk of that mid control, which is the big thing that you want to be getting early in towards a round. You get them to have so much space to work with.
Yeah. Look at where we're at. 45 seconds. They're only just up long.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think they might have read into the 4-man boost, and they know they can play a passive stance. Crack angle, depression doesn't quite. Oh, actually, I think he did tag him. However, the kills are still going the way of Eternal Fire. 5 on 3. All 3 of them towards long with only 20 seconds to get into the bomb site here. I'd say not a chance. I think you move away and save and just concede this one, and that's exactly what they're going for.
Yeah, and this comes back to the early part of the round. Like you mentioned, 45 seconds to work with, and they're only just getting towards long. Time. X-Cloud, he struggled to have impact on an individual note, but he could play for exits here and do some good work. He won't push all the way around towards long, so he won't be able to pick up a kill or, and attempt that one. They're a great round for Eternal Fire, and also we saw the same sort of mistakes being made by Eternal Fire when they were on the T side. They leave things too late. They just wouldn't have the ability to rotate in towards the side and get all the clearances that they would be hoping for. It's great work. It is really good stuff coming through. Eternal Fire slowly but surely bridging a bit of a gap. But with that save coming through, iNation's no problems in terms of a reinvestment back in, aside from Kindo and just that Deagle.
Orp of Imor. Whoa, lands the fastest flick of the day. What a shot. And what an opening. Looking for more out towards long as well. This guy is not done just yet. Flash comes round for him. He can't find these. He can hit the hard ones, but not the easier ones, apparently. All the same. Got to be careful now that he doesn't go down. Trying to escape round the corner. The Deagle tracking him. There's cover there, but Imor's still going to land the flicks. And still going to survive. Ridiculous stuff. Eternal Fire on fire right now for this CT side.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? As you mentioned, wonderful stuff. And once again, I can't lie. iNation, if they don't find a kill within the next 10, 20 seconds, they might call it again. They just don't have the funds in the back pocket to work with. They might end up calling it. Zantares jump peeking here, hoping someone has a look in towards front bathrooms and he gets the drop on them. And he can make a decision there and then. Emor holding, waiting, finding with ease. And now they might call it. The pressure on the AWP. Do they even want to risk it? Is it worth it?
Only time will tell. Vladan going to go down. It looks like they are, sort of sending this one as best they possibly can. Imor going to fall, proving that he is indeed mortal after 4 in this round. And in very different spots on the map, he's been all over the place. Still, it will be the save for depression, the only option that he has. And indeed, he's going to get away with it.
Yeah, it has to be done. It does. That's the call. We have seen one drop out. So hopefully for iNation, not exactly too big of a problem. We get the kind of the game back underway in a second. We've seen Kindo, I'm right in saying, drop out of the server. It's a great first start. I mean, that is a quick shot towards Dragon. And he continues what is a brilliant run from Emor. And there was a lot of question marks about Emor as an AWPer when he got brought back in towards roster. Of course, the myriad of changes that came through, but there was question marks over towards Emor and whether he'd be able to compete. Of course, it was kind of Emor in for XHOCII going out, and a lot of people didn't know whether that was going to be the right call. think he's been proven his worth in a nice couple of shots, especially towards this game. 18 kills he's up to now, not too far behind Zentares on 20, who's joint with Depression on the other side. But like we were saying, Depression's really been the only consistent heavy hitter.
That is very true. Kindo not looking too bad. I thought, you know, in the first game that we saw, I thought he was kind of a bit timid in the first half. A couple of moments where, you know, you'd maybe argue he was like baiting his teammates kind of and not taking the peaks off the back of the flashes. And he really came into his own, and obviously they had a very long second half. So he wasn't at the top of the scoreboard, but he was still looking good and seemed a bit more at home on the CT side. In this game, though, he's actually looked much more confident, which is great to see. Yeah. And obviously what we're after from the iNation boys is, as they are the underdogs and not expected to do much in this kind of thing, we want to see their players make the most of the experience that they're going to get against a team like Eternal Fire, because it's probably going to be a while in the tournament circuit before they get to play off against, you know, a top 30 in the, well, top 20 in the world.
That's true. That is true.
Oh.
Already. Oh, hello.
That looks...
Bit of a,
is he floating? I think he's floating over there, isn't he? Okay.
Yeah,
just after having a disconnect, it's not a good sign to see a guy just staring at a wall moving into it. You know what I mean? That's very timeout energy.
It's all good, all good. Just waiting, hoping someone overextends through the monster smoke. A lot of reliance here on Depression. He has to deliver with a couple of kills if iNation even want a chance. Tech 9s are always scary. But Eternal Fire so far have looked pretty collected in terms of the majority of these rounds.
More then, we've seen him pop off with this AWP, looking to do it again. Zentares has got a lot of info down long. There's not many areas that they can be in. Jump spot comes in. Molotov going to split them up here, but he goes for the peak as well. His confidence gets the better of him, and Depression spins around for one more. They know exactly what's up. And that's unfortunate. The A hit comes slightly too early. If they'd fully confirmed the info, they might have played it differently. The B push that came through here from XFloud would have given them all the info that they needed. Unfortunately, not the case, and Eternal Fire, no option but to save. Very quiet on the save as well. Will be a kill that comes in at the tail end, but just letting the round speak for itself, you know, a bit of...
Agreed.
Peace and quiet does some good sometimes.
Yeah, seen that one off.
Up to 10. Here we go. Game on.
And you know what? You know, you're looking at that, and I was saying coming into towards that sort of round, we're looking at Depression, and I was saying, you've got to find a couple of kills. And, you know, if there was any chance of finding success here, Depression has to deliver on a couple. He does exactly that. Really good work for him. The AWP, of course, on the other side for Dragon, singing quite well as well. Little exit frag and Eternal Fire off the back of it. Questions to be asked. Emor will be dropped over an AWP. It's the fourth tac pause used by iNation. No more left in the back pocket. So if things go south here, well, then we'll know, right? Then we'll know that, you know, potentially things could be up in jeopardy. iNation just don't have the ability anymore to really cause a break. I'm right in saying Eternal Fire have 2 left in the back pockets. I think if I'm right in saying they have 2 left. So still decent control by the CT side. You got a 2-round lead. They've still got money to work with. But that's one of those rounds that can definitely be, you know, a game changer. It can shift the momentum. Potentially could be something that could allow iNation back in towards this game. They found a round off the back of 1 AWP and a few pistols. Those sort of ecos, they shift the tempo. We'll see. iNation, number 23, begins. A double up setup on the T side. Not often you see double up setup on the T side, but of course, if you're saving it across, you may as well have it.
Just a small change up, I suppose. Something new for Eternal Fire to deal with is ultimately what they're looking for. And they are going to get it, I suppose. The early peak coming in doesn't find anything. And a back away from Eternal Fire, back into the defaults. Oh.
Okay.
Just one bullet, one stray bullet.
Always got to be careful of the spam. Right now, though, smoke's come down. At the moment, both sides very tentative. I don't really want to be testing things at all. You can sort of understand why. It's looking over towards that B side, the C side. Nade going to come through. Will do some damage. Catch XHOCII down to 60.
MERR. Ready and waiting on the orb. Oh, comes off the angle. That timing makes all the difference. Speaking of timing, we're going to get quite a lot of timing plays here. Calyx on the spot, finds the frag, spots Vlad and round the corner. They're going for it again. XFloud very ready. Flash comes round, he finds his frag, needs a bit of support. There's the contact. Easy does it. And iNation, once the rifles are in play, have less of an idea of how to approach. The hero round works for them, but this round does not. Eternal Fire sending a message right at the end of the game.
A big statement. It really is huge coming through. The good thing is one orb stays in play. I'm assuming dropped over towards Depression in towards the next, and he'll swap over a Dragon with a rifle. That's a great round found. The anti-flash from XFloud, like we said, we just haven't seen all too much impact from him. But if he has some of those on the way out, he can make up for what has been a bit of a rough game. Eternal Fire 3 rounds ahead of iNation, 3 rounds away now from the finish line, and then joining B&E in our next and final game of the day. A bit of a rematch of the CCT Land Finals too. iNation, do they have anything left in the pocket? Do they have anything left in the tank? It's been a long day for them.
It has some really long games so far. Zantara's making a lot of noise. Kindo trying to work his way through, but he runs into an opponent, I think, so weird. And he goes down. That was maybe their Hail Mary play that they were hoping for. MERR keeps fragging. And this guy is just absolutely unstoppable right now. You really cannot put a pin in him. You might even get some more. There's players around him. That's what he's hoping for. Nothing going to come his way just yet, but a 5v3 absolutely has to be the winnable position.
For sure. Surely this is Eternal Fire up to 14. Attack coming through. Dragon dropped the second time of asking. Tag would have been heard. MERR cleaned it up. Flatter making his way out as well. Finding Major. And the second one towards XFloud. Surely not.
The nade. Oh, it does minimal damage. Lucky to be alive. Vlad going to be tagged down, finished off. He can't make it into the site. Depression now has the same battle to make it through these defenses. The one to save the round. Tries to get the spam off. The opportunity just not presenting itself to him, though. And indeed, as the peaks come in, Depression slowly but surely starts to get tagged down. Would be incredible if he pulls this off. Not going to happen. The double peak will secure it. 14-10 for Eternal Fire.
Now we're cooking. Things are really starting to roll in favor of Eternal Fire. And I think that red carpet being rolled out, they won 5 of the last 6 rounds, and iNation just aren't getting a sniff in anymore. They're just not scratching the surface of the CT side. It took a while for Eternal Fire to wake up on the second half, but since they have only been going their way, the way things are now as well, it feels like we may be done and dusted here. It's a full investment by iNation. SHKIVE, look what they've brought to the table. It's just so brutal. You can see this is, you know, it's a last hope. It's a last ditch effort.
It really is. This is, yeah, up the creek without the paddle. Slap on the back of the wrists. Oh, and Zantara's just goes for a random spam. He gets them both. Oh, no. Oh, no. And they're going to try and follow up on that, apparently. Not on your life. XFloud will be the next line of defense. Zantara's has got the USP out to essentially seal the deal on this game, get the 15th. They will both go down, but surely not a chance here for Depression on the Mac 10. Yep, Maja takes him out, 15-10. Easily does it for Eternal Fire. The CT side has been a clinic.
It's just beautiful. Beautiful stuff. Fantastic work from Eternal Fire, honestly. This side of, well, all pun intended, been on fire. This CT has been brilliant. You know, Zantara's a bit of fortune there, but seeing the smoke is always such a risk, especially if it was Monster of all places. And he sees it off with, like, the emphatic flare on the way out. iNation, all that they can bring to the table into what potentially is the final round. The Galil, double Mac 10, a scout and a pistol, and already That Galil dropped into no man's land. I think we're done here.
Yeah, looking that way, isn't it? I don't know that the Galil's even going to be retrievable, to be honest with you. We'll eventually get some hands. Depression is the one to take it. But still, not the way they wanted to kick this round off, and it is just, you know, forced by into oblivion, man. Orb tag lands, lucky to be alive. Dantares. Maybe around. Oh, for the opportunity, it's actually going to be MERR through 2 walls there. Finishing off Dragon. 5 versus 3 ensues. And this is looking very good indeed for Eternal Fire, as it has been for a number of rounds now. What's going to happen? MERR flashed in, finds the frag. And CHOCII and Depression, the only 2 that are left. CHOCII gets a drop onto MERR, but surely enough damage has been done here that the rest of the team can pick up the pieces.
Yeah, surely, right. Surely now. CHOCII and Depression need a masterclass here. There's one. Looking for another as well.
Oh.
Reloads into the angle that'll cost him his life. Depression all alone. Scooping up the AWP might be a saving grace because we know he's good with it, but he is stuck in a horrible place. Calyx will fall down to the 1 versus 1 and it gets X-fouled. The man who has struggled, the youngster who has been not in the greatest of positions, but it does not matter. 16 to 10. Eternal Fire see this one off, and then we B&E in the final game of today.
God damn, though. Still a hell of a showing coming in, to be fair. Not a bad look out from iNation, you have to say. We'll say goodbye to them, but 2 very hard-fought games for today. Certainly coming in and really impressing us, I think, with what they're capable of there. Really solid gameplay from them. But yes, indeed, Eternal Fire. Once it got onto that CT side, I think, you know, the individuals...
Eternal Fire, FITON, tash bygën Eternal Fire, me lujt me
stellar performance MERR on the AWP in those final few rounds when the pressure was on, you know, we were like, oh, this is a swing round, we need MERR to do some. He just immediately came along and really... So, yeah, immaculate stuff on that CT side from Eternal Fire.
Yeah, you know, it's really solid work coming through. I think Eternal Fire, it was shaky at times. The T side could have done a little bit of work cleaning up, but generally speaking, we look towards that CT side. They won, what, 6 of the last 7 rounds? I think it's 7 of the last 8 rounds, in fact. It just shows the dominance from them. They've really found that run of form, and it shows with iNation. Maybe they used everything in the tank, right? I think it's been a long day. You know, we already had an OT in their first best one, and then a pretty long game, all things considered. It mentally very draining too. But that's the difference between kind of, you know, maybe tier 2 and tier 3, or tier 1.5 and tier 2. It's just kind of your mental fortitude and resilience. And Eternal Fire, they're some of the best at it.
Yes, indeed, Eternal Fire looking very impressive. Then we're going to see them face off against BNE in our next game. We expected to see it, just not as the decider, maybe as the winner's game. Either way, the day has panned out, interestingly enough. We're going to take a break. When we are back with the Counter-Strike. You know how it goes. See you in a few.
Po thot, ka mundësi që mu e bëj mujt. Po që fat mujt një mërë. Perdho. Veç pak. Lloyd. Nëse fitojmë, kualifikohemi. Nëse sfitojmë, po gjatë edhe një lojë tjetër tani. Ajo, kualifikohet Eternal Fire, si s'tash e fituna. A e XHOCII? Që shuka në grupën si futbol. Edhe në këtë lunë. Që shashkujta e? Që kjera të shashkujta? 21 në botë. Protestatit. Pianist ka ma herë, da? Po, vallaj, pianist ka 5 minuta ma herë. Okej. Mos lë muzikë, bruda. Allo ti bruda, e kënej pari.
Ure.
E fshin që titull t'kejt.
Arti Loshi është 21 vjeç me 4 vite në industrinë e berberit. Përvoja,
Read
puna
it
dhe
for yourself,
përkushtimi në
brother.
Artit.
Lezo për veti.
Po du për vjusat.
Po dush për vjusat, hajt lezoj për vjusat. Vishë zëje me rokje, me kejt. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Arti Loshi është 21 vjeç me 4 vite në industrinë e berberit. Përvoja, puna dhe përkushtimi i artit e çuan në sukses të mëtejshëm. Pasi për një kohë të gjatë si praktikant e më vonë si punëtor në Prishtinë, ai hapi barbershopin e tij, të cilin e quajti sipas emrit të tij Arti Loshi. Tani Art Loshi punon në mënyrë të pavarur dhe jo mund të shihni punën e tij këtu. Ky kanal është bërë kështu që unë nuk mbaj përgjegjësi për atë që ka bërë individi, përpara se kanalit të bënte në duart e mia.
E thjeshtësova titullin. Ose e kam edhe një ide, Ta ndali fare këtë live, ta filloj tjetën.
Vazhdojnë.
Na brosh apo tho? A me vazhdu me sta?
Qysh dush? A ke marrë nëjë subscribers a heq? Gjatë të streamin.
Në fund kallzon.
Pussy not mine.
Jo shumë.
For us.
Edhe nëse i kom marrë as 10. Do me thonë. I'll be back, right back. Një minut.
My crazy kind. Need the line when it's running low. Only miss you shine when it starts now. Only know you love when you let go. The setup pussy months why'd you let it go? When you're feeling low, only hit the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. The setup pussy months why'd you let it go? You're such a hoe. Here's the redless friend. Impressed. Then fish.
Hajde. Ja, loja vese se aranis.
As hard as long a day. Maybe it is hard. It's difficult to say, isn't it, really? But ultimately, you know, going down to VOYVODA in such the fashion that they did is really surprising stuff. A great all this aggression, all this individual power, and they couldn't beat out VOYVODA. You know, it's kind of a you gotta be kidding me kind of moment, and it wasn't even close. That's the thing. So we'll see the tilt.
Që e për që shfëllja kundra, bënëris? Tha së mujtën, edhe tha së mujtën ta me më poshtë, tha.
Would you let it go? You such a hoe. Creep.
Dhe si sit, sot fitoj, dhe ja pik. Përnëja e ban 2 vëjna, parazohet me VOYVODën dhe dolin. Edhe dolin tani... Kjo hua go play. Vertigo, ka kanë vertigo bro pas me gjithë. Vertigo të janë të fort vish. Të shofim. Tu po thot që ja nis loja dhe
that's what I must respect. I'm doing the most attention. Pressed. Or not, try to follow, bro.
për shak I fjallën.
But come to the shoot, don't worry, bro. Trust me.
E jam të folë qëtu të më thonë. Për ta që për këshyrin.
Po, që më kështë shko.
Që ta që ki po,
I already got a tab opened, man.
Alright.
Physics, feeling the energy, feeling the spirit, That needs running low. Only miss the song when it starts snowing. Only know you love it when you let it go. Or Luba. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only you do right when you
basis of the map for that side of BNE, who have looked very shaky today.
Yeah, when we look at these two sides, we already mentioned about how there's history there.
I just wanna feel again.
All the other tier 2 tournaments here, there, and everywhere, and they're very often making very deep runs. We saw them play on land not too long ago, and it ended up being an eternal fire walking away with a victory on that one, and one of them was even in overtime as well. And funny enough, the last time they played at those land finals, they started off on overpass, and it was 16-12 in favor of Eternal Fire. There's history there, and history in terms of overpass, where we see why the ban goes through for B&E. They don't want to test it once again. The last time they played on Vertigo, it went to overtime. You know, Eternal Fire still won it, but it was much closer.
Yeah, right. So again, you know, the sort of competition element might come in here. We'll see. BNE on LAN have themselves a big boost there. BNE online at the moment, you know, have been shakier today. They've also not had too much success, you know, going back a little bit. So certainly I think that they are a lot more vulnerable when it comes to the online games, for sure, where, you know, Eternal Fire, to be honest with you, are sort of like the online merchants. We saw what Zentares was doing there, just running rampant in that first half a long time ago. Before they were able to even shut him down. So, you know, you do start to question a little bit where the heads at for the side of BNE, whether they're able to bring an A game here, where Eternal Fire have proven that they are capable of it, they do have it there. It's been, you know, a scary sort of run, I think, for the past few from that BNE side of things. Looking forward to it, though. I'm happy we've got a different map to finish off the day. Which way are you leaning, mate? That's the key question.
iNation
Which way are you leaning?
It's tough because recent history leads in favor of Eternal Fire, and part of me wants to go in favor of Eternal Fire just because BNE got absolutely.
Abonneja
blasted
duhet me
by
fitu
Voyvoda. I mean, that was 16-4, right? They got absolutely decimated.
Gjithçysh duhet me fitu.
In terms of recent form, in terms of today,
Bad
you know,
news,
Eternal
Eagle.
Fire looking a little bit more going to close. Even their,
Me
you know,
bought
their
dy
opening game
fitore.
against Voyvoda,
Eternal
that was
Fire ka
16-13, much closer affair.
Kjo
But
me
then
të
again,
jashtë.
I've also got a B&E jersey behind me. To part
Kjo
of me sort of wants
vazhdon
to lean there.
udhimin.
It's not fun to call, but I think just because of recent history, I'm going to go to Eternal Fire.
Yeah, I think same, right? I think they've had a better run of form, and it's a clean map for them. This knife round probably going to have a fair bit of weight. Eternal Fire, they like their T side. They might even start off.
Starts me started bro, you know, family friendly.
We'll see.
Se
But
dikush mund me
the
kon me
CT
liga.
side of brick wall, they were able to put up
Apo kupton?
just one map ago, just you know,
Prej
about
starts
20
jena
minutes or
family
so
friendly.
ago.
Do
Really
me
will
thon
make
pa
a
çame,
difference
pa
here. But it's
kujdes.
a go very, very fast map. I think it will play into the hands of both for that fact.
Cila fiton shkon?
That's it,
Bashkë
mate.
ashtu
Of course, to the
shtallë.
side, most teams would prefer the start on the CT side. Never used to be the case. Old Inferno, I say Old Inferno.
Yeah.
When it first got released into the pool, it was pretty T-sided, in fact. A lot of teams were very good on it. Speaking of, the T-side will win the night. That of Eternal Fire. Where did they start? I'm assuming it will be the
Cila
CT side
fiton,
start
do me
for
thon
them.
vazhdon. Cila
Of
hup,
course,
e
they'll
hup.
whack B&E back on over to the T-side. So
Komplet.
swap sides. And we can get the old show on the road.
Edhe
But this one tough to
City
call.
game.
We've already spoken about recent history,
Yeah.
and in terms of results, especially over the last 3 months, B&E actually have the better record in this matchup in terms of the maps taken. But recently, Eternal Fire, just because of that land performance, have just looked a little bit more in terms of consistent. They are, of course, slightly higher rated. The number 2 seed overall in terms of this qualifier, just behind Cloud9. We are about to get underway. Eternal
ta
Fire
ma
starting on
fort
that T-side.
vertigon.
B&E.
Për këtë mapa ta vertigon.
Yeah, I did say they might start off on the T side. It's where they find most of their success.
Kanë endorë.
It makes sense here from Eternal Fire. They, you know, are liking the dictation of the pace and looking to abuse BNE. But we'll see. It could be a choice that backfires for sure.
Po ta shohmi tash. Cila fiton?
Well, we're on the way. The final best of one for today. It has been a marathon for both the players and ourselves. A
Best of
long,
one
long
I
day of
fundit.
Counter-Strike.
Cili fiton? Shkon.
All comes down to this. Who
Tani në
will be
kualifikime.
joining Voyvoda in that next
Ja
round?
vonë po mendoj që
Who,
bëneja
of
ka
course, will
fitu.
be facing off Cloud9 tomorrow.
Në fakt,
Early nade coming in.
s'ma marrëja që e hup në
Yeah,
lojë,
of course, as to be expected here. Calix, the first to fall, but
Bashkë
Snoopsy
të
is
lojë
quickly
që
dealt with.
s'ma
Rigon
hënoj.
on high, just going to have to give up the position. They've gone for the open plan here. Somewhat risky. It is open to spam, but they get away with it. Speaking of spam, Rigon's been left on 2 HP here. There is a kit available in the hands of Scenarii. The smoke going to
Ja kanë
land
mund të
on top
bombën.
of that bomb. One Flatro goes digging for some frags here. He's going to
Gjatë.
find Zantares, but
E merr njërin.
frag not
Ja,
coming off, and the
s'njërin.
Glock gets the better of the fight. Rigon on high
Që
to
tash,
take out Magic.
2 vs
but
3.
Still left incredibly low. GXX going to have to do most of the heavy lifting here. Rigon going forwards, fearless for the frags, but
Yeah.
will fall. And surely there's too many bodies
pass,
here.
pass,
Left
pass.
very low. The bomb ticking away. What's happening? Everyone's run out of ammo. It's Zantares who has to come around the corner to clean up the
Ti kish
round.
vrapë lista 2 veta, 3 veta, i
Eternal
s'fash
Fire,
më
though, will
shumë
get the pistol, a
ekonomi.
messy one, but they'll get it.
Yeah, it's scrappy.
Po s'ka
With the
mujt
knife arm,
shqipja
they
jo.
choose the T-side.
Një
And
me
in
0
some
për
cases,
Eternal
you can see
Fire.
there's a big risk. So choosing in towards that T-side, it pays off. We're out the round, the bomb going down as well means that cash is flourishing. Over towards the Turkish roster. Out of AK's Galils and all the trimmings alongside
MERR.
for you to work with. Messy, chaotic. That has always been the story. As we mentioned,
Round
last time this side
interessant.
played on this map, it went to OT. Have they learned from their lesson, B&E? We'll have to wait and see. They lost that one out 1916, so we'll see.
The first kill
Nice find from Synopsy.
ever made by Synopsy.
Këto lojt po janë bro
It's a great
shumë
start into this round.
intensive.
It comes for free.
Yes, yes.
So not really too
Në
much
mënë
to
ku me
ask
di
of the
që kanë ardhur
BNE side
dakord
of
2
things, and they'll
ekip
be
me
very
bo ma
happy to
kjo
have a
normalisht
lead
ishte
moving
ujtë nëra
forwards.
10. Ish fillu loja.
These two guys exchanging their weapons.
What's the
I don't
plan?
know.
Oh bro, po
Eternal
për
Fire
taj se
now.
më shkojnë, zdo sen shkojnë.
Losing the opening kill. And to be honest, the big thing is not getting
Fun
any
fact,
information
edhe
on
pizza
the
man
back
jam.
of it. They lost them an advantage.
Right now.
Fun fact, am nide bro, edhe
Again,
pizza
before,
man jam i
no
thash.
information gained, no idea about the setups. And no
Om
idea.
nide.
Right now they're being flanked by B&E and it's a heavy
ZZ.
flank as well.
Synopsy's behind them. Looks like he's
Oh,
going to
gonna spot them, trading nades, down goes another.
all of them.
With there being such a heavy flank coming in, it does leave the A-bomb site completely open, so there's no kit for the defuse here. Down goes Synopsy on a spam. Alex just holding them at bay with the AK here, and they're, you know, gonna be looking for a
Bravo, bravo,
or
Gensi,
just a
Gensi.
clean headshot.
Mini headshot med Deagle.
Overwhelmed, does get the information that there's two down there. They've got to try and deal with this flank just to make
Den
sure
tar
it takes
kvar
fouls
nok måneder.
on that Galil. Imor's with him, but I don't think he's being spotted. The
Sen är
Eagles
jag mellan
will try
Jon.
and find it down to just the 1 versus 2.
Fuck you, Grimare.
Creeps out. Just smoke on top of the bomb. Finds the head of the first, trying to get the spam down.
Haydi Kape.
He's close. He's close. Oh, he nearly committed to the wrong angle, but he will eventually get it with the taps. An eternal fire count there looking
Ska få till Dortona.
Too close. That was way too close. Eternal fire, fine margins. Emo, great start for him as well in towards this game 5-0.
Plan koncept.
All started pretty poorly. Went
Bez de met een
very worried, especially when the bomb gets dropped as well. Thankfully, they're able to see that one off in the post barn, and it just shows as well about how getting that bomb down and putting the post barn up, no matter the numbers, just flips the
Nuk po
pressure.
shoh lojtarë din që më tran syky I dot.
Zantar's open things up. Well,
Që
Flasher
shkon
went
pa
towards
tjera.
mid, and he'll lose his life
Që
for
t'grup.
it.
Yeah, just a few deagles to speak of in this round, so not expecting too much out from it.
Më thonë nuk ka shpengesë për ata. Për prasa.
Still though, got to be careful. They don't want to lose any members.
Qyri bro, se cili pro player ka skina.
No.
Në CSGO.
Fuck,
look at that.
Where do they go from here? Looks like it's going to be a B hit, just sort of dry running it in. Get that utility down range, get used to the feel of the B-bomb site. They're yet to enter it in this game. Ooh, nice find from Rigon. Will be traded out, but at the very least, any damage is good damage here, and Synopsy still alive with a D.
Yeah, Mac 10
What can he
finding a
get
bit of
done?
cash. Yeah, a bit of money in the pockets, not too shabby. The one consolation kill won't really affect the turn of fire at all. And it kind of cements this round in what we would usually call a bonus, not actually a bonus. It's a nice, comfortable 4x.
Jo, edhe
Yes,
ka.
there's a couple of Galils in play, but it's a
No, right,
pretty
team.
capable rifle compared to
Me
the
party
some of the
ata,
big fat mass haters.
njoni
The Galil's
kishke-
actually still pretty decent. So, for turn of fire,
20-30
very
killa,
important.
tjetri
Wanna
7-8.
continue to kind of cement their success early in towards Vertigo. Now
I-
time through it, full by coming out. He's coming through.
Lutki.
Wave, and a lot of damage being dealt early. Calix.
Me në
will drop
stop.
the round at 35
Allo
points
të
of
kjo
HP.
vajdi shabës.
Nice find from GXX though. That takes out Imor. Pretty
Nuk
big
ka më
names
gogja.
he's finding early on. He's had a very successful game so far, so a really big frag. Scenari melts out Calix. The BNE buy looking pretty strong here.
is not really sure.
Even to deny the bomb away, which, you know, we were looking for a B hit from Eternal Fire, and that's what they were after.
Sa herë
but
fidojmë? Ndjarë.
it's been denied heavily.
Scenari and Jan Flatra are just waiting for that.
They're grouping.
And it seems like nothing's gonna happen.
Three
for like
towards
2 seconds. But
East side. This is so difficult, right? The boost has always been helpful. One Flatro, he knows all about it. To lose his head though, just Santares things. Nice shot. One towards that double box Scenari. In a rough place though, but he's managed to fall away to rafters, and he's
Jo,
got
ma
time
kon
for
vrejt, që
rotation.
se edhe si fmi,
Taking a peek.
nuk ke qashi më
Does he spawn
shumë.
anyone? No, he doesn't. Molotov going to come through. That forces him forwards. Can't win the fight. And he will be kicking himself.
into the B side.
He really should have had one from there.
Asja
He does
doj
barely
gani,
any damage
kishke
even.
që t'i ven, nuk mu
Zantares
isha me perceptu edhe.
try and take on the Orpa here. Meanwhile,
Se
Synopsis
unë e
trying to close the
këshyri
gap 25
pej
seconds
blinka.
to get in.
S'ka.
Zantares wins the fight out against Synopsy. That charges forward.
E me luajt e luaj për qepi.
Alone, perhaps a bit giddy. Forgets about the Orp. Confident to win the fight against the Orp, more likely. And well, you can see GXX not missing a mark here, looking for his 4K. It's just going to be Maggio. He's got late information, and it will be wrong. BNE find the first rifle round.
It's going to work. It really is. I mean, solid stuff coming through. GXX, he had a slow game in towards the previous. We already mentioned, right? Today, generally speaking of him, has been on the slow side. Not that round. Lovely work. Lovely work coming through.
Potential to like.
And he's been the difference maker. Santares as well was hitting some nice shots. And things were getting shaky. We were thinking potentially he individually could be the difference maker. And on fire he is. Not in this round. In the battle of firepower, no one really wins. These two sides are so evenly matched. And that's when you delve in towards the strat work. And that's when we look towards the likes of Major and Synopsy, the callers.
Shumë trouble zonë
All these two
Hajt pa?
going to be able to piece
Hello.
the puzzle.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Move
shut
around
up.
each other's side, and of course the coaches as well.
You can't see him.
Walk, a man that we know, of course, part of our profession too. Coach to B&E.
They trying to get to the A side.
And every man. Jack of all trades.
Just right behind them.
It's going to have an impact in this one. You know, it's a matchup they've played an awful lot, and it has been somewhat of a rivalry towards the gatekeep end of tier 2.
Show me. Aldo të mujnë me dhe për të nej site.
They're slowly pushing.
It really does make a difference. These select rounds that they're able to.
Me bon, me ljujt, punë e slow, bro. A ti bëj fort jam, qysh. Ka, flator I ka një për fundit. Mo break, shmi gjurë kej. Qa. Easy peasy. Far rondi. Ka përshëtit dikush, bro.
And the first pause called early here by Total Fire as well. Shell shocked a little bit.
It's been very slow from them, I think. Ultimately, you know, they fall down a couple players in the first rifle round, and they didn't really know what to do from there. And then this round, they've been flanked out again. Not the first time that it's happened, and they've lost control because of it. I think the key thing is that, you know, they're on ramp with hardly any time left. If you get stuck down there, it's kind of your own fault. You've got to pull off the execute fast enough. That flank, they can only really blame themselves that they've just not moved fast enough into the site. So there's something awry, there's something off with the default from Eternal Fire, and they know that they're addressing that as quickly as possible.
Këto që jemi në kalla, po, përshëndetje. Kjo është Eli. I call him L. Sekundë këmë qëtë.
Early in towards this best of one. Will just be the low buy for Eternal Fire here, so B&E. The big hope is, of course,
Ata më lënë ofën e mirë, bro, Eli.
That becomes a bit of an expectation, but on top of that,
For real, but më qenë më të tira, ajo.
And he's just right in front of them, not noticing that they're so fucking close.
Need down range.
Apo të pëlqen më të tira, ajo, bro.
To a certain extent. Dex plowed that eats most of the damage, but yeah, it's unfortunate. They were hoping to hide inside that smoke and get cheeky. But they denied the opportunity. They come flying round the corner to try and find Rigon isolated. However, he's got the hell out of dodge. He knows what's up, and not any threat. Another flank coming in behind.
They have a plan B as it seems.
Over towards ramp. Give it up towards the T side.
Behind them.
Flator për mas. Ka.
Good pounce.
Po këta që më kërkus më kërë për mas, që për pare të përrush. Këtë, po, 4 veta,
Walking towards the AK, Rigon only good for one. GXX for the open.
Qa. Hallo, GXX.
And I'm making a 3K to his name. 1 with your 2 with the pistol.
Po, ba,
B&E find their third. They'll tie up the escape.
Se mos jam të unishëm.
Granted, was just a low buy
Se emocione.
but it's good that they make sure
the shit's getting
costly.
though.
As many consolation kills.
Qaj.
Right back into control of this game. Eternal Fire, 5 for them to come through. And must convert. This is one of those rounds that Eternal Fire don't find it. They fall in towards that brutal cycle. It's fooled by him. Don't find the success. Back to Nico, rinse and repeat. And the best of one format. It's a horrible prediction to be in because there just isn't time to work with.
Që nëllë pak, për nuk e di tash. Se e kam minus 4 për ti.
And this is a knockout game. So
Kvaliteti jema mirë, se që këj mikrofon të radhera më kushtu.
You know, come back all too clearly.
Yeah.
A dish L ama kipone monitor mikrofonin është me tripod kësi zbesoj që ban diçka tjetër djallë nuk dhez
I guess Synopsy got this.
GXX.
Synopsy.
Gonna fall off the angle off the back of the Molotov. They're being pressured now. Synopsy trying to take
space
and deliver with the opening kill, but he gets traded immediately by Emo.
E janë teatra zden shot të bon.
Still GXX to deal with though. And he's the scary man. They've again been put to a stop on the ramp, you know. They found
an enemy
Kill.
here.
Për derisa se prekër kush, këta janë
But they are not picking up the pace. They're really playing
Safe.
slow here at Eternal Fire. You can kind of feel, you know, I think the nervousness coming in. They started off on this T side. They clearly have got plans for it. It's a map that's been very close between these two teams in recent memory.
He's waiting for the enemy.
So it's kind of ridiculous. Nice shot onto
Mo,
Calix.
mo.
And another
No,
nice shot
bro.
for Zantares.
Playing the sneaky
That's what they're
peek.
able to do
That's
on the
that
Eternal
plan.
Fire side of things. Use those numbers and those individuals to
He's not
break in
managing to
towards
make him
the
kill.
A-bomb
Run
site
off
in the late
and
round. And well,
just
one
get
Flatro,
saved.
I mean, it's just an
Not
MP9,
sure
but
just
it looks like he's set to go for some exits. Immor will take him down.
4
though,
me 3 për
And Immor will earn the
Eternal
round
Fire.
MVP as Eternal Fire regain the lead.
It's a confident round as well. I mean, you got 4 remaining alive for Eternal Fire on a must-win buy from them. And it's a statement. They've got rifles to work with. They are super competitive. This is what we talk about this side having these two
Dajnë
sides
besoj
having
që ma
history.
mirë.
First time out called, this time by B&E. Back-to-back timeouts and back-to-back rounds.
Eternal Fire.
And you can already see how these two sides are sort of eyeing each other up, falling back on the recent history and a lot of it. Like I mentioned, they played 14
like
times in the
Jones,
last
much
2.5
great
rounds.
Yeah, bro.
Becoming a bit of a derby here. The
Pas
top of
up
tier
on
2
Lima, though.
derby
Yeah, he just
at the moment.
Shakide.
Eternal Fire side
Don't ka sa kritikuar.
keeping it control. They really should,
Edhe kur
you know,
thike.
cement
Se
it.
di aty
as
që me
well.
të terminu se me të
to full
boban.
buy-in for B&E. Well, they do love a full buy. I think this one's too risky and not really worth it.
Yeah, and they'll have learned
Moj,
from their sort of
just
risky
nuk e
plays. We
kthen
saw
për
a
një
couple
javë,
of buys
dy
come out
javë
from them, particularly
tjetër
against
tjetër.
iNation. I think we were like,
Yeah, we
we
questioned
should have
it.
ecoed this one.
Seems like bet news
So they're not messing around now, of course, you know, backs up against the wall.
To kick in into B
Why
side.
would you?
But
When you're, you know, free and
We've got
happy
MR,
and the
you
top
Pa
dogs
tak
as
që
it
nuk
felt
benon nga
like
qisha.
going into the iNation matchup, of
Për
course.
shembull me nol Kate pa para emruar në sen.
I just
A
don't know.
ky kështon se s'm kanë para emruar as kujton. Edhe
Eternal
kishin
Fire
kry.
are
Po tash
unsure
edhe
of
kanë
what
para
they're playing
emruar,
against
ky se kanë dalë tjera.
Oh, këti që kë ka show, të sërbesht, I guess it's...
Wow.
Jo be bro, se s'besoj se
Slow
ti e
take.
ki freedom of
Over
speech.
towards these stairs.
Pa ty e ka
Follow
ardhi
the
njofti.
approach.
Që kanë
Ignore
show
the
edhe
angles,
kanë
not
shku
being given
kanë
anything
boçmës
out of the time.
për me
Just
aboban.
yet.
Po kupton?
I don't know if Eternal Fire are too
Tash
good
një
on
tipim
the
gjatë
buy
qis.
the B&E's like.
Yes,
They come back
you
on
know.
pause as well.
Se sa thash
B&E love a-
family
you know,
friendly.
a classic old
Mtull.
back pause
Ma
first
kesja.
buy. They'll be nervy of it. In comes the utility. They
Ah,
might just go
fine.
for this. They might just flood towards B off the back of the util.
Nice smoke to keep them at bay though. Flash comes in. Zantara is going to melt one. One Flatro in the mixer will manage to find a kill. His teammate lets him down, however, the Deagle is here pretty quickly. That's going to be a nice drop from Rigon. Solidifies the B defense, and I think they are scared, they are frightened. AK going to be retrieved, and yes, they should rightfully be frightened of this guy. Bomb drops.
X-Cloud, touch up. Ah, X-Cloud.
Oh, nice find from X-Cloud. Really well read. Recognises that nade and where the player tends to go after it. Really well read, and now just going to be Rigon with the Deagle looking for an angle. Flash is perfect. They'll work their way round, try and flush him out. Immor going to go for the plant, that's when Rigon will strike! He finds the head of the first Immor then off the bomb with hardly any time to
Oh, bre! Bre, kapi dhe pa qore i ka
in the
edhe.
nick of time, it was on 1 second.
Ah,
I
bet
swear
shot,
to
eh.
God. An Eternal Fire will be
Ah,
bailed
bet
out
que
of an
gol.
embarrassing round. That is
Safty
unreal.
HQ
They
marr
got
vje.
way too close for combat. Thank God Immor is able to do it. So close
Zdjegi
and
veç
going
ta
the wrong way.
ekipat e tjera gjysa janë fëmi.
My God, that got down
Mo
to
po.
finance the margins. Those pistols causing some serious problems.
Ku ti qysh shqiptar,
And
ke
that's, you know,
bora.
I don't know if I like the idea in the sense that, you know, they drop all their
Tamam,
usually,
bora.
they dump it over towards B essentially, and just hoping that it forces B&E away and it kind of
Si
scares them,
Undertaker,
but it
po.
doesn't. B&E are happy to
Undertaker
take it
from
to them
AliExpress.
off the back of that util coming through. Really all credit gained. Speaking of taking it to them, B&E have got all the info
Senere,
towards
Bob.
B stairs. No one
I trash pa, ha?
is showing face just yet. It's only Calix here. And he's
Senere
gonna rotate
needs to
away.
lose
They're
away.
gonna know it's coming towards A. That's why there's a
Senere,
heavy presence towards that top side.
Një avam të Rigonit. Dë killa.
Seems like he got some info to actually run the game.
Ja, det X-Cloud shka pa të me vonë.
Very quiet here on this round.
Shumë qetë.
Goodness me, not a single penny
The
being
situation
dropped.
is
The
still
squad
Spodojnë me
going
August,
down
ekipat kontestare.
on towards that A side of things. Molotov comes in and the
Still
burst now
thinking
for
to
the Eternal
just
Fire
play
side of
this.
things.
play style.
know how valuable these T sides are about to get, particularly if they can find this one. Backs against the wall, big style for BNE. They're on that rotation of buy, half buy, half buy, and Eternal Fire want to keep them there.
He'll get a kill.
It's just a horrible position to be in as well, right? You just never really feel that comfort mentally about how this game's going when you're constantly just keeping an eye on in the back of your mind that economy. Eternal Fire can lock him in here, but this is a bit of a swing problems over towards Eternal Fire. They don't get a bomb plant. The buy might be a little bit janky towards the next. Emo will take that contact, and he will fail to do so. Regards an option for two. It's more than a boss. One of his own, but in the bin.
Rundi on Stioni ela besoj që stash.
Find success up to
Krejt rundët me kontonat.
within reaching distance.
Yeah, Eternal Fire looking so timid, man. You know,
Duhet me
the
marr
previous
sa
game
më
they were
shumë.
so aggressive, they were so confident, but it does feel like, especially going up the A ramp, that they are just really playing into the hands of their opponents. It's crazy. It's kind of crazy to me. They are, you know, slipping.
Yeah.
Slipping for sure. Another timeout going to come through. The early timeouts being used. You know, it just speaks to a nervousness right now for Eternal Fire.
It does. It really kind of locked in that thought process that we're having about Eternal Fire just looking on edge. I feel like
Eternal Fire.
because of recent results and history between these two sides, they are, you know, the upper echelon tier 2. They respect each other. They know how good each other can be and where their skill ceiling lies, but
Shpenda taktikant me udhët më të shkurt.
their approach so far, especially
Sikur
considering
të thjetin lojë kompetitiv, 2
they
minuta
had a close game
deshte.
against VOYVODA, of course, still lost. But B&E got dumpstered by VOYVODA, all on the same map, all in the same circumstances, same scenarios. And you think even small bits of information like that would give them a lot of, you know, confidence coming towards these games that maybe just on pure mechanics that they can take on B&E. That's all VOYVODA did. They just played pure fundamental Counter-Strike, taking angels. And it worked. And that's something that Eternal Fire are very, very prone to doing, especially the likes of Yazantar, who's going to be the first to fall. But now XHOCII, the youngster, left all alone in towards mid with the Eagle. Crumbling this Eternal Fire side.
Hey, we expected it to be a close competition. That's exactly what we're getting out of these teams. BNE with a swing momentum in their favour.
Brings another win.
And two right. Really well put together rounds. Eternal Fire. They did manage to find a couple with the rifles, but unfortunately, that buy there, that again, we're maybe kind of saying is ill-advised. Gets nothing at all.
Same goes for
Pickup of pace, and BNE still able to brace them.
Yeah, and that was a full investment by Eternal Fire as well off the back of the pause. They brought in as much as they could in terms of the pistols. It means that they just don't really have anything to work with here. GXX got the control in towards ramp, elevated angle.
Apo blogën po duhen me folë që të hanë që
He should be okay. It's maybe found the first. Poking around the nade. It bounced off the wood, would have done a whole heap of damage. But he gets away in time, only taking just 17 points. The second one, though, might be a little bit more.
Damage.
And it will, a lot more, in fact. Even a little gun towards Calyx. Major, even.
Indeed. All the same, you know, they know what's up when it comes to these anti-eco rounds, BNE. The deep smoke and gain all that information down ramp. Just kind of force them and choke them into the... Well, especially towards middle here. Synopsy very ready for the hit to come through. Got to be careful.
He's
He's actually going to give it up, which gets kind of weird. They're all going to come flowing over the bridge then. How many can he get? Not that many, apparently. His teammates, though, they will hold particular. Looking good on the eco-frags.
Just the one casualty. They'll be absolutely happy with that sort of round. And now B&E are finding confidence. We already mentioned about this side being, you know, a very emotive CSGO side. We see what they're like on land. They're very loud. They make their presence known, especially when they can hear their opponents and vice versa. When they get confidence, when they get momentum under their belt, that's when B&E play their best Counter-Strike. You've got to beat B&E in the mental game, more than you've got to beat them in the server. If you can really chip away their mental game, get them tilted, get them feeling a little bit angsty, that's when you win it out. And right now, Eternal Fire are losing the mental game. We've already talked about it. They're nervous, and it's showing.
Synopsy with a grenade shot.
8 down range, 2 damage.
Synopsy.
So some of them
Latro still
deliver.
At the same
Some of them
doing this
are
for the
disappointing.
third time, maybe actually. I don't know, but.
And again, another lesson for life.
That's it, man.
Got some tires, and
Again and again and again and again.
A new segment.
I've been around. I know what's up. I think, you know, I'm 24, so I think I know
Pas kam haru
what's
pullin.
like, you know, some 30-year-old saying, just you wait, and then there's like a 40, you know what I mean? That's how it goes.
Nëse fiton, tani ka me lujt me Cloud9. Për kanë i fjallin
They
dritt.
will barrel on towards that B-bomb site. Magic drops Synopsy as he drops down a fumble, and the bombs actually turn tail to head over towards the A-bomb site. So, looking good for Eternal Fire then for number 6. It will be just 3 remaining. There is Rig on here, can't find anything. And that surely has to be a save angle for BNE. Oh,
especially now
they denied the chance.
Yeah. Can he even scoop up the orb is what I'm thinking here.
Seems like he's just scared of.
I mean, they have money to work with. So GXX can reinvest in towards an orb, no problems. It's just a case of, you know, does Senary stick around and try as best he can to save it? But better than nothing. But then also the same argument the other way. Does Eternal Fire go and pick it up? They've dropped GXX, and no, speaking of, GXX has just dropped out of the server. Hopefully we get it back in a minute. Senary sticks around, gets himself a little constellation kill on the way out, exits, trying to make it expensive. Good for one.
Nice,
3 points of HP and very fortunate to be alive. Not much longer, Emo will see him off. With that being said, it's going to be this game once again. All tied square. Money for GXX to work with so he can reinvest in towards the AWP, no problem. That is the positive for Bad News Eagles in terms of the run of form they've had. It's giving them just a little bit of cash on hand. But this is a tough game to call round for round, and no one really taking control of momentum and, you know, building up a gap here. Even predicting who's going to win out the half seems tough right now.
GXX hurrying up to get a peek.
All part for GXX. Looking to turn tides here on this CT side. As said previously, Eternal Fire, they opted to start off on this T side, so we're expecting kind of big things from them, but it's been another close affair between these two teams on this map. A 1915 not too long ago. That was on land. This is online. The realm of Eternal Fire. Coming away with the victory last time out, so you'd expect much of a muchness. Oh, Zantares goes flying in. Senary going to take him down. A very wild peek from Zantares.
That's aggressive.
It's
It's chaotic this round. Kills left, right, and center all across the map. I think mainly for B&E, it's a question of where they go. We've just killed one on each side. What's the finishing product? Where are they going to end?
Yeah, they don't rightly know, do they? They're just playing a free round. Do what you want.
Synops, already knows.
And it has come back to bite them.
But
all the same.
Mid-side. We got
GXX.
Oh,
ooh, shoots a bit early. We'll give the controller for the very least. But what are they going to do with said control? Nade comes round. Actually doesn't meet the mark. They are slowly but surely getting down the bridge. Maggio with a big frag. GXX not going to be able to land. There's still another player in on the site itself. No time to get the bomb plant in. Oh man, they weren't expecting another player. They will fall anyway, and BNE gain the lead.
And they're not even getting, you know, the bulk of the frags too. You sometimes make like, okay, they're not fucking go. They're making it consistently expensive, which, you know, it just means that there's pressure on the other side. But it's not even the case. The BNE now, 3 remaining alive. They're probably going to call for their 3rd TAC timeout. And I think this is now a massive indicator of how they're feeling in this game. And the answer is not good. It's not comfortable. The 3rd and the 4th TAC pause used already. An opportunity for Major to have a conversation with the boys. And I guess on the other side too, obviously, even bringing in Devil. You know, just make sure that B&E see off the half in their favour, guarantee the 8th at the very least. Maybe we can look towards 9. But right now, Eternal Fire, shaky, inconsistent. Really
right now, Eternal Fire shaky.
That was off the back of the pistol that Eternal Fire found those 3. The pistol, the force buy, and of course the second force buy after that, where B&E had no money to work with. And it's come to full buy rounds since B&E have had the AK or the M4s. The display.
Synopsy, ik ben hier morgen.
Going one way, Synopsy will open things up again. Really good start.
Tu do është me unë
Yeah,
gjitë
really
në
looking
kry.
good for BNE then to, you know, solidify this lead.
Flatur ja
moving into the
fut një
second
molli
half.
edhe ata presin.
Massive frag.
Flatro failing with a Molotov.
We'll just be back down to
Flatur është baba, veç ku që ka i
difficult
nati.
situation for Eternal Fire. Not the first time that they've been here, but certainly that feels like a bad prospect, you know, that they've been here multiple times having to fight from behind. We'll see. Really, really, you know, just kind of sending the feelers out there on B, trying to get some room. It's not happening.
Där är han. Përvoja.
Rigon's tucked as well. GXX take first contact here. And they try and escape the orb by going up towards yellow. They fall into the trap. It's a perfect little crossfire setup in a way. It's not really a cross, but be messy, trying to fight their way forward. Rigon hearing a lot. And he can get it behind it. All spot outside. Torres, he got to find the kill.
Nate
Poi
comes in.
iniziamo.
Will do a fair bit of damage. GXX forced away.
just
Not see
knocked
the
it.
last line of defense as a player off to the side to take him down. It's not even needed. Eternal Fire, this is more like it. The life that we know from this team, the aggression that we know from this team comes in. Juan Flatro finds one, but is instantly traded. So a 3 versus 2 ensues. Scenari in and around the smoke, trying his best to find a pickup. Sticking close, time working against them here.
X-Floud.
Got to make a move. Spots the first. X-Floud with a trade. No, Scenari takes him. Uh-oh, this opens way wide, but Major finds the frag onto GXX. What is that spray transfer? Unreal pull-off from the in-game leader of Eternal Fire.
Still alive, especially considering that round started so
What
badly
the
as well.
fuck
Lost
just
an
happened?
opening kill, you know, more or less immediately. And then it all turned their head over towards the A side. IGL really making his presence known when everything was coming down to the final margins. Major. It's a ridiculous final shot, but he'll take it. Any sort of luck he will grab. I think we might be getting a little bit of match medic here.
Apo bro që Jakob.
No one
Shton marrë vesh te shikora.
Oh no. I thought we were maybe in for a bit of attack pause. I heard a bit of typing.
Confusion.
Ata janë shumë lucky tani shima.
Frag, so fair play.
Shumë janë lucky.
All good.
Definitely felt from the body language that someone was going for it.
Me Polash.
Must have had a small timeout that sorted itself quickly. I don't know.
Major's still not sure if he
Either way,
gonna get into the
back into the
A-side
action.
and actually push.
Backpack spotted. No tag lands. Ooh, a wide swing coming in from Synopsy, feeling confident now.
Ase me këta mujsh
Gonna
edhe
meet the grenade though, perfect grenade. That does maximum
mujsh
damage
edhe
to
me
him.
kësy edhe me gjujtë
He
shumë.
will be forced to back away.
Akërsi e ka shumë të nalë.
Spamming
Polash.
the boost. Nothing really being given a rig on. Presence known. A lot expected of this Deagle in the final round of the half. It's, of course, unexpected. As full of an investment as they can do. And so on right, when Flatro will find the first, can he upgrade too is the question. I think he's a bit tempted to do so, but he will scoop up the AK.
X-Floud lurking around towards middle. Will find a frag and a second. They're headed towards B. At least the trade is there. Scenario was on a mission for a second. Synopsy lands a tag onto one, finishes one off as well. The bomb is now isolated to battle against this. What is going on? The no-scope onto X-Floud. Didn't slow him enough. He could have maybe fallen off the map, but we don't get that. And Flatro will be bested by Immor on the peak, and that's the turn of the half. It's Eternal Fire picking up 8.
He died.
Good work. Great work. I mean, what an even game we're getting here. We already said, coming in towards this matchup, it was going to be as even as it gets. It's what we're seeing right now. These two sides are inseparable. No one getting control of the early part of momentum really at all in that first half. And it still feels very difficult to call. But Eternal Fire, on the preferred start of the T side, only taking a slim one-round lead, does make you question.
E po do vetë çfarë fati kanë postë. Eternal Fire.
Good effort, good attempts.
Me një spray. Pa një okay.
Because you know we were talking about it. You know, Eternal Fire at times looks very, you know, nervous, tentative, edgy in the way they were approaching things. They got to find that confidence. They want to take BNE, and that's a good start. Xantaro's advancing Synopsy.
Yeah, not a bad start at all. Immor on the Julies here as well. Up close and personal, looking to take the fight. X-Cloud's going to rob it off of him, but they will continue to solidify the lead. So a nice start coming in from Eternal Fire. Ready for the action ahead. And it goes back down to Quiet. B&E, I think, are fully out of ideas already.
Yeah, down to 3 right in this position. Going anywhere. Such a big arse. And Tars will be the first fight. He's just jump peeking.
Oh, confident to take this fight. Nearly gets spammed down. That's a mess. Meanwhile, Imor's come off his angle at the very least, so you know, the B-bomb side remains a little weaker unless X-Cloud can find the frags. He sets it up at the very least, and that'll be Eternal Fire finding 9.
Okay, wow. Game on, especially for Eternal Fire. Lee's starting to build as well. Another pistol going their way too. They found the first in the first half, and it gave them 3-round lead just to start things off, just to get a little bit of breathing room. They would love another 3-round lead here, right? It would just cement things in their favor and really put the serious pressure over towards B&E. Remembering as well, we got 3 better 3s to play tomorrow. Winner of this plays Cloud9. What is going to be an absolute heater of a game. And on top,
plays Cloud.
There's only 1 spot available to make it to the Blast Spring EU.
Flash comes in. Zantara's and Immor to hold. Ooh, Immor will go down. But Zantara should surely finish the round off. What is that shot from XHOCII? Ridiculousness. He's going to try and get the bomb and get out, but I don't think that's going to happen for him. The flank is being held. They'll still be pretty happy to find 2 kills, though, to be honest. Yeah. So, you know. Yeah, not too shabby.
It's the old, you know, the slight positives, basically. They'll take anything, really. Full investment now coming through for B&E, an important round for them. And it kind of feels like a must-win. Don't find success here. I think it's what might be in jeopardy. They'll be back to an eco in towards the next, and Eternal Fire locking themselves in towards the likes of 11. Maybe even pushing towards 12 rounds. Horrible scenario for B&E where the pressure is starting to become insurmountable. And you can sort of see they just don't want to take any early fights. They don't want to give away the man advantage.
Big nade. Massive nade, in fact. However, it nearly does cost the life of the FAMAS. Magic going to find 1-on-1. Flacho starting off very well on the CT campaign then. Meanwhile, over on a swing coming in. XHOCII takes a dink, somehow survives and wins the fight. Ridiculous stuff. And Zantares will be left as the lone A defender for now.
Smoke over towards front side of ramp. Setting up now too. Looking over towards that B site. Numbers level.
Let's medite hand clear.
1 person here. 2 in towards mid though. The rotation is quick. Kike stays alive. It'll be enough. All he has to do is buy time for the rotation. He opts away from using his U-tool. Now he drop a flash. Keep baying. All catch both. He's falling away though. He's rotating over towards mid. Can opt for the AK. He's giving up the B site. They're just taking it for free.
Alex wins out the fight though. And that's all that matters at this point. Retaining the man advantage. Molotov going to go down to stop the bomb from being planted. 20 seconds. They're waiting on this flank. Maybe even going to bail. However, Major has dropped the bomb and needs to survive at this point. I don't think there's enough time for the bomb to get around. Going to have to try and go for the B-bomb site. 10 seconds to get on there. Not going to happen. An Eternal Fire come away with a silly one. Scenario will find the frag to ease the injury a little, but all the same, it's going to be the round going the way of Eternal Fire.
Yeah, it's really a scrappy round. But Eternal Fire, they've looked good in the chaos. If you can control chaos in your favor, it really sets the tempo in terms of the early parts of momentum. We said it's a very important round. It felt like a bit of a must-win for B&E. The fact that they have looking across the board now in terms of what the buys will be around those 2 saved AKs, and it's just not great. Do they force invest? It's something which B&E do love. They love the old force buy, but actually can opt away from it. Couple of pistols. That's about it. Playing for an eco and playing for a buy in towards the next. Eternal Fire realistically should find 12 unless the AKs can do some brilliant work, but XHOCII will fall early.
Big frag. Taking down one of the full spenders in this round. Will they be able to retrieve the gun? Calix. Ridiculous shot alert.
Sika qyra
He's looking for some more in he as well. Oh, Juan Flatro gets one of his own. What is happening in this round? Shots galore. Calix still around.
Mama.
Good spot for him to work with.
Çaya
Flatro though. Oh goodness, it's fallen apart. Juan just keeps finding heads.
Shkoda bom Flatro, ej.
Who is this guy? Where's he been?
Ku vëllat këtivi? Ku ka qenë?
Now, I think it's
Deri më tani.
to the fire pressure flip their way. This one's
Edhe
brutal.
qëron po gjet.
More taking first contact.
Ashtë
is
dur
what
shtona.
it's trying to. It's a great little crossfire set up. You can
Eci.
see the player with the back killer.
Eci edhe
It's
ky
so
tjetri.
quick. One flat through that one.
Edhe
of those
krejt
rounds.
hecin
And
ka
really
dalë
got to see
as
well.
kthehet
The
edhe loja.
star players over towards B&E, shining so brightly. And a turn of
Shining
fire, they're
so
gonna feel it
brightly.
after that one. That is a
Shining
tough
like a
one to lose,
diamond.
considering it was a double AK.
Diamond
All they had to
jon.
work with.
Flatro
And the
jon.
opening 2 kills went the way of Eternal Fire. How have Eternal Fire lost that round?
Alex actually had a good
Unbelievable
start
peaks here from Juan.
but unfortunately, Flatro
Just crazy.
Piks të pabesueshëm.
Absolutely mental. Well, it might give BNE the new life that they require into
Flatro
the
mduhet
second
që
half.
unë
It's
një
been
i
a
marrëm
rough
se va.
battle so far. But we'll see. Back into a force buy for Eternal Fire. Absolutely need to be finding this one cleanly. There is an A1S in tow and an off angle for Immor to work with. That will net the first.
Asnjë.
Banking on an A
Së
hit,
një
but unfortunately the
s'fojnë po.
bomb is moving
Që
round
ka
towards
një
the B
mas
side of things.
po.
Got to
I
clear the
vediš.
stairs. It's so hard to do so, as you see. Calix comes away with one.
Hello.
And a lot of information going to be gained. The rotations now moving round to deny the control of the site away.
Edhe
People
Immor
of
kthehet.
Immor off angle doesn't find anything. Zantares flash for him. It's Immor to find GXX though with the flash. And Zantares is in between the smokes. Goes down through the smoke. And that is huge. It's the A1S dropped. MP9 on the flank dealt with. And now just Magic with the CZ at range.
Halal,
Not going to
halal
happen
Banez.
for him. BNE have survived the turmoil.
That is another one of those chaotic rounds that we like to talk about, but the fact that we're seeing B&E take, you know, this control, I guess, on the T side, dictating the pace, it's something which Eternal Fire love to do, but they've not been given the luxury of.
With every shot he's
Can't lie, the way this game's been set up, we might go
They
the
got
full
more
distance
control.
here. These two sides are inseparable right now, to a point where, as it was at the halfway mark, it just feels impossible to call.
Për derisa ekipa kundërstare ka vetëm
the Mac 10.
2000
It's
ka
not that
qenë.
one, it's just the full eco for Eternal Fire. Couple of pistols. Well, it's just full USPSs. You know, no utility armor, no investment, nothing. For a freebie, but a gamble.
Pa investim pak u gjon po.
Free gun for them, but the
Nuk
Mac
ban
10
ashtu.
mowing them down. The meat
Se edhe
grinder.
nëse investojnë,
As
edhe
GXX
nëse
comes in for
investojnë.
support. One
Na
comes
pra,
for a
fitojnë.
gun. The AK scoop back up. And when it was looking doom and gloom, they claw it
Ah,
back
po.
in their favor. B&E find 10, double digits, go within 1.
Ky round do qenë shumë i lehtë. Po çështu kur po nxehen senet dhe po luajnë shpejt atë. Nuk po m'pëlqen.
Oh man, it was looking so good for Eternal Fire to just start streaking ahead with the CT
Se
side.
s'ka
But been
s'ndodhi.
denied the opportunity. Brilliant stuff, and exactly the game that we wanted, exactly the game we were expecting. It's delivering.
Flash coming through as well. It's not dropping a second, trying to get a little bit of space for Zantares. They know where he is. That Molotov will force him out, but thankfully, because of XHOCII supporting utility, nobody able to drop him, and Zantares gets away
Fire
with
na
the freebie.
foke, ej, ka, ej.
And another on the edge of the smoke there. Not quite through it apparently, but Immor gets taken down trying to escape.
Bazo,
Magic
du,
gonna
3
fall
med
as well
3.
to bring on. Calix does
Ai,
get that trade,
det.
and Tares falls on A. My mind is frazzled with these frags.
Frazzled.
All the same, 2 versus 2. Two very healthy Eternal Fire players versus some, you know, worse for wear BNE players. I'd give it to Eternal Fire all day, but they're trying to group up, trying to take some advanced positions to just make the round work for them. Down goes Cilin. And now just GXX can't get it done. Big round from Eternal Fire to hold on to their lead.
12 për Eternal Fire.
This game's
11 për
close,
Bad
so
News Eagle.
difficult to call. But Eternal Fire just doing enough to keep the conversation in their favor. It does make you, question on the other side too. If Eternal Fire aren't finding the pistol rounds, and they've got 6 rounds off the back of pistols, right? That wasn't the case. B&E would be walking all over them. When it comes to 4-buy rounds, more often than not, B&E are taking the victory. However, Eternal Fire have done enough just to give themselves that gap to work with.
Jemi live për 5 orë e 3 minuta e 3 sekonda.
P9, more close and personal. Massive spray. Synopsis will see off the first.
Synopsis.
Just find a big frag. XHOCII though going to trade onto Synopsis and Tara somewhat trapped here, trying to make his way out. Can't get it done. Rig on. Almost two. XHOCII does well to trade one back there and gets another, bringing it into the 2 versus 2. How did XHOCII not go down? That's the big question there. All the same,
They
managed to find a kill in towards mid. It was
2 kundër 2.
So they've kept the CT side guessing pretty heavily, and the CT side guessing that it might just be B. Madja, lovely push here to just confirm the fact that it isn't. Mid retake from XHOCII.
Po menojnë që
Slowly but surely
janë
BNE
kthy.
will make their way up the ramp, looking to go
Pas
onto the
janë
A-bomb
kthy
side.
ekipa janë.
How does this pan out? XHOCII might keep going for the flank.
Po e shkon dikuj pi për masit. Nuk kanë info, nuk kanë
It
dije.
is indeed A. I don't think he's going to catch them at the top end of the ramp though. They're already working their way
Veç kanë mri.
round
Nuk
into
kanë
Ivy
shaq
and into the side
rrezik.
itself, but it's a quick flank. And Major is joining him. XHOCII.
Po,
Yeah, he's going to
shkoj.
catch GXX here as the
Shkoj
one goes
GXX.
down. They're not expecting it that fast. One flat row against 2.
Flat
Such an
row.
important round, such an important round to convert.
E
In
ka
comes
tjetër.
the double peak. Can he find them both? Yes, he
Flat row
can.
janë.
Yes, he can. And BNE
Po
are right
mundet,
back in
pa
the
tjetër
game.
që
In
mundet.
the distance,
Është
these two
flatër, kush
sides
tjetër.
cannot separate from each other. The history they're showing, as we mentioned, last time they played, not even that
Përgejt
long
ju që
ago. On
jeni
Vertigo,
tu brengos.
1916 in
Ku
favor of
është
Eternal
XHOCII?
Fire,
XHOCII e ka marrë ban.
Right, saying that was the same day that Eternal Fire
Nuk
ended
e
up
di
playing.
ku na
I think
kthehet
the right
Twitch.
was nearly, was it either 3 or 4 best of threes in a
Nuk
day.
e di
It was
çfarë
one of the
vonje
longest
ka
days.
marrë.
I heard many people talking
Veç
about it.
ai nuk gjendet.
Simultaneously
Twitch.
games within CCT and the RMR.
E as askund për momentin.
They have the ability to slog out these long games, their mental fortitude, their lack of fatigue in these long drawn out matches really somewhat showing to a sense, but BNE hot on their tails. It's a great round, and look what it's done towards the economy.
Ri goli 82 damage, meni
For
ganat dhe
Calix, and alongside it,
Nick
pistols
Gill.
which have already been put to rest.
See what Calix can find. Digging
back down.
rig on. Will go down. Flash comes round. Try and get them some control back towards the A-bomb site, but they've also got a player out middle here in the form of Juan Flatro, so he could flank, he could confirm B. Either way, the round looking good for BNE.
It is. It's nice work right now. And then back over towards that B side. Going loud as well. They're not even going to try and shift walk here. They've got
Push
space
win.
to work with, so they may as well.
Pandal, shqipe
3
tona.
remaining over towards ramp. It's a great call. Coming through from Synopsis, and the bomb will go down unscathed in just a moment. One Flatro had pushed through. He got all the information. And for Return of Fire, it'll be a safe call. B&E going to tie this game up 12 rounds apiece. This one is going the distance. We've already spoken about it. Overtime previously, and it might be needed again.
Po shkojnë për një serë. Eternal Fire. Sen tjetër.
Scenari. Just chilling around. They want to make sure they don't go down to this bomb here, but should be all good on the dig. They'll find
Zatares ec për vitra.
All to play for with BNE snatching control back of the game. Again, it was looking good for Eternal Fire. Again, they were able to just keep them at bay. But BNE
Barazohet rezultati, gjithçka barazim. 12-12.
not going quietly into the good night of the Eastern European Masters, that is for sure.
Final tack taken to Eternal Fire. It's all chips to the middle of the felt. They're going all in with this one. This is the big conversation. This is the do or die. Whatever comes on this has to be a formidable convo where they have some sort of understanding of how they're going to prevent this T side from finding the form that they've been finding recently. It's 5 of the last 6 rounds going the way of B&E. And Eternal Fire crumbling, panicking as their opportunity to make it towards tomorrow's action to the best of 3s. Tried to slip away from their grasp. Timeout done. All tied square.
Janë të lujt shumë match shumë ekipa janë.
A little bit of a janky buy in essence for over towards Eternal Fire. No AWP in play. And Major IGL just a Mac 10 to his name.
Roundin is the
I guess same for
best.
Rigon too.
Rigon leading the charge out on towards the A side. It's going to be a quick burst through middle here. Molotov goes down. Calix hidden away, able to find the opener. They were ready for some kind of a burst play. Down goes Rigon just in the nick of time. Him always nearly round the corner. An Eternal Fire once they're back on the guns. Back to the usual scheduled programming here. And able to find the frags. They go a bit crazy in towards middle though. Oh no, was it needed? They went in with a flash and didn't find success, and now there's only 2 of them that remain.
They might even save, honestly.
Por ekipa janë shumë low.
Unless they find an early kill here.
Kemi synopsin me alla
Sure, call it. That bomb goes down.
Check
Calix goes down. They can't even save. Emo's being tested. Finding one and being dropped down as well. The orb can be scooped up and saved. Off the map. It walks right over it. It will be picked up. B&E gonna claw the lead in their favour. That is 6 of the last 7 rounds go in the way of Bad News Eagles. And they are flying now. This is brilliant. Eternal Fire. They've been put out. They are ice cold right now in terms of nothing going their way. Everything they're trying, whether they go aggressive, like they're in towards mid there, or they play passive like we see now towards Ram. B&E are reading it like a book. It's a masterclass right now of T-side vertical Counter-Strike. Only 3 rounds away from seeing off the map and the series.
Calix continues to be rich and continues to go for hero AKs. Unfortunately, M4s rather. Unfortunately, he continues to hit the deck. Fast one from B&E. 3 players out towards this Ivy area. Zentaris with the double dink, of course. Of course. But they've not committed the bomb up. And Synopsy's in behind, going to take down Imor. I think the bomb's going to make its way over towards the B-bomb site eventually. But we'll see. Might not even be needed, he says. Zentaris will see off the Mac 10. Juan Flatro hanging about as that bomb goes down to just, you know, cut off the limbs of the CT side. Zentares has made it look doable. An AK going to be recovered for the big man. And, well, you might as well go for it. You're going to buy into the next, right? What's the point in holding off? So we'll see. This is a very doable 2 versus 2 that it's about to take place. That's for sure.
Giving it a go, like you mentioned. Big flash coming over as well. That's a perfect flash. Really keeps that bait. You could just see it coming. Yeah, and Zentaris out of there. What's nothing. The second he gets flashed, he tails it. Doesn't even bother.
Yeah.
Bomb will go off. Is he going to fall? No,
4-12,
very close to dying. But actually the round MVP. Right round coming through. Bad News Eagles getting closer and closer to the finish line. Further away from Eternal Fire. We are going to the finest of margins. 2 more is all B&E need. 2 rounds behind is what Eternal Fire are at right now. It will be an investment coming through from them. Zentaris, of course, got the AK saved across in the previous round. And this time it's major in towards the orb. Emor gonna rifle. I'm assuming that's just off of spawns.
Yeah, maybe. Emor been having some success. As soon as I mentioned him, though, Synopsy just going to take his head clean off, and they send the 1-up ramp on the B&E side of things. Not looking as timid as Eternal Fire, that's for sure. And look, it might look close, but you have to bear in mind how many rifle rounds B&E have picked up in the second half, and they will continue to bring fresh ideas to the rounds themselves and continue to find openers.
Calix the linchpin over towards B. Smoke will come through. Not being given anything. A boost coming over as well from B&E. I like this because it's going to net them a kill. Rigon finding Calix. That'll open things up. It's only X-Found here. Oh, and he gets plucked out of the sky like duck hunting. It's a save call. They are out of there. B&E find 15 and a 1 round away from meeting Cloud9 in a best of 3 tomorrow.
Shake your head in disbelief stuff, B&E. They should have started on the T side, eh? Either way, this has been so solid from them, and it looks set that they might even find all the frags. Imagine trying to take the AWP out of there. They're on the hunt. Pretty heavily on the hunt.
Shot, spray
down for Juan Vacho. Does manage to find some tires. Maja, where does he go? He hears them all above him. He's just got to keep running, and scenario's going to be the one that he beats in just a second. What's he all got to say? Not very much. No scope. Nope, not going to happen. So not a single rifle being saved across for Eternal Fire. Huge stuff for BNE. And they look set to take this one. They are as yet only dropping one rifle round in the midst of this second half. Incredible stuff.
It is. And what makes it even worse for Eternal Fire, just to rub salt in the wounds. They've used all the attack pauses. They can't even call for one. So they can't even take a conversation or a breather. They just have to go straight into it. That's 5 in a row for B&E. And I'm right in saying it's 8 of the last 9 rounds. An incredible showing. On side. And you got to say, the way they're playing now deserve to be taken as best of one. Eternal Fire have just not had any sort of a look in towards the second half on their CT side, and you can sort of understand why Eternal Fire started on the T side. This CT side is lackluster. Run boost coming through as well. It's a great run boost used by many.
X-Loud adds another kill.
2 kills go in the way of Eternal Fire. Numbers go in their favor.
Synopsi Brad.
And they'll know there's another one towards mid as well. So very for that fight to come in. Maja finds Synopsi lurking about. Eternal Fire maybe set to stay alive a little while longer then. But we'll see. It's a weak B defense. They're going to look to abuse that fact. Flash is coming over to allow for the peaks. Major playing very close, but he goes down. The orb of GXX. Oh God, not like this. 4 versus 2. And
bak
GXX will get the 16-12.
Just let them play.
And that will be their downfall.
BNE
move forwards and we wait to Eternal Fire.
Yeah, today just wasn't Eternal Fire's day. When we look towards the opening game, 16-13 loss, dropping in towards the lower bracket, and that's where order you were getting spells of maybe this is not the day for Eternal Fire. And when it came to fruition, well played. I mean, BNE, that T side was near enough immaculate. They only lost one rifle round, as you mentioned. I think it was in the end 8 out of the last 10 rounds when their run of form. On the T side, the late stage, that second half, was just near perfect. The only thing you can even ask of B&E at the end is they kill the pistol round. If they got a pistol round, they could have walked away with something like a 16-4 win there.
That's very true, actually, to be fair. You know, it really makes all the difference in the end, but my goodness, what a game that we do get from them, ultimately expecting it to be super close, and it was a very long day coming in then on the best of ones, but as you see, the bracket now fully decided. VOYVODA, the big surprise of the tournament, making their way forwards, and then Bad News Eagles will be set to join them. Maybe they'll play off against each other at one point. We'll see how it pans out. Of course, VOYVODA going to face Aurora, and Bad News Eagles going to face Cloud9. Oh my goodness, I tingle with delight at the thoughts. I'm really looking forward to it tomorrow. But yeah, Eternal Fire, unfortunately, just we talk about the fatigue factor. Maybe that comes into play today. They had the most amount of games to play out of anyone alongside Bad News Eagles, and just couldn't keep it up to the tail end. Here is the playoff bracket, though, confirming what I've just said, of course. And yeah, really excited to get into it tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be sick. I mean, what a game. You know, what a couple of games coming up. That Cloud9 BNE one, that's what we're all looking at. Any game with Cloud9 involved, you are, of course, going to be licking your lips. It's a fantastic one. With BNE, we know, you know, even when we've looked towards them at the majors, we know they have this sort of this aura about them where they can take on the best of the best. They can take on these big hitters, and really make them feel uncomfortable. So I don't think Cloud9 will come in and think that this is, a freebie. Yes, to the #1 seed. Yes, to the heavy favourites overall. To secure the spot towards Blast Spring EU. However, they've got to take down BNE first, and then potentially you've got Aurora, one of the best who've had one of the best runs we've seen of in Tier 2 in a long time. VOYVODA, the dark horses. I mean, it's honestly anybody's
yeah, it really is. Into it, very excited for the games tomorrow, but of course that is going to do us for today. And, yeah, been a great day. I really think that the games that we've had have really impressed, really looked good, and ultimately we have had a fantastic fun day. Of course, all the best of ones delivering in the excitement, that is for sure, and maybe we'll get some more Infernos tomorrow. Now I know you love it. Either way, that is going to do us for today, folks. Thank you very much for watching the Relog Eastern European Masters. We are back tomorrow with more of the same.
Right, ciao. Prova pak bro me komentuar s'po më shoj ka keq, po edhe mirë jo. Jam la janë e 40 ashtu. A po lujmë në esena, shë o bojna.
Ka tani.
Shka je për me lu, bro?
Ka e PUBG, jamon është, jo.
PUBG-në se ka me, bro. A, po lujna pak Valorant ta këshyre me shka puna.
Valorant?
Po.
Zdi me luj, po aj.
Po thonë zdi me luj ty, be. Ose me ta bo një pushim shkurt une, se une s'to jam pinja. Që sa jam live jam veç live jam që 5 orë. 5 orë 20 minuta.
Pa në pushim, mi nësë luj heq.
Qish po thu?
Që dush të ba në pushim, mi nësë luj heq.
Jo ti mi ekipë, nuk po di. Kish mi që jam thirën që ata, që janë që ta për me luj, kish mi.
A me hi unë a më s'menjë tash?
Shka po dush me bra, bro, ti për veti?
Të shka po dush me bra në stafi?
Unë nuk jam të ditë valla, bro.
Me na.
Une një pushim e kam sigur që kam marrë thash.
Aha.
Me shku me industri. Po se a s'kvena, jo, mbetet e shqit në vazhdim.
Gjithë qysh të ka shumë.
Qish?
Gjithë qysh, kanë 11 e 13 një.
Që te po thu mu këthuja?
Këtë që këtë lëndrit kulkezi të shumë.
Aha.
Po.
A është të lu. Gjithë qysh, ma në cigur dhe pas, mëse i kena edhe dhe lafe me këta. Ta këshyemi ta shabatat. E pas kom të CSGO të lujt. Ku është... Kush jam marrë ta cloud? Rusa? Kazakistan? Rus? Ku me ditë që fa mapa, që ka bëhet, tek bëhet... Ku ka këtu loje në 1, tjetër në 4. Finalja madhe ku ka në 9. Nice, nice. Ko bro?
Ha?
A këthejmi 11:30, hinja tani lujna Valorant.
A në dhe?
Okej, edhe për ta që janë të ushqyrë, që janë të interesu me këshyrë Valorant, 11:30 jam back. Me ekipën më të fort, drag,
Me spongoni, se ka me lu një farë blini.
Ka me kia. Po bro, besoj që jam me dorën shpejt të së lojës. Se ti zakonisht të lojë që jam me fuqia, me sene vene, ti I kap shpejt.
Kapi.
Jo, për I me e kam, që të kum po overnight shluqe. Po foli këty një herë atëherë, moti. Ej, kthejna bro, ciao. Allo. Kof me të kosh. Veç pak. Qështu shkojna? Sa ora e një, se të koment se pas na po.
Allo.
Zizi.
A ki një loja?
Jo, alo. Jo me dhe live nëse s'pengon ku gjo. Gjen tret. Veç pak se pas na pas mjull. Ja, alo, s'ko min loj, po ku le driti?
Pa e than dej 11:30 tha.
Për ti më të gjysë ora unë që tash.
Ja, 3 minuta.
Jo është i sakt. Jo me dhe live nëse s'pengon ku gjo.
Jo, mos s'ko lidhe. Ku je?
YouTube.
Shiki?
Për ta që ringin.
Streq për mbo ta Discord, se po dak e kalon. Si shkallon.
Kleqiradës. E bëna një pushim e dhone se që 5 orë jam live, zdi sa për të këshirë 6 orë kam ba. 6 orë live jam.
Ta?
Sot, po a 5 orës 6 në me thonë. Live se kanë lu ta Eternal Fire. Këta bëneja. XHOCII ka morë banë sot.
Se më?
I shojt, i shkijet, i event, i majkes, di që a i dhëtë diçka, sistra, vistra, qa përzike. I kish pas një fletë grand. Tu i sho. Edhe ata i qëshin. E di që sa është live, jam live unë stash. Komentet i gojë sa është live. Edhe ata i qëshin alert, ata i qëshin mesajë, me nërë live në din.
Tani a unë e ba?
Jo, mërë tani tha, na duhet me nalë, foli me digana vetë. Jo, tha, muna me lujt. Tha, gjithë shka në regull. Në fundit, masi u kry. Atish, si ti që e krytën. Te u ndru të nëndë. Kërë u ndru të nëndë, tu prit për me asi. Ljoja tjetër me njësë. Balë. Kërku njësë XHOCII. Ljoja për qëta shtoj se ki. Para me nërë 97.000 followa i ka pasë dhe i kanë shu për lesh.
A që i bana pretaj?
Duhet me këthy më rrasë nëse mi bon problemo, mi bon. Që sa është të bon streama i që i rrët. A unë shlaj bëneja sa është live. Pas a shkru a unë shlaj se jam të i fshin syzat së da pasen. Dhe me ndohet që i thonë sa është live. Lobo Islami. A kanë me lujt ma? Po bro, nesër është loja në ora 1. Kush fiton nesër në ora 1? Shkon finale. Që te porë që s'ken ta shqyrin. Që e brud? Që pasë sëmë për ta valëzajt da. Këtheja 30 minuta për mas, 38. Ose prit. E qfa? Që të lojnë e kanë më nesër. Jo, këta kanë fitu sot. Që qërët statistikat. Vish Vojvoda e ka mujt. Po s'u kanë problem, se kanë FITON e kanë mujt të në farë edhe kanë dalë për grupit. I kanë mujt shkijet, që kanë pas në ora 5:30. Kanë u për Vojvodës, me njerë mas shive. Edhe e të në farë i kanë mujt. Në ora 7 unë gjë vetë, 8, 9, 10. Në ora 1 ka me lujt Cloud9 vs Bad News Eagles. Edhe ka tani Aurora në ora 4 me Vojvodën, që do të në kanë mujt. Edhe në ora 7 është finale. Për juve që jeni kurios, ta dini. Kur su që ka me fitu nesër? Nesër thamë që bëna e ka me fitu. Po nuk i dijet. Kur si dijet. Që go kita. Po në finale pak problem. Inshallah. Unë po folë që janë form ta se kështu të ekipën Cloud9 s'penja. Që për grove që kanë dalë, ma Taja në eliminu, Shkijetën eliminu. E qëta Aurora s'më pëlqeqin. Ekip pa lidhë. Ka më të ndriti. t'jenë drejta e ne. Lëndrit jem tha ta shio, të shio oksigjenin jam. Qa, ja fusëm ne. Se për 10 minuta vip. Shumë bëzdi që kanë puna të kësi si vlavi jem. Oksigjenin, bo. Tuti komedi qëfar misioni është.
Match found.
Që ti do po do ka një ndërru.
Hello.
Oh, hello. A shkruaj
Ja,
ti,
puta.
shkam shkruaj ti edhe mua.
Po be 5 minuta.
Ja, mu më tha 10, u manë 10, tha luni jo, tha ne vim avall. Ja futa një dhe vmeq. Ta që mi shangja punë. Shumë më gavajnë, ha?
Po. Hajde mos e po të ngrej vetë. Shtysh? Në discard e pra.
Ciao bella
Hajde.
Me të naqë streamit e qira. Ma është në i kush.
10 kills remaining.
Se veç me alti jam.
Okej. Chopped up.
What the fuck?
Arnalta i ki kompitoj me ndigjuese. E dole me ndigjuese
Ja.
s'tash.
Po gjatë të zonika është atër zonë.
I të loja për një. Shka dole të shaj. Hajde i dapt.
Nështë ta komende na me imuni i loja, po me ti.
5 kills remaining.
Mirë.
Hysh?
Hallo, hallo.
Ha, ma shkëtë.
Guys, për që live. Shnash, jemi live up tjerë.